There we go. Hello? Oh, I'm teleporting. I'm small. Oh no. Oh my god, I'm so big right now.
They
I'm
put me
so
in your
big compared to
pocket.
you.
Hang on, I'm sitting on your shoulder now.
All right, all right, all right. We were
No.
just joking before we got started about how my model looks absolutely gigantic. That my proportions are enormous. So
You know, this is accurate scale. I'm like 5 centimeters
yeah.
tall. This is
Oh
probably
yeah, fair. Okay.
like this. This is probably accurate, actually.
I that's actually one of those things I love to do during collabs is I try to keep track of the canon heights of me and my collab mates, and I personally go with 6'4" for myself.
Oh man.
Uh, yeah, so it's a very huggable size, right?
I I would say so. Yeah. I
Yeah.
maybe not for me. I can like maybe like wrap my hand around like your wrist, but like that's about it
Oh yeah,
maybe.
yeah, yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, yeah. No, no, that's yeah.
Do you want to
Five
introduce
centimeters tall.
yourself?
Yes, I should. I should introduce myself before after.
Oh,
Well, you process 80 million redeems that are launching you all over the place.
yeah.
Um, hello, EG's chat. Hello, was it the Squeegee Nation?
The Shroomates? I mean, they call themselves they're
Roommates.
the Shroom State sometimes.
The Shroom State. Yes, I remember there was some sort of like diplomatic flavor to it.
Yeah.
Hello,
Wow.
Shroom State. Well, thank you for welcoming me in. I am Almontas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and Squeegee has invited me on here very generously to discuss some stuff that I am a huge nerd about. So
Yippee!
yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
I am also
Yeah,
excited. I like Outer Wilds.
yes, yes, yes. So the way that this started out was, did you raid into me or were you just hanging out
I
while I
rated
was
into
playing
you
Echoes?
because you were playing Outer Wilds. You were
Yeah, yes,
playing
okay, that's it.
EOE, and
Yeah,
I was like, I
it was
need to
early
eat
Echoes,
dinner. I need something to do, and I was like, wait.
yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I was into the Echoes playthrough.
Hmm.
And yeah, and I was like, EG, I would be happy to have you come on and talk about this right now. Like, and you're like, no, I need to actually like have dinner and take care of myself.
I was like, I appreciate the offer. However, it's I was
uh,
just streamed for 5 hours.
so we set this up after that, and and EG was like, well, what is something you've been obsessed with lately? And I have been studying a lot of the Roman. I've been on an ancient history kick. And
Mm.
I think that there is actually something to be said about the commonalities between studying ancient history, studying classical history, studying old history,
Hmm.
and what you do in Outer Wilds. And just a disclaimer that I always feel the need to put out there. I was a professor of sociology, not history. I really am like deeply afraid of that, of like getting in trouble for that one.
Hmm.
Uh, but yeah, I am an enthusiast for history, and I was reading Neville Morley's Metropolis and Hinterland this morning,
Oh.
which is about demography in of the Roman city and the economic relationships between ancient Rome and its provinces. So not like casual stuff. I'm reading like actual academic works on my free time, like a turbo nerd.
It's okay. I was
Um,
listening to a podcast about quantum physics in preparation for this.
oh hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Two other sides of this. Two other sides of this. I did actually have a point to make about the discussion of like physics and culture.
Oh.
Um, and there's a relationship here. Actually, I mean, do we all just get started on talking about the main topic, or should we still I'm down for doing some more warm up and seeing how people are doing and saying hello to the shrimp mates and stuff. But
Yeah, we usually do a little take roll thing. I'm sure
yes, absolutely.
I'm sure you're used to that.
Yeah, of course, of course. Of course.
um,
I always, yeah, always.
so I don't know what you can and cannot see, but I can see the redeems if they've got a redeem where they can say here and raise their hand. But otherwise, if you guys do
Mhm.
your wave high, Omontos can say hi to you. But I can read.
I have the chat open. I have
Oh,
the
there you
chat
go.
and the stream open, so I can see um back to 158.
So here I'll say hi to the people who got here sooner.
Mhm.
Hi Cable Gore, Bugs, Cybernaut, Mavel, Blink. I see Relena, you're here. And Cinda was here and made me a clown, but I think I was still not live when I was a clown, and I think I was not a clown at all, but that you've seen me.
Mhm.
um, Selma, Hoshi, Fancy Soups, Rex. Who else is here? You guys want to say hi to Montas? Oh, there we go. I'm normal size again. I can finally be over here.
Yeah.
There we go. Put myself there. Hodgepodge, Love to Thrive, Rex, hi, YouTube, Moss Cakes, Game Loser, Callie, hello. Happy Friday also.
Yes, happy Friday.
Did not wish Happy Friday upon you. Oh, I'm standing on top of my chat also. Hang on, why am I on top of you? Chat. There we go, behind. There we go. Yippee! All right, so Outer Wilds, the Roman Empire.
Yes. So, one of the parts that we'll probably not talk a super amount about this particular topic, but I thought it was kind of interesting that like how it's hard not to talk about it, which is the military side of things. One of those things that people who have never been on the academic side, this is just like a little piece of lore that I find interesting. That people who are not in academic history or have never been in a history department think that military history is a well-respected subfield of history. It is not. It is easily the lowest prestige subfield of history.
See, I
other
wouldn't have known
historians
that.
do not. Yeah, it's not like apparent because like there's often the stereotype of like the generals and trumpets kind of way of viewing history, but that kind of model fell out of favor like 60 years ago. And for very complicated reasons involving the fact that publications are for-profit institutions, and amateur historians are amateur military historians are much more enthusiastic than amateur art historians or pottery historians.
I would say so. They're much more outspoken, I would say.
They're much more outspoken, and they're willing to put out money to get their boutique crackpot theories published. The negative review rate for history articles is like 50%, and the negative review rate for like every other field is like 10%.
Wow.
So it's like I'm just all saying that to the reason why I'm kind of like clarifying, like the military side of this is a little bit mildly interesting in that the Romans were a very militaristic society. This was a society where the main way that you advanced through the political culture and through the social culture was through feats of military prowess. All of the high offices for people to achieve in Roman society were military offices. Even people who got very famous and powerful for things that weren't military, like for trade and stuff, would like use that to buy military commands. Crassus being the most famous one. And so where I was going with this is that not talking about military feats when talking about Rome would be like trying to talk about the nomai without talking about physics.
Okay, I see. There's a connection here.
Yeah, that's where I was going with this. Is that like you could, in theory, do a history of the nomai that does not talk about physics at all. It would be really weird.
Yeah, that is why I brushed up this morning.
Yeah, exactly. It would be very difficult. And yes, alive, exactly. Yeah, the because of the fact that like you can kind of pay to publish, and people are very enthusiastic about doing that with military history specifically, a lot of very inaccurate nonsense manages to get through in the military history subfield. But yeah, so that was kind of like that's one of those places where there's not a parallel, right? We have 3 societies to talk about with Outer Wilds.
Oh wait, here I've forgotten a step here, which is I had a drawing thing that I was going to do in the background while we do it.
Yes.
I didn't open it, so it is open, but I gotta put it on the screen. But I needed to explain what it is that I'm doing here real quick before I start teleporting you around screen.
All good.
I'm over here. There you go. You're good to continue. I just wanted to give context.
Yes. And if you need me to do my OBS side movements, let me know.
You are good. I will just scale you around.
Sure thing. It does cut off above my elbows, so if you need more of my body, I can move that.
That's fine. You are A-okay.
They are reporting audio balance problems.
Can't hear Teacher Fellow properly? I can turn you up a little bit. Right now it's showing that you're like well within the yellow range for me, but if that's not the case, we can boost you a little more. Try that. Let's see, is this better?
All right, let's see. How is the old man sounding? How are you?
I see. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So here
And I think I should probably kill the Discord noise cancellation because that one's always a trouble.
yeah, because you're hitting a peak where you are almost touching red just in like regular speaking, but then like your normal just like conversational voice is like not very high up the green. So I'm wondering if that might be it. That could be what is happening. Oh, it's fine now? Oh, okay. Sounds
Well,
good.
I've turned off the Discord noise suppression entirely, which is sometimes gives trouble. So let me know if I sound all crackly and weird.
You sound all right to me, so I'm
Okay.
fingers crossed that it is all right.
Yeah, fingers crossed here. But yes. So yeah, going all the way up. Me and EG wanted to talk about Outer Wilds and talk about. I think Outer Wilds is a phenomenal game for talking about history as a study. And I contrast this strongly with a lot of games that are notionally about history, but I think do a really bad job at it. That I think do a very, very poor job at talking about history. And I think often actually most games I know that are like historically inspired and like about history, I think actually propagate a lot of misinformation. More than they actually like. There are definitely ones where I'm like, I think this is actually literally negative educational value on like would be worse than not teaching anything, which is me being harsh, but I'm
understandably though to some degree.
It gets frustrating sometimes.
Funny stuff out there. Let me tell
There's
you.
some funny stuff out there. There's some very funny stuff out there, and then Outer Wilds, which is explicitly not doing real history, does a really good job.
Yeah.
Like it does a really good job. By contrast, and so, the hold on. He is fine, Hoshi. He is fine, Hoshi. They say I sound a little bit far from my mic. That's about as close as I can get to it without bonking it. My audio problems.
Oh,
the
I remember.
eternal nightmare.
Are you using a backup mic right now, right? I feel like I remember you saying
I am
about that.
on. I've had so many mics over the years. This is a backup mic.
Yeah.
A VTuber friend of mine is going to come up to New York to hear my unfiltered voice, so who's an audio nerd, to give me some actual recommendations. But that might take a while.
Dang, that sounds nice. I've been wanting to look into like getting some help with audio. I'm always having an audio problem, as you witnessed before we started stream.
Yeah, of course. No, we had audio problems immediately going into this. Almantas is the pronunciation. It's Lithuanian. But Al and Manny are fine, or Manta, or Alma, whatever. I'm comfortable with lots of nicknames. Silliness.
I've not heard a nickname for you, and I spent all this week saying Almantas. I was like, I'm sure that now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, am I saying your name right? I was like, I swear that's how you say your name, but I was like, I've got teacher brain. I will always mispronounce a name if given the opportunity, unfortunately, first try.
See, a little secret here. A little secret. I don't speak Lithuanian. So I looked up how to pronounce the name online from Lithuanians. So
that's fair.
Yeah. Al or Manny are the ones I get the most frequently as nicknames. But
interesting.
Yeah. What's kind of interesting to me is that when people mispronounce my name, it's almost always they add an extra vowel.
Oh, yeah.
Almost always Alamantas is what I get a lot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've seen the misspellings of my name. I have too many I's next to J's, and they'll put like a Q somewhere, an A. I'm like, these letters don't exist in my name. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do calligraphy as my art form, and I like to emphasize to people like the reason why we stopped. One of the main reasons why we stopped using Gothic is that it's really hard to read.
That is so true. Oh my god.
And if you have I's, N's, M's, U's in the same word, such as, for example, the word minimum, it looks like a barcode. Yeah. It looks like nothing. It's incoherent.
It's so bad. This is a topic that I have a lot to talk to some degree on too, is not calligraphy, but fonts, because I've done typesetting extensively. Mm-hmm. Oh, we had so much Gothic type, and I hated sorting it so much.
That's so dreadful.
You're sorting like 8-point font, and I'm like, I don't know what this letter is. I need to give me the loop. What is this?
Well, I'm a nonfiction editor at my other job, and I have these strong opinions about fonts. Uh,
I'm sure you do.
well, the real trouble is that I'm not the graphic designer at the
Oh.
business. I'm not the typesetter or the graphic designer.
Uh-huh.
Um, and our typesetter and we just have the one graphic designer who made all the typesetting decisions. Uh, she and I do not agree. It's like she does not like serif fonts.
Serif
Uh,
fonts are so out right now, yeah. In like popular whatever it may be, all of our visiting
oh no.
artists that want to use our press were like, do you have Myriad Pro? And I was like, no. Why in the world would I have Myriad Pro? No. You get a serif font and that's what you get. That's all we have.
The impact that I made on people in college and graduate school just by doing my typesetting in LaTeX and using Garamond or Georgia as my font.
Yeah.
Like people are like, wow, this looks incredible. How did you pull this off? And it's like, I just chose a font that actually prints nicely.
Yeah.
like that's it. Like I just chose a font that's like pleasing to look at.
There's a reason why the only ones we own are serif fonts. Don't get me wrong, I don't do a lot of serif font using in my online usage, but boy, the serif fonts, they're grounded. I can tell where the line of text is, I can follow it, the letters have good distinction for each other sometimes, if we're not talking about Gothic, sometimes.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean Gothic's a nightmare. Like Gothic is it's a prestige font. Like
Prestige font. Yeah.
well, yeah, this is one of those things this is one of those phrases you end up using a lot in calligraphy. I like as I do calligraphy and like yeah, that's the distinction between like insular, minuscule, and majuscule is that one's like more prestigious and stuff like that. It's very goofy. It's very goofy. Um, and I got ads. The yeah, ads happen. Ads happen. But yeah, it's really yeah, the Gothic fonts are miserable to read. Absolute pain in the neck, and people like they look cool, but they're not practical. And oh yeah, I was gonna say like so yeah, my typesetting technique these days that I've gotten really used to doing is Georgia for body text and Comforta which is a sans serif for headers.
That's one of those things I still need to learn is like text pairings. Sorry, getting smacked.
Oh, yeah. Bonked for your sins against text.
Yeah, do you guys disagree with my font sensibilities? You're not allowed. I have a degree in this.
I mean, my font pairing thing is just this fairly simple. Like, choose one for headers, one for body, and one like whichever one you're using for whichever one's serif, the other one's sans serif.
Yeah.
If you're using sans serif body text, use serif headers, and vice versa.
Yeah, because you don't want it to get overwhelming in details. Usually the balance.
Absolutely not. No. It's you can go crazy, right? You can go crazy. You can have 18 levels of headers and like a separate bespoke font for your title and your subtitle, and
yeah,
like you can go crazy with it. And I've seen places do like obnoxious stuff. One site that I used to read, I can tell what they're doing in WordPress. They're changing their emphasis case from italics to just a different font.
Oh.
So it's like would be like in Arial, not actually Arial because Arial's a nightmare font. Why would you do that? But they would be in something like Arial, and then like instead of italics, it'd just be like in Times New Roman. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, why?
Why? I've 100% seen that before. And it's like one of those things where it's even worse when they do it when it's like two sans serif fonts and you can tell because you just look at it and it's like these are not the same letter shapes. This is not.
Yeah.
What have you done? Why is that A totally different? What?
like Arial and like grotesque or something like that, or like like Helvetica and Comforta. Like, why are you doing this to us?
Who decided this? That took extra effort to do that. Why?
Extra effort and like very painful for the reader.
I know. I don't know. They think they're
very
cooking.
dreadful. Yeah. But yes. So where we were So one of those things that I found really compelling about this like Outer Wilds as a case study. Like first of all, I think it does a good job on teaching like what the techniques actually are
Yeah.
underneath history and archaeology. But one thing
Mm-hmm.
that I really like is that we have three societies to compare and contrast. Uh, and I thought it was really interesting to compare and contrast, in particular, the. By the way, guys, full spoilers for Outer Wilds.
I would say I don't know how much everybody here knows about Outer Wilds as a basis either. I have not talked extensively about it, but your fellas all know probably a lot about
Yeah,
it because you
yeah.
played
At this
it.
point, I hope they do. I hope they do. I'll give the very quick summary of the game
Mm,
for the folks here. Outer Wilds is a space exploration game.
mm-hmm.
You play as an astronaut uh, for a group of very ambitious amphibians, and you go and explore your solar system. And you are the only sentient species in your solar system, but there is a much older species whose ruins are in that solar system. They have all been extinct for a very long time, hundreds of thousands of years. They went extinct, and so their ruins and even their skeletons are all over the place. And you have a little translator that can translate their writings.
That
Uh,
you made the
that you made,
translator.
yeah, you made the translator, and you got and you translate their writings. Um, in terms of the gameplay, a very valuable thing to know is that the game is on a 22-minute clock.
Mm-hmm.
Every 22 minutes, the game state resets to you waking up at a campfire, and the all of the things you acquire in the game are just knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It's just knowledge. You don't get to keep anything with you other than knowledge. Uh, and this means that like the speed run time is like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like
It's one of those games that once you've played it, like I wish I could erase my memory of the game so I could just go
yeah.
back and experience it again all the way through. That's all you
Um,
get.
I played the base game through a few years ago, and then when I played it on stream, I hadn't played the expansion, Echoes of the Eye. I hadn't played the expansion before, but I was like, I can't just go into the expansion with my viewers. I need to do the base game first. So I did like a very limiting thing of myself of I can only do things if they show up in the ship log. And if I
Oh, I
can
was
like
gonna say, trying to play the
explain
game
like
when you already know must be really hard. You did a good job because you sold me on not fully knowing.
yeah, well it was actually really funny because one of the things that was deeply funny to me was that I was playing it on stream, and so I would like encounter something and I would spell out what the clue was to my chat. I would be like,
Yeah.
okay, so we read this thing and they are telling us this, and this means that we can get around this obstacle by using this technique. And at least one of those was a technique that like if I had paid attention at that level when I was first playing the game, I would have gotten it in like 5 minutes. But when I actually played the game, I got stuck on some of those for like 3 hours because I just like, yeah, I just like breezed past them. But yeah, it's this game that is about the end of the universe, the end of the universe, and what we do afterwards, and what do we owe to the future, and you
And
spend
so
most
much
of the game.
physics.
It's so much physics. You spend so much of the game flying between planets and exploring the ruins of a dead alien civilization and piecing together what they were doing when they died.
Mm-hmm.
That is what the game is about. It's kind of about piecing together what they were doing when their civilization ended. The expansion adds a really interesting way of expanding on this.
Yeah.
So now we're getting into actual spoilers, meaningful spoilers here. There was actually another species in the solar system that was exclusively aboard one spaceship that is very difficult to see, that is cloaked. Once you know the trick for how it is cloaked, you can get to it in like 10 seconds.
I
It took me
had
like 2 hours
so
to
much
get on.
trouble landing on that stupid thing.
Oh man, even like when I was like very late game, I was still screwing up my landings. Like
I know
I
you
was
are. It's either a challenging puzzle game or a challenging platforming game. Uh,
I'm pretty good on the platforming aspects. It's just that I definitely got cocky and would just like it's a spaceship that it's like it's a colony. It's a generation ship. It's a slower than light interstellar ship. So it's got all these complicated rotating pieces. And if you try to dock quickly on it, you sometimes will like run into a wheel. Which I was still doing. Like once I got cocky, I started doing it even more often than when I was like first starting.
oh
Definitely hubris. Definitely hubris there.
Man, understandable though.
Yeah, understandable. But yeah, it's so like there's this other alien species in there as well, a third species. We have three species to compare. A species that's still alive, and it has this amazing like hillbilly aesthetic.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I love it. Very like you are flying around a spaceship that is like literally nailed together boards.
Yeah, it is a wooden spaceship for the most
It's a
part.
wooden spaceship.
That's
It's great.
horrifying. That is so terrifying as a concept. I don't want to get in a wooden spaceship.
It's amazing. It rules. I love it. And the Nomai who lived there for a long time and passed away thousands of years ago, and whose ruins you find all the time. And then there are people call them the Owls. Is the fan name for them?
Yeah, they have a name. I don't remember what it is right now though. What are they called?
I don't think they have an official one because I checked the wiki, and they didn't have
Oh.
anything.
Huh. That's funny.
They-
The Nomai have a name and they're not around anymore. The guys
Yeah.
who still exist are no name.
Well, they don't write anything.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's actually like the biggest thing that I think is like a point of contrast and like part of what's like really interesting about the study of it for like a study of history is the Owls is what they're called by the fans. As far as I know, the official name is the Inhabitants of the Stranger.
Yeah.
which is a
that might be
mouthful.
what it is. Yeah.
I was calling them the Harukans.
Oh.
For a very funny reason. I'm wondering if you can. I feel like you might be able to piece this one together.
I see. That's not a word I'm familiar with, so I don't know if. I...
So what? So do you know V Shoujo?
Oh, heart. Oh my
Yeah, you see it,
God.
right?
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay, I was like, what?
Yeah, you see it, right?
Paging my whole mind in history of, do I know any Romans by the name of Harukin?
Nope. Nope. I was just
Oh
like,
my God.
everything's green and they have antlers, so I called them the Harukans.
Okay, honestly, understandable.
Yeah, I thought it was a clever one. I thought it was cute.
No, yeah, you get. I'll give you some points for that one. That's pretty good.
Yeah. They don't write anything. So, like, we don't know what they call themselves. We don't know much of anything about their philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
All we have is what historians call, we have archaeological evidence
Mm-hmm.
and material remains and representative evidence.
Yeah.
Is the term. This is like a fun little thing. There's a distinction between representative evidence and literary evidence. Literary evidence sounds really fancy, but that's just any time it's actually written down.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an actual like written record of the thing that happened or of a social belief, that's literary evidence. And the Nomai leave us so freaking much.
Yeah, I see.
It's
That's one of the topics I
insane.
wanted to engage you on. Is
Yeah.
because you like calligraphy and you like writing.
Yeah.
Their writing style is very interesting.
Oh, it's very cool. It's very cool. It accomplishes something that no human writing system actually accomplishes. There is arguably a human writing system that does, very arguably, but I don't think most people tend to think of it that way. But it's got a non-linear continuity
Yeah.
to the writing system, which is super crazy. And yes, that's correct, Verdigris. Like we knew that Pompeii had been destroyed and buried long before we found it, and that's true of a lot of cities.
Yeah.
That's true of a lot of ancient cities. Troy's another one. We know where Troy was. Trojan War Troy. It's been excavated extremely badly.
Yeah.
Uh, it was very poorly executed. But yeah, so the Nomai writing system is done in like spirals.
Mm-hmm.
We never get any direct knowledge of like what the like any individual characters or anything like that. That's not like part of the game puzzle. It's just
Mm-hmm.
you just look at it and you hit a little translator, but you can go like paragraph by paragraph,
Mm-hmm.
or at least like message by message, and so it's kind of actually structured not too dissimilarly from like a Reddit thread.
Yeah, because it's like
Yeah.
threads per person's writing, so everybody's
Yeah.
responding, and you can see what is response to what. So it's also non-linear conversation, which is interesting.
Yeah.
They'll like
Yeah.
double back and like
Yeah, which is something like we do now with the internet. Like I was
Uh-huh.
actually thinking about hypertext. That hypertext, like a wiki, is like a
Mhm.
nonlinear method of
Yeah.
writing. But like in general, writing systems are highly linear.
Mm-hmm.
I emphasize this a lot because, like I said before, I do nonfiction editing, and I really try to emphasize to people like whatever your thought process is, your reader is going to experience it as a linear like series of events. So everything needs to be formatted with that in mind. You need to keep in mind that people cannot read the last paragraph before they read the first paragraph.
Yeah.
Um,
You yeah. Yes.
well, if you speak Japanese for 1 minute,
I know. Do you know Japanese? I know none.
ちょっとできます。ちょっとできます。高校で勉強しました。だけど、とっても下手になってしまいました。それは、私の、日本語でなんというか、limit.
Wow. Wow. I didn't know that about you. I didn't know you could speak some Japanese.
Some Japanese. My reading and writing is better than my speaking at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I've been re-practicing my kanji, and I'm up to a few thousand.
Yay! That's pretty cool.
But I just like practicing and like studying on my own. So it's like I'm not like actually using it to talk to anybody in Japanese. It's not like actually developing in a useful way.
I've been learning Italian for 8 years. I can read and write all like conversationally. Can I speak it? Pretty much not at all.
Well, what led to Italian?
I am Italian.
Okay.
Also, art restoration conservation. So Italy.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
There's actually a funny thing where among my regulars, there's like 4 or 5 Russians.
Oh.
And at least 2 of them are art restorationists because
Really?
the whole like history of iconography over there means
that makes
like,
a lot of sense.
there's
Yeah.
really robust demand for art restoration.
Dang, maybe I should be learning Russian.
Russian, yeah, famously easy Russian.
Famously easy Russian.
They keep tormenting me by trying to get me to do like Russian in Gothic, and it's like the letter form, like they're like, oh, you can just like draw an R backwards. I'm like, I have to hold the pen at a fixed angle. Like these letters forms don't work if I reverse the angle of the pen.
Yeah, no, I don't know how that would go.
You can see some of my experiments, but it's brutal. It's brutal. But yes, so like in the study of history, right, we've got this contrast between like literary and representative evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out that like representative and material evidence is actually really limited. It's very powerful in a lot of ways. So there's like some very, very powerful things that we've learned from this. So one that I find really powerful and interesting is, did the Dark Ages happen?
Oh, see, I lived with a history major, and that was an ongoing discussion always in our house.
It's an ongoing discussion among academic historians.
I was gonna say, I guess the reason is because it's an ongoing discussion everywhere. It was just for us, all the art majors, we were like, huh?
Well, it's actually interestingly the evidence against the Dark Ages, the Bright Ages hypothesis. A lot of the evidence is from the art.
Mm-hmm. That's why we all didn't get it. Oh, why am I over here now?
And like if you're reading like the artistic and literary sources, the Dark Ages look fake.
Mm-hmm.
As a hypothesis. But the evidence that I find really interesting as a compelling one is thigh bones.
Oh.
Like with starting around like 400 CE until like hundreds of years later, thigh bone lengths go down.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
indicators of, I guess, general
yeah,
health and
of health. Yep, yep.
yeah.
Yeah, and like we also have like we can do like stuff with radiocarbon dating, not radiocarbon dating, radioisotopes. We can do radioisotope analysis, which is a cool type of analysis that has very pretty colors and is very destructive and makes the archaeologists very mad. They do
The
not like
chemist
it when
in
they
me
like
loves
it.
it.
I didn't. Oh, I
The
didn't know
chemist
you
in me
did.
hates it.
Yeah, my undergraduate was chemistry. Don't do what I did, kids. Do not do what I did. Do not get like 6 degrees like me. That was stupid.
I second this. I have 4, so not
Yeah.
nearly to that degree, but
I
don't
have
do
4.
that either.
I have 4 also. I was exaggerating, but I have 4. Yeah, I have 4. It was stupid. It was very stupid. Yeah. So yeah, the like you take a pot and yeah, you know this one. You use a atomic emission spectroscopy.
Yeah.
You take a pot and you smash it and then you throw in the atomic emission spectroscoper, which if the smashing it didn't destroy the pot, the atomic emission spectrometer absolutely does.
Yes, it does.
That pot is gone.
Yep. No more.
No more pot.
What do we need that for?
What do we need that for? You know, let's take whatever you have and heat it up to the temperature of the sun and like see what happens. Let's go.
What's the worst that could happen to my 4,000-year-old object? Wait, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Oh, and actually, now that since I have you here, EG, well, it depends. Yeah, Rome would be 2,000, 4,000 for like Bronze Age, for like deep Bronze Age. You know, to get like prehistoric in certain areas of the world would be 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
You might actually particularly enjoy this. What I specialized in when I was doing chemistry and trying to be a chemist was Raman photospectroscopy. You know Raman? Do you know Raman? Raman's a cool one for this one.
I don't. Not for this one. I didn't do a ton of photospectroscopy. I was in organic chem almost exclusively.
Oh, I was the opposite. I was an analytical guy. I like the instruments. I like the tools, the gadgets.
That's fair. I got to take a semester of that, and that was during that was the COVID. So
oh, interesting. Okay,
I didn't get to stand in the same room as any of the machines, and boy did I get board certified by the American Chemical Society somehow, and I never touched any of the stuff they certified me on. That's safe.
Nice.
I'm sure.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. No, I managed to get chemistry jobs while I was still working on my degree, and after I finished my degree, I never worked in the field ever again.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Raman's pretty cool. It's Raman effect is that when you shoot light through something, some of that light goes out at a right angle, and that's Rayleigh scattering, and some of it comes out with the wrong energy. And that's Raman scattering. And that's actually why the sky is blue, is Raman scattering. Not Rayleigh scattering, it's Raman scattering.
Okay.
And how much energy it comes out wrong by is a factor of the material itself. It's a material property that's consistent across different instances of the same type of material. So that means you can shoot it into something and tell qualitatively what you're looking at by what light comes out at a right angle to it. Yes.
Yeah, I've witnessed experiments that are about that, but I've never actually gotten to like partake.
It's a lot of
cursory knowledge.
It's a lot of lasers and fluorescence.
Ooh, lasers.
And a very dark room. Because of the type of people I was in lab with, we made a lot of jokes about how romantic it was.
Oh, we're hanging out in the dark with the lasers. How cute.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So like literary, there's a lot of things you can tell from this kind of evidence, but like from the literary evidence and the you cannot tell certain things, but from the archaeological evidence you can tell different things, and you kind of need to do these sort of, you really always want, I shouldn't say you have to, you are going to use whatever tools you have to study the history of a society. And if you have access to textiles and food reconstructions, you're going to use them. If you have access to literary resources, you're going to use them. And the Nomai leave us just such an embarrassing wealth of sources.
Embarrassing.
It is.
They were chatty.
They were chatty. The part that is like the one that's like a staggering resource to me because it's such a valuable one from a history and perspective and so hard to get a hold of. It was the children's writings.
Oh, yeah, from the one that's in the one cave, right? They're writing
There,
about.
there's ones in the cave and there's also the classroom.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the classroom too. Yeah. There's.
Yeah,
You
which
learn a
is
lot from kids. They are totally
you learn a lot
unfiltered.
from kids. They're totally unfiltered, and particularly like classroom presentations tell you like what a society thinks is basics.
Yeah, you learn people care about too, not necessarily even basics, but like what is cared about by that generation to some degree as well. My
Yes.
students doing presentations on Fortnite.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, what do people care about? What are the things that treated as like fundamental facts?
Hmm.
Right, because like those little kid presentations are about the eye of the universe and the travel from the that the Nomai took. Uh, and it's like, oh, these are like the things that Nomai think are important for younger Nomai to know about like growing up.
Hmm.
Uh, and that's so freaking valuable. And when I first saw that, when I was first playing Outer Wilds, I got chills. I got chills when I saw that. I was like, oh my god, like we so rarely get a hold of it. I'm just gonna take a brief moment to say my single favorite museum artifact I've ever seen
Mm.
is at. They changed the name of the museum because the name was embarrassing, but I only remember the old name for the museum, which is the Oriental Institute in
Oh,
Chicago.
oh yeah.
Uh,
What is that called? Unfortunately, that is also what I know it as. What the heck is that
yeah.
called now? They
Uh,
changed it, but
yeah.
hang on, a quick Google. Let's see.
Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures,
Ah, okay. That's
which is
quite
fair.
a mouthful, but better than what they had prior.
Oh, it's actually even worse. It's Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures, West Asia and North Africa.
At the University of Chicago.
Yeah, very long name. Uh, but yeah, so I knew it as the Oriental Institute because that last time I lived in Chicago, it was still called that.
Yeah.
And they have this. I should get used to the new name. Institute for Study of Ancient
Do
Cultures.
they have an
Study of Ancient Cultures.
acronym? Do they call it like
ISAC.
the ISA or something, maybe?
ISAC. Yeah.
ISAC? There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. ISAC. They have this one artifact that's just incredible. There's this part where it's in they're doing this ancient Sumeria is the sector of the museum that they have this in. They've got this ancient Sumerian part, and there's some practice tablets, right? Like you've probably seen like what an ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablet looks like, where it's this like big tablet, right? It's this like big slab of clay that has like extremely tight, incomprehensibly tight writing on it. It just looks like nothing. It just looks like it just looks like a meat tenderizer, like
Uh-huh.
because it's so tightly packed.
Gotta get your
And then
work
they
out of
have
it.
yeah, you gotta get your work out of it. But they had these clay practice tablets for students, which are roughly palm size. Because the way that you would practice when you were learning was you just had the clay in your hand and you would just inscribe on the clay. You know, you just carve into the clay, and then it's wet clay. You know, you just rub it together, and then you just have a fresh practice sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they would practice. And some of these, got abandoned and dried in the Iraqi sun, and preserved for thousands of years. And we still have some of those. And so the two that I love, so like we've got a couple that are just like people practicing like figures and names and stuff. The two that I love are one has a math error in it. It's just
We've always made
wonderful.
mistakes, yeah.
Yeah. And the other one that I love is just some doodles.
Mm-hmm.
Like this kid got bored during class.
Oh, there's an example of that. Oh man, there's like I think it's a manuscript. There's a student who's practicing transferring manuscripts, and same
Yeah.
deal. He just got bored and started doodling all over the edges of it, and then it gets gilded over, and we can see it
Nice.
with I forget what it's called, but like I think it's the infrared that they're
Oh,
using
okay,
now
yeah,
on
yes.
paper. And you can just
Yeah,
see
yeah.
all these like doodles, and he's like written in the margins about how he hates his professor.
Oh my
And the
goodness,
person in
that's so
charge, I'm
beautiful.
like, that's so silly. I love that that's
Uh,
still in the final version.
we've got a bunch of like medieval manuscripts where like in the margins you'll see stuff like ale kill was my favorite one. What do you think ale kill means? in Middle English?
I'm going to make a guess based on my knowledge of some of those that it's about my man's got a hangover. There's a lot of
Yes,
notes.
exactly.
Yep. Yep.
You got it. Hole in one. Hole in one. Ale kill is a Middle English way of saying that you've got a hangover, which I love. I love it. I love it. Ale kill.
We should bring that back. Honestly, that's a much cooler way of saying that you've got a hangover. Saying you've got a hangover sounds like, oh no, pitiful. I got killed by the ale. I got ale killed.
Yeah, yeah, it's
totally massacred by the ale.
It rules. It rules. I love it. I love it. Yeah, like we had this absolute embarrassment of wealth of resources from the Nomai, but one of the things that we have very little of from the Nomai is we have very little representative.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
oops! I
where'd
died.
you go? Oh
died.
no, Amanda's come back. Where have you gone?
Am I back? I don't see myself back yet.
Nope.
Nope.
Interesting. Let's see. What happened? Oh, disconnected. Disconnected.
Oh, where'd you disconnect?
Hang on, I may have to rejoin you.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I forgot you're hosting it.
Yeah, well, and it's like the hosting stopped on my end. It just like the session just died for arbitrarily and didn't tell me.
And it won't let me rejoin. No.
Oh.
Almontas is in my brain. Help.
Chat, one of the silliest little pieces of background is that where are you? There you are.
There we go. I think I got
it. Okay, actually I think I that's an interesting problem. Are you in now?
I joined back in, but you're not here.
Okay, let me
I can hear the voices, they're in the void. That's true, Hoshi. Hoshi, how did you know to make that reference? I thought you didn't know the game.
What?
Hail kill, not
show the
display
screen during
kill.
collab. I can see you in the collab.
Oh,
well, not
wait,
you.
You're back. You're here.
There we go. Okay,
Found you.
Excellent.
Yay. Okay, there we go. We're good.
There we go.
Ale
I'm back.
kill, not Almontas kill. Correct.
Not Al kill. But yeah, it's so like this is one of those things that happens, right, with a lot of history, is like, what sources do you actually have access to? Because again, like talking about that Dark Ages thing, right? There's different types of evidence that will produce different conclusions about the question of the Dark Age and what it means. And in particular, there's a division where medievalists in general fucking hate the term. They despise the term. And I don't blame them, because the original use of the term was for a period of less than 100 years. During the 9th century. It was like specifically like 10th century papal history. Like, it's called a Dark Age because like sources drop off between the 9th and 10th centuries. Like 8th and 9th centuries, there's a lot more sources than the 10th century. And so like this 100-year period of Catholic Church history is the Dark Age, the original Dark Age. But then this gets metastasized and expanded.
My favorite, specific terminology being used for everything.
Yeah. Oh, man, I can go. If you want me to talk for just like hours about like academic terms that I hate how they get used in the public, I've got a list.
Oh man, I will give you just one, which is my art teacher one, which is the difference between contemporary and modern. And I feel so bad because I have to bonk the roommates every once in a while. We'll talk about art stuff, and I'm like, this is not modern fashion. This is contemporary fashion. This is not modern art. This is contemporary art. Modern refers to a very specific time period.
Okay, I'm actually curious. What does modern mean for you?
So in art, the modern period, at least in art, modern is post-war, like World War I. And that is because everyone is having crazy, we're all falling apart, the world is ending, I hate machines, industrialization has doomed us all. We've totally lost hope for society, and we want to return to simpler times. We want to return to things that don't feel so structured and so, monotonous and machined. So that's why we get Dadaism and we get Surrealism and stuff like that.
Right.
I'm sure it'll be slightly different in history, but...
Oh my goodness. The usual dividing line is 1492.
Now he's on my face. No,
Yeah.
in art, it's literally just a like 30-year period in art, I believe. I mean, if we're talking about modern as like a concept in history, yes, but like modern art is only
Oh,
that
yeah.
era. There's
No,
specific other names for those ones.
it's such a messy term. It's such a messy term, and like I people ask this question all the time. Like what is the modern era? When does it begin? And like the thing I tell people, I got a very upvoted answer on Ask Historians over this one a few weeks
Let's
ago.
go.
Is it depends on what your story is.
Yeah, I guess
It
context.
depends on what your story is. Like I like 1492 because colonialism is a major topic to me. And it's just really, really hard to think of a more compelling event than Columbus sailing the ocean blue.
Okay.
Like, it's just very hard to come up with a more compelling event. But like, there's a fairly reasonable argument for using like the printing press or the Protestant Reformation. If you're writing an English history, you might use the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485. Like the Paradox Games uses 1444 as their division. Because for Paradox Games, their division, what they think the modern era is about, the gameplay that they make their video game about is the contest between the Ottomans and Europe, between the Ottoman Empire and Christendom, and the Battle of Varna in 1444 is a big event in that, so they start with that as the dividing line. They used to start with 1453, but then enough people wanted to play as the Byzantines that they moved it earlier so you could play as the Byzantines for 7 years before you get flattened.
Okay, but they were cool at least.
I mean, sure. It's just 1444 is a little bit super late for that one to turn the tide on that one.
You know, that's fair.
Yeah. And we're very much meandering on the topic of history. I was kind of using the starting point of Outer Wilds as like talking about sources, and like source bases and what we can learn from the past. And again, like what source bases you have are going to change what kind of stories you tell. And I was thinking about this so much in Echoes of the Eye, because in Echoes of the Eye you don't have any written sources. You have no written sources. So there's a very important thing that we can learn from the Nomai writings that we cannot say with any confidence at all about the strangers, about the Harukans. There's a specific word that gets used in the Nomai writings. I'm not going to try to make you guess it because it would take you forever. It's the word. The word sister.
Okay, yep, nope, wouldn't have guessed that one.
Yeah. But the word sister is a very telling word.
Okay.
Because the word sister tells you that this is a culture that even has the concept of siblings, which is not something that you can actually take for granted.
Yeah. Huh.
We don't know this about the people on The Stranger.
That's true.
In fact, one of those things that I found kind of interesting in general in Outer Wilds is that we know the species that we know the most about their reproductive and sexual cycle is the anglerfish.
Yeah, that's true. We see their young. We see I think their entire like life cycle. Yeah.
We don't see that for anybody else. We have tacit evidence that everybody else has children that go like we have tacit evidence for that. The evidence is much weaker for The Stranger, for the people from The Stranger. We do not actually have evidence that anybody dies of old age.
That's true.
Which is interesting. Like, it was like an interesting thing. I was like, there's strong implications in the case of the Nomai. There is no written evidence anywhere, or spoken evidence. There's no actual evidence that Harthians die of old age.
I was saying, because I think the only records we have is of them getting wrecked in space or just never being heard from again, and that's it.
That's it. And there's a reference. There's a a representative reference of what looks like a Harukan dying of old age, but we don't actually know that.
Yeah, we don't know why they're dying. They're dying, and then everyone's really upset about it, and they're mourning. So I think that's how we know they're dead. I think.
There's
We also
one
see
that we can be pretty confident about how they died. There's one specific one we can be pretty confident about because there's that test chamber.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the speed run technique, the the fast entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fast entrance into the other world. Um, is through a hole in their ship, and it looks like one of the what's the word that people like to use? Evacuated.
That's a good word for it. I agree. Yeah.
Ventilated is another one.
Yeah. They got vented.
They got vented. Yeah, they got
Put it in
vented.
terms for the youngins.
Yeah. They got voted off. Not on purpose. Not remotely voted off. There was it was clearly an industrial accident.
Yeah, they did not want that. They did not want that to happen.
Yeah. But like, but it's like unclear. Like we know that all of them are dead. We see their bodies, which is a really fascinating thing. Like I made a little slideshow for this, and one of the moments in Echoes of the Eye where I got my breath taken away was we see a portrait of one of them. Super early. When you go to the river lowlands, you can see a portrait. And like I will use the restroom, but then I think it might be time for me to show up the slideshow. Apologies, old man moment here.
You're good.
I will be back in
Take care of yourself.
I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, sounds good. I'll get your PowerPoint ready in the meantime. Did you all think you were going to learn so much about history and also randomly or chemistry and then also miscellaneously also typography? That's what happens when you put people who are academics together. We have a little bit of overlap, but let me catch up because I haven't got to catch up and say hi. Good break from art finals? Yeah, this is like getting to listen to a podcast. I'm kind of getting to listen to a podcast. I will say Almontas knows way more about all these subjects than I do, which is why I love doing these things because I get to learn. I loved Outer Wilds. My understanding of Outer Wilds is very much, fun game, yippee! I love the history of it. I do like the art in it. I don't understand that much more of it. I understand the science in it also, maybe more, but it's so cool. It is just so cool. Just a turn, so just missed it. That's okay, Selma. Also, I liked your pun earlier. I've been reacting to you guys in the chat, if I can. But yeah, we're having a chill Friday. Also, Witchsteria, hi. Amber, hello. Nyla's best friend, hello. Flare Nerd, also hello. I didn't get to say hi to you guys. And also, I guess I'll catch up on Metal. Yeah, thank you for following because Almontas spoke in Japanese for you. I appreciate it. Peppermint Tea, thank you for following. Accelerator, thank you for following. Oh, also, Donathon is currently paused because the timer clock got all screwed up. But I saw somebody participated in it and I think got the final goal for it earlier while I wasn't live or while we weren't like on the screen yet. I don't know what that was, but thank you. I don't know what happened with it, but I gotta figure out the Donathon counter. It's the numbers are wildly wrong and not counting things. Oh, Almontas has returned to us.
I have returned. Yes. And yes, so for people who don't recognize what's going on with Squiiji's art, she is drawing me as a nomai.
Yeah. Also, they them reminder.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm usually better on that one. My bad.
You're good.
But yes.
But yes, I am drawing Almontas as a nomai. I almost drew Almontas as an amphibian because I forgot. I was like, for some reason I forgot that they don't have any like hair or facial hair.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wait, what is Almontas' character if not facial hair? We need this.
I know, right?
This is so important.
I love these beards. I love these beards. But yeah, so it's oh yeah, I do need to play Paradise Killer. So yeah, we're resizing a little bit. So I just kind of wanted to show off some of the art from Outer Wilds and compare it to some like IRL art and like some of the history of those art pieces. Scooch it a little, or scooch me down.
I'm gonna scooch you down for some reason.
Yeah.
It is locking the interface. I will just go like this.
Oh, no.
In OBS. There we go. Okay. VTube Studio is not my friend in here. I'll move my little voice.
VTS gives me a lot of trouble. VTS
full
gives
of grief.
a lot of problem.
There we go. Is that good?
I think that should be all right. We can revisit later. So I'm just going to start with one of the abstract pieces of art that I thought was like an interesting symbolism. So a thing that the Nomai and the Harukans are obsessed with is this thing called the Eye of the Universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's this location that the Nomai write about what it is. The Nomai say that it is a thing that is older than the universe itself.
Mm-hmm.
That is what they understand about it. They don't understand anything else about it. They know that it's located somewhere in space, and that is older than the universe, and they used to have the signal to it, and they lost the signal to it.
On a checklist of things to know, that's not great to go off of. We know it exists.
Yeah.
Good evidence. Rene Descartes, you do exist. That's good to know. But you know, they really got obsessed with something that they had so little about. They really love a mystery, which is
they do love a mystery. I honestly found the Nomai extremely endearing because they're a culture built deeply around curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Is like such like a driving force in their culture. It's I found them very endearing for this reason.
Yeah. I admire them for their efforts, despite how they may or may not have gone.
I mean, we know that at least two of them are even by Nomai standards obnoxiously over adventurous.
Yes.
Like the two cannoneers. Those two I found really funny. But yes, so one of the things I found kind of interesting is that the Nomai and actually the Harukans, they both agree on exactly what the eye should look like, which I thought was a little bit of a... I found that a little bit difficult to believe. That the Harukans draw the exact...
notes, maybe. How did they... I guess there's no record of them having contact, but...
No, absolutely not. I think the Harukans did their... went into deep sleep before the Nomai showed up.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so I've put it next to how the Egyptians drew the sun. This is not the only way, but this is one of the ways they drew the sun, the Aten symbol. And so what I think is kind of interesting about this is the use of rays to tell you that like this is the center of the universe, as opposed to how they draw the sun, which doesn't have nearly as many like spiky rays coming off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this ties in honestly even how we tend to conceptualize the universe, where when we draw the Milky Way galaxy, our center of our universe, as we often think of it, even though physicists don't put the Milky Way at the center.
Yeah.
First of all, side note, the picture you see of the Milky Way that's actually a picture of another galaxy. But
that is one of my favorite and least favorite things to know. That and the fact that if you ever see somebody with a tattoo that is supposedly a wolf skull, it's usually not. It's usually a raccoon.
That's so good. I love that. That's so cute. So cute.
I love the evils of we just for some reason are like, yep, that's what that is now. It's kind of funny.
It's great. Another one is the bald eagle cry. Is a red falcon cry.
Red tail. Yeah.
Red tail hawk. You're right.
Not
red falcon. Red tail hawk. Yeah. It's super cute. Yeah, because bald eagles don't sound like that. They are.
No, bald eagles sound a little pathetic in comparison.
Yeah, they do. They really do. So this is on the more abstract side. Hoshi, I'm going to be comparing art from Outer Wilds to ancient artifacts.
Yeah.
And so this is the least interesting one. I just wanted to start with the least interesting one. So the Nomai. So we've got statuary.
Oh yeah, here I should relocate you. Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll pull you over here. You can hang out with me, and I'll move my captions,
excellent.
And that should work.
Excellent. Yeah, that's perfect. Actually, that's perfect. That's perfect. It's okay. The captions are covering up my mouth. I need to work on the mouth rigging. Anyway.
No, it's fine. I gotta get captions for Discord calls also, because the fact that I have captions you don't makes me a little sad.
I've had that problem as well. If you figure out a good solution to it, I have not figured out a good solution.
I also haven't. I tried 3 things and none of them worked. So.
Yeah, I've tried a couple things and they didn't work.
I'll let you know.
But yeah, so here's a Nomai statue, and this will become more apparent as we go through more of the Nomai art. The Nomai don't usually represent themselves very realistically.
No.
It's very highly stylized,
Mhm.
and they tend to actually most of the art we see them in, their faces are covered.
Yeah, me trying to find a reference for drawing you as one of them, because I was like, it's still not gonna look like you if I put the mask on. I was like, wait, there's actually so few examples of their faces.
Yep.
There's like one side view, and then you can look at the ones that are super exaggerated. Boy, they like to
Yeah.
elongate their necks for the
Oh my goodness, they
for the
love those
bust.
long necks. They're into that. They're into that.
But that's a
And
classic
here's
like art historical thing. People love a long
yeah,
neck.
they love a long neck.
On a
They love a
statue.
long neck. I absolutely Hoshi. I made a whole PowerPoint for this. Uh, I make a lot of PowerPoints. um, um,
Professors.
yeah, thank you, thank you. I try. And so this is also just like a little. This is something that I'm sure that that EG is perfectly familiar with. This is a medieval bust.
Mhm.
This is from 1381. This is deep in the Middle Ages.
Mhm.
People often say, why did medieval people forget how to make realistic portraits of people? They didn't.
They did not.
They made a stylistic choice to
Yeah.
represent people in exaggerated fashions.
Mhm.
I will confess, I think that it is possible that part of the reason why tapestries tend to look pretty whack is the medium is very restrictive. I could believe that.
There were some changes in technology that not everybody got on board with very quickly, and they didn't figure it out super fast. It made it faster, but
Yeah.
it didn't make it better.
Yeah, but they did not forget how to make accurate-looking portraiture.
Yeah, no.
They chose not to make accurate-looking portraiture. And if you're wondering, why would somebody choose to make inaccurate-looking portraiture, you are talking to two VTubers right now.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I do have a chip on my shoulder about this
What,
one.
you mean I don't look like this? You mean my eyes are the size of tennis balls? I can't believe you're breaking this news to me today. I don't know how to take this on a Friday.
Yeah, binary star, exactly. It's. I think that the medium just fights you when you're working on textiles.
Yeah.
I think the medium's just not very permissive of that.
Mm-hmm.
But like they were making a stylistic choice, and if you read the art more continuously, a lot of people compare like a 2nd century BC Roman sculpture to a like 13th century English tapestry, and it's like
Why?
over 1,000 years, different media, different norms. What are you doing?
Yeah, not useful comparisons being made here.
Yeah. Whereas if you look at busts going continuously over the period, there is actually like a trend towards cartoonish busts in the late Roman era. So
they unlocked the power of the drill and they said, we're not looking back now.
Exactly.
We can add deep pockets to everything, and so we will.
Absolutely. But now we're going to get into some of the images. This is what the Nomai normally represent themselves as looking like. And I was so unsatisfied with all the pictures I could find online, and this is still not a very good picture, but I did boot up the game and speed run the Quantum Trial to get this picture.
Oh, wait, hang on. I might have a clearer one of it that I was using as a reference for you. Hang on.
Okay, excellent. I can just
copy paste it in here.
Please do. But yes, the this is the way the Nomai usually represent themselves. Is they represent themselves inside their spacesuits.
Mm-hmm.
They represent themselves inside their spacesuits, and this picture's so grainy and miserable to look at after being going through like 4 programs. It's not helping.
I have one of them not the one giving the example you're giving. Hang on, where I had one.
I do have another one that might be the one that you're thinking of.
Oh,
is it this one?
Oh yeah, that's the one I have open right now. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a much clearer one, a much better quality picture. But one of those things that's a little bit interesting I find about this one is these people are basically just mirror images of the same drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no real attempt to draw distinguishing characteristics between them. And they don't give a crap about scale. And I grabbed this image of Akhenaten and Nefertiti because one of the things that I always find striking about looking at Egyptian art is that Egyptian art is very concerned with looking like Egyptian art, with being internally self-referential.
Yep.
Humans in ancient Egyptian art always have the same proportions.
Mm-hmm.
It's only at most gender Like that's the most you'll ever get is like gender
Mm-hmm.
differences. If there are other proportional differences, you can actually see them in this one where we've got an emperor and a king and his queen,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and they're just drawn at like enormous proportions relative to everybody else.
Yeah. They're doing
They're just
hierarchy and
giant.
scale, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing hierarchy and scale. Exactly. Yes. And his daughters. Thank you, Selma. Yeah, I thought that's what that was. But it's like they don't even attempt to make people look like they're individuals. Um, if you find the right Egyptian art, you'll sometimes see like ethnic markers.
Yeah.
And if you've looked at enough, you'll be able to tell like this person's Assyrian, this person's a Nubian, this
Mm-hmm.
person's a Kushite or an Axumite. Um, but you won't ever really be able to tell individuals unless they have a nameplate next to them, a cartouche, as they
Mm-hmm.
call it. Uh, we can tell more about who you're talking about in ancient Egyptian art if they just like scribble a name hastily than like actually drawing the person. It's very much concerned with preserving this tradition and
Mm-hmm.
repeating these same motifs. And the people are supposed to be idealized
Yes.
and very cartoonified. And this is something the Nomai do as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so more abstracted portraiture. And I'm comparing it to this drawing from the I cannot pronounce what I don't even know which language this is.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I
you're
don't have
good.
enough
I'm
European.
going to make a guess and say that that might be French,
Yeah,
based on the evils that
Meyer.
were entering that area, but maybe not. It could also be Spanish.
Oh, I mean Meyer hints us towards a Germanic
Yeah,
language.
that J and Y makes me feel
Yeah,
otherwise, but a good.
yeah, exactly. It's really confusing. And like Germanic languages never use those accent marks. Dreadful.
Intriguing. I wish we had a name for it that was also maybe the
I
Aztec
could look
name
up where
for
it's
it, but
from.
yeah, that's
Well, for some
interesting.
reason, Aztec codex are named after where they got stored, which is not great.
Yeah, not
Which is
helpful at
not
all.
not. Sometimes we know the provenance of them going back further. Like one of the ones I spent time with, we know is Tlatelolco. But yeah, I'm going to it. It's named after Joseph Meyer and Gabor Fejervari, which, as I'm seeing it, Gabor Fejervari feels very Eastern European to me.
Fun fact is a genus of frogs. That's great.
Hell yeah!
I wonder if they also were involved in that somewhere.
Mhm. I wonder too.
Put your fingers into.
They're at the
frogs.
World Museum in Liverpool.
Oh, okay.
Great. It's named after. I'm gonna click on the Gabor Fejervari. That is a mustache. That is a mustache and a
Oh.
hat. He's from Pest. Okay, he's from Pest.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah,
Hungarian collector Joseph Mayer, English antiquarian. Oh, Selma's got some deets on this too, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so
Wow,
sure.
Selma, thank you.
Wow.
That is but yeah, so this one really struck me because this is like looking at the way the Nomai like use colors. These big flat panels of colors with like, this contrast between like dull reds and relatively dull greens.
Mm-hmm.
It made me think of Aztec art.
Yeah, I had a lot
this
of
was the
thoughts
best.
about. I was like, pigmentation.
Yeah.
Ooh, invert line
Yeah.
art. Interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, and like even the pose is similar on this one. I felt really fortunate that Wikimedia had like a really good upload of this image because I was like looking through the Aztec, their Aztec images. And I was like, I know I've seen this color palette before. I know I've seen this
Yeah.
posing before. But like they were like a lot of them were black and white, and a lot of them were like really like scrubbed out and low resolution. This one, beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's just
And
a
it's
nice
also
digitization of it.
really good. It's really good. Aztec art's beautiful and lovely. I love it.
Yeah.
Often very gruesome, but
Yes.
yeah. And also, this is just kind of a fun little side. We can see how they draw the sun on the left versus the eye.
Mm-hmm.
They are clearly prioritizing the eye as a thing that they are pulling towards and drawn towards and guided towards
Yeah, level
over
of
the
detail.
sun. The sun is not their center. Yeah,
Importance.
it's a beautiful little detail. But yeah, like you, this is a level of detail on this Nomai. This is, I think, literally only drawing of a Nomai in the entire game without a mask on.
Oh, it might be.
Yeah.
I believe you're right.
Yeah.
I'm drawing you based on that and based on making you not have a long wait, because there's a oh wait, no, I'm drawing you based on there's a guy. We see his face.
We see Solanum's face? I thought Solanum we only saw with the mask on.
I think we see his face. I
Her,
found
by the way.
oh, maybe we didn't see his face. Maybe I've just found a model ripped from the game.
Oh yeah, maybe it's some data mining. Okay,
That
okay.
might
I was
be
like,
what it is.
I'm pretty sure we only see her with the mask on. I love Solanum. That's God. I love her. Another breathtaking moment is meeting Solanum. But yeah, like the more realistic thing you have is the statuary.
Yeah.
The statues give you like a much better like image of what these people looked like. They were not caring about preserving that.
Mm-hmm.
And on less abstracted portraiture, we have these kind of family poses, and these are the people on the stranger. These are the inhabitants of the stranger, and this is what these images reminded me of was like 19th century family portraiture.
They're very. I think they are almost definitely referencing tintype specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Glad I've got you around to remember these terms. But yeah,
my partner
like
teaches photography. That's the only reason I know that one.
Oh, okay. And I think I'm not gonna stick my head up my ass on this one. I was like, is this a daguerreotype? I'm not actually good enough at telling.
No, well, tintype and daguerreotype are different fellows. They're different kinds.
No,
yeah.
I'm looking at the right one. I'm literally just going off of what I remembered when I clicked on the Wikimedia link. I think it's a daguerrotype, but I don't actually know enough about the techniques to like.
It very well could be either of them. Both of them are likely to have a little bit of fuzziness, which is what I see in there. The fact that their eyes are so overexposed is crazy. Because these are definitely like photographic techniques, but the framing is what makes me think it might be a tintype, because they love a shaped frame.
They do love a shaped frame for those tintypes. That's true. But yeah, like this like grim posing.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those things that's like it's an interesting part, right? Of you've probably looked at a fair number of 19th century photos, just because like you're American and like American history museums love to have them around.
Oh yeah, they do.
They really do love them. And one of those things that's like a striking thing is that like the facial expressions we see on this Japanese family are pretty normal for this type of photography. And usually the logic is that you get told that I was growing up on was that the exposure times were like 10 minutes.
Yeah, sometimes, yes.
Which is brutal. Which is a brutal exposure time. To clarify for the audience, in case I'm talking a little bit fast here, that means you have to hold your position steady for 10 to 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. That's why you
while
get
the photo develops in front of you.
Also, yeah.
Yeah.
You're moving, and it's kind of picking it up a little bit that you've moved a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any movement you do is going to blur the photo. So you have to hold it steady, and so a neutral expression helps with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that we've all have memories of taking a bunch of family photos or prom photos and our cheeks and lips physically hurting from holding the smile that we're supposed to do as the proper smile for these kind of things.
You don't look like you're smiling anymore. You look like you're grimacing.
yeah, like active pain. And so we do, though, have 19th century photos of people who clearly look very happy, often playing with babies.
Yeah.
That said, a kind of grim note on the photo in the middle, where they're holding the baby.
Mm-hmm.
That baby doesn't look very energetic.
No, it's much clearer in its rendering.
Mm-hmm. Well, it also looks. I'm walking around the word dead.
Yeah, you can say that word. That's okay. Death portraits are classic.
Yep.
That's a classic.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the postmortem portraits. This is I love this.
Yeah.
I love this. I love talking to somebody who's like, knows where I'm going. Like, yeah, this looks like a postmortem portrait to me. This looks like a death portrait to me, because that's like one of those things that we find very morbid, and frankly, they are. Like bluntly, like at a very blunt use of the word morbid, it is. But it's also a very understandable instinct for families that if you had a child die, they would often take a family portrait with the very recently deceased child because you want to remember them. Yeah. Right? Like it's not like people didn't care about their kids. Like, And so this is interesting, but another part of this that I find interesting, I've emphasized this with this question mark. We don't have any literary evidence
Mm-hmm.
from the Harukans, from the stranger. We don't know that these are families.
Yeah, I guess we are just assuming that, huh?
Yeah, there are photos of me looking like any of a number of these people in here. I don't have any children. I have like
Fair.
a dozen nieces and nephews.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked with children as a teacher.
That's true.
And so there are definitely photos of me as a teacher, like holding a little kid, because that was a thing I did for a while,
That's
and
just what you do sometimes.
yeah, I had no relationship to that child other than like the professional one, and so and we have no evidence of how these people reproduce at all. Very strangely, this is actually a very strange contrast between the stranger and the nomai. We have a lot of remains of people from the stranger.
We do.
We have a lot of corpses of them.
Yeah.
They are all adults.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
That is weird.
That's weird.
You know, I didn't think about that. That is weird. What? Clearly, there may have been children who passed on, given these photos. Where are they?
Yeah. Did they not take them into the simulation with them?
You know, I mean, I guess since they were doing things like blasting holes in the wall, they may have considered it not to be safe. I don't know. That is interesting, though.
Yeah, I don't have an answer, and we probably never will, right? Like it's
not
just
likely,
strange. It's just strange. We just had this hole in our knowledge where it's like, what is the life cycle of these creatures? Like something that feels like a very basic thing to know about a culture.
You know, you say we're talking about these things, and I feel like most people who played the game have not considered this or are concerned about it, and we're like, please, I need to know about their life cycle.
I know.
Where are the children?
Where are the children? Do they hatch from eggs?
Good question.
How many parents do they have?
That's true. Yeah, I was gonna say, based on some of these images, it almost seems, I don't know, because this could just be a friendship hanging out. How do we know that they're adults when they're full size either? How do we know that height is even something that is based in age? How do they grow?
That's true.
We know nothing about
it. I mean, that's actually like that's one of those things that actually, I guess I did say like all of them are adults, all the corpses we find. What we know is actually all the corpses we find are the same height.
Yeah. Do we know that that's
Which
adults,
is weird.
Or do they have different, what do you call them, phenotypes? Where
some of them
are taller or have more antlers or, you know, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, very dark possibility. There's ethnic groups.
True also, yeah. Oh.
And only one ethnic group was the ones who got to go in.
That would be very dark possibility, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That opens some doors that are concerning to think about, maybe.
Yeah. That's a high tier on the dark interpretations of what was going on there.
Yeah.
And like we don't know. Like this short one on the left side could just be a halfling.
It could be.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what do we know? And this is one of those things that happen, this is unlikely to in general happen with humans. Because like we know enough about the human life cycle. Like if we see human remains, and we can do like genetic testing and stuff, so we can like figure out blood relationships.
Man, I wish they gave us carbon dating in Outer Wilds.
Yeah. The only thing we know is really old.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Like the sequel to Outer Wilds, where instead of having a translator, you have a carbon dater.
Oh, that would be wild. Need to piece a timeline together. That seems like it could be an interesting thread.
I think that'd be super cool. But yeah, it's I thought this was really interesting to see this as these are intended to be portraits, and I'm assuming that the developers of the game were not as abstract-minded as I am.
Maybe not as concerned with it as we are.
Yeah, well, I'm pulling at threads that I'm assuming that they did not pull at themselves, because it's a weird thread to pull at, right?
Maybe, but I mean, clearly they thought of some things with it.
They did.
You can look at their site. They have like walkthroughs of how, I don't know how deep you've looked into their dev. But some of their artists have documented how they built the HUD, how they built all kinds of things, all the references they used.
Hell yeah!
It's interesting to take a look through there, because I'd be interested. They did a lot of things intentionally that are very interesting. So they may, I don't know.
I'm assuming this is intentionally supposed to look like a family, and we're supposed to assume that it's like a nuclear family on like American style lines.
You want me to believe that these fellows are hanging out in space with nuclear families? That's crazy.
I know, right? Especially because like the only beds we see are in communal housing.
I know. Come on.
like we don't see individual housing for the society. but we don't see a kitchen for them also.
That's true. We don't see a kitchen. Do we see a kitchen for the Nomai either? I don't think we do for them either.
It's possible. I think it's possible we don't. I think we might only see, like, we do see Harthian cooking.
Yes, we do. Oh, we definitely do.
We know what the Harthians eat. We know how they eat and how they cook.
We love a burnt marshmallow.
Yeah, we love a burnt marshmallow. But yeah, we don't know about how the Nomai eat. We know how they sleep, which is on like the most uncomfortable looking beds on I've ever seen. It's like, how did you evolve to sleep like this?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you found natural rock formations that look like this on the regular.
No.
And these guys sleep basically standing up.
Yeah. How that's
Pretty
gotta be interesting on the limbs. What are you made out of?
horses, I guess.
True. Maybe a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. But I also found this family posing kind of interesting for going into a very important Roman artifact, the Severintando. This is Emperor Severus, who I believe is a character in the new Gladiator movie.
Oh, is he really?
Is bad. Yeah, I think that's who Denzel's playing. Is Emperor Severus?
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
And so like this kind of family portraiture is not
on,
like.
I need to pause you for 1 second. We've been raided.
Oh yes. Let's say hello to the raiders. Say hello to the raiders.
Hi raiders. I'm Squiiji. This is Almantas. We are yapping about history because we are both of the professorly experience, but I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. Almantas, you are a. What do you identify as now?
I am a former sociology professor. I'd say professor, current VTuber. I also do nonfiction. I also do some nonfiction editing.
There we go.
Oh, and I know Entomolo. Hi, Entomolo Moth.
Hi, Entomolo.
Entomolo Moth is an entomologist, an amateur entomologist.
Hey, we got all the
their own type of
here
turbo nerds. Their own type of turbo nerd. Yes, welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome. How was your stream?
Yes.
I hope it was well.
Yeah. The Severintando, like this kind of tells us this type of portraiture, this way of like arranging families is quite old in the Western tradition. Is quite old. It doesn't really tell us like anything particularly special because sometimes people revive old art styles because they think the Roman era is cool.
Neoclassic.
Yeah, we got the whole neoclassical thing. But however, the Severintando is also a nice little segue into talking about another piece of art from the stranger.
Oh yeah, defaced prisoner. I like that you titled this.
Of course. I don't want to lose people.
Yeah.
So the big spoilers for Outer Wilds, the kind of big plot of Echoes of the Eye, is that there is one identifiable member of the stranger, which is the prisoner, and he is identifiable. They are identifiable, I guess. We have no idea what their genders are. We have no clue.
True.
We have, at the very least, for the Nomai, we know that they use he, she, and they pronouns for different people.
Yeah.
And the Harthians as well.
Or do we know that? Or do we just know that our translator is making it be that way?
Oh, that's actually a good point. That's actually a really good point. We don't know for the Nomai. For the Harthians, we definitely know.
Yes, that's true.
Because Feldspar's they, I think Rybek's she, is Gabbro they or... I can't remember Gabbro.
I don't remember actually at all what any of their pronouns were. They're aliens. My brain defaulted to they for all of them in true...
That's fair. In true, if
we're gonna get non-binary representation, it's usually gonna be an alien.
Fair.
Or robot.
I'm used to the robot being the invocation.
That's also true.
Yeah, the robots and the robots and the aliens. But yeah, we have no idea what the gender situation is going on with the stranger. Like no clue. And in case anybody's wondering, like, oh, but like species generally have two sexes, there's a species of fungi that has 27,000.
That is an integral part of my master's dissertation.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Yes. Also, birds do not have gender and or sex the way that we do as humans either in any way, shape, or form.
They do not have the XY chromosomal set. Yeah, they just don't.
It's very different. And then bugs also do weird things too.
Yes, of course,
Like
absolutely. Bugs are gonna do
bees.
things.
Um,
Birds aren't even that far from us. Birds are pretty close to us on the scale of things.
yes, that's true.
When
Fun
we're
fact.
getting into bugs and fungi, birds
Hey,
are pretty close. They're like right next door.
I love that you had the mushroom fact on at the ready. I've never met
Yeah,
anyone else who
yeah.
knew the mushroom fact at the ready.
Just gotta just I was really excited for this one, Squeegee. I was
Yay!
really excited for this
I say I
collab.
need to just talk to you more in general. Is what I've determined here. I'm like, we have so many threads that I'm like, oh, we should talk about this one. Like, that's not Outer Wilds related at all.
Yeah, no, it's this rule. I'm having such. I'm sorry, I'm just having such a good time. I cannot pretend to not be having
This is
such
great.
a good
I
time.
get to have like I'm almost listening to a podcast, but I'm like in the podcast at some point. Somehow it's very interesting, and I get to draw. This is like the best. This is one of my favorite games. I'm living.
Yeah, we are thriving here. And yeah, Verdigris. Anne Leckie wrote a really interesting trilogy. Have you heard about this one?
Hmm.
Anne Leckie did a sci-fi
Oh,
trilogy about colonialism.
I've heard of it, but I have not gotten to like really like look into it. But I have heard about it. I think it's on my list. I'm so sorry. I'm
A
T-posing.
thing that I thought was really, really interesting in it is that the dominant colonial overlord society uses she/her for everybody.
Yes.
And one of the societies that they overlord over has binary gender.
Mm-hmm.
And the characters from the primary culture that we mostly encounter express disgust and confusion that having different genitals would cause you to use different pronouns for somebody.
You know,
Uh,
understandable.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting thing to. It's one of those things. I was talking with Lady Saffron about this, which is
Yeah.
if you're going to do stuff with gender in your like non-utopian fantasy sci-fi fiction, people should be like weird and discriminatory on new and weird discriminatory.
Yeah,
ways.
you can make gender evil. You're allowed. I give you
Yeah.
permission personally.
Yeah, yeah. Like this is not like the people in this society are not good people. I shouldn't say the people. The society is not a good society. It is they are colonial overlords who think that because they wear the right type of clothing and drink the right type of drinks that genocide is okay. They're not. It's not like a
You
good
mean that's not
society.
how it works? No.
Yeah, it feels so British. I studied so much Victorian text. It felt so true to the way the Victorians talked.
So yeah.
But yeah, the A plot of Echoes of the Eye is about this one person who is like the only real identifiable person. So that's actually like a really striking contrast between studying the Nomai and studying the stranger.
Yeah.
That the Nomai, you get such a feel for the people in it.
Yeah, because that's like the whole thing about them is you like almost like not feel bad for them, but you get invested in them and like the little stories. You travel them, you follow them across the universe. You recognize their names, like human connection, not human connection, Parthian connection. They're actually different. Wait, hang on. Species connection, interspecies connection, something.
Interspecies connection, and it's actually a very wonderful sense of like how it feels to study history.
Yeah.
Yes, Rex. We're talking about an extinct one. The Nomai are extinct. And it's beautiful and amazing. And this is a thing that happens when you study ancient history. Is like everybody who you're studying is dead, and very dead, extremely dead. But you still like get a feeling for who people like Varro and Cato and Seneca are.
Yeah, parasocialism in the weirdest sense is you write too long about one person, you get kind of a little bit of a weird affection for who the author is you're referencing, and it's like, oh, this guy's dead. Oh.
Oh, that reminds me that one of my books on my reading list is the Worm and Cheese. Do you know this one?
I've heard of this book. I think that's the full extent. Is I've heard reference to this book.
Just to give people a sense of like what history actually tends to work like. This is a little bit older at this point, and there's been a little bit of a trend away from this level of microhistory. There's an entire like 300-page book about one Italian peasant and his independently developed theology around worms that got him tried by the Inquisition twice and eventually executed.
Classic, but also, oh man, yeah. See, that's that. I gotta read that one because I would be like, oh no, how dare you harm my little man?
Yeah, right.
His best.
All these people from history who I have like these like weird feelings for. I'm like Like Wong On-sha is one where I'm just like, this is such a fucking guy, and like
He was
like
just a
what a
guy.
fucking weird guy. And so they have a damnatio memoriae in Echoes of the Eye.
Mm-hmm.
This person has been damnatio memoriae. And it's not actually entirely clear why. The game has like a clear hint at it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's only because it's a video game that I feel like it's an actual narrative explanation. If I was looking at this as a historian with a critical eye towards it, and not assuming that everything is part of a unified narrative, I would not. I would think that the interpretation. So I think the interpretation, right,
Mm-hmm.
is that they think the eye is fascinating, and then when they learn that what the eye does is it destroys the universe,
Yeah.
they have a theological reawakening and
Mm-hmm.
destroy their temples to the eye and uh, try to hide the eye from everyone else because they view the
Mm-hmm.
eye as malicious.
Yes.
And one of them undoes the hiding, breaks the hider thing, the hider apparatus, and he gets sentenced to super prison.
Yeah.
I keep on saying he. They get sentenced to super prison. I worked in a prison for so long that I keep on like I've got this mindset like 99% of people in prison are male. So that doesn't help. I'm sorry. I'm being bad. I'm doing very bad gender here.
It is okay.
But,
I don't think the Harukians are going to be upset with you.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
they are very dead.
Yes,
they are
they're very
very
dead.
dead. And not very. They're very. Actually, I mean, I still feel like I need to respect people on these fronts.
Oh yeah, of
even
course,
if
of
they're
course.
dead. I work. I always try to be careful about this sort of. I think it's worth respecting people who are very dead. Hello, Vex.
Very true.
Hello,
Yes.
Vex.
Hi, Vex.
But yeah, so this is one of those things that I think is super interesting. That they have I think that the fact that they're doing damnatio memoriae is more clear than almost anything else about their society.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know their gender, their sexuality, their life cycle, their ethnicity, their motivations, their theology.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know their physics, which is something we should possibly be able to uncover because they have a spaceship that we could, in principle, disassemble.
Yeah.
We don't know their diet.
Do they
So
photosynthesize?
yeah, right. Are they green because they're photosynthetic? Like we can't find any kitchens from them. They're
Mhm.
obsessed with light, so it would be thematically and literarily appropriate.
I think I just ended up assuming that, but that is an assumption.
They have teeth.
Oh wait, you're right. They do.
Yeah.
Huh? What do they use those for? Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, there are carnivorous plants that use a mix of photosynthesizing and consuming animals,
That's true.
but we don't know. Like, we don't know. It's crazy how little we know about them, but we know they practice damnatio memoriae in a pretty clear sense.
Yeah, they can't. Images have an importance to them. There's a power in it for them that they needed to remove from that one. They couldn't just get rid of it. It was more important to them that they remove the face from it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're very image conscious. Is like one of the few things we can say with confidence. Is like they're very concerned with image, and they're very literal, which is interesting, right? Like the narratives that we see are all slideshows, and they're very representative slideshows. Which is a weird way to record your history.
Yeah, it's like
It's
you did a
very
whole
low
movie, but you
information.
took you out of photos almost.
Yeah, and it's like the information density is terrible on that, right? Like
Yeah, a little bit.
like you have these entire slideshows of like half a dozen slides that tell you like less than a sentence.
Yeah, it's good for mystery, but oh my god, is it trying to piece together? I feel like that's part of the reason why it was tough. Sometimes solving the puzzles there is because sometimes I was like, I don't know which part of this is the important part. I got red herring a lot.
Okay, people who might play the game, please close your ears for about 30 seconds. I'm going to tell EG something that's potentially extraordinary, that's like funny and potentially very frustrating.
Ooh.
So there are three major puzzle elements in my reckoning.
Yeah.
There is there's the deafening
Mm-hmm.
trick. There's the de-rendering trick.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the default spawn location trick.
Yes.
I figured out all of those by accident. I figured out all of those before I found the slides for them.
Oh, I got one of them before I found the slides for it, and it confused the hell out of me because I didn't know why. I think I might have gotten the spawn one before I knew why that was happening, and I was like, wait.
Oh, that's funny. That was the last one I got. So my trajectory was I found out about going to the other side because I heard the music, right?
Ah, yeah.
I was holding an artifact and I was at a fireplace and I was like playing with it and like I hear the music and I'm like, whatever. I'm just gonna go out on my terms and I just jump on a fire and die.
just happenstance. Just happenstance. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like bored and I want to check out what happens. I go, huh, this is weird. Where am I?
I think I.
And that was how I got to the other side for a while. Was with fire. I was wandering around. I saw some of the people on the inside of the simulation, and so I was like, oh, I think they can see the lamp.
Mm-hmm.
So I put down my lamp, and I walk around, and then I see the Matrix.
Yes.
Just pure curiosity about the tools, and like one of my chatters was like,
"How'd you do that?
I can't believe you put down the lantern. It's so dark and scary there." And I was like, I don't know. I want to try something out.
No sense of self-preservation.
I mean, I died a lot by that time.
I guess that's not really a game about self-preservation anyway.
It's really not. It's a very harsh game if you like self-preservation. And then the last one was the spawn location trick. I was just like you go into the tunnel and I'm just like, I don't hear water.
Mm-hmm.
So can I drown?
Good question.
If I don't hear water, so I just jumped in.
You learned the answer.
And that's actually how I got to the slides that tell you how to do that trick.
Wait,
that was like the funniest part.
Just a perfect sequence break there. You got the instructions.
Yeah, perfect sequence.
As a result of doing what they said.
Yeah, incredible sequence break.
Fantastically done. All right, that's something that would be hard to do on purpose potentially.
Yeah. No, that was a goofy moment for me. That was a very goofy moment for me.
Imagine.
Yeah. Outer Wilds is the space puzzle game about time loops. Outer Worlds is the Obsidian RPG about mining exploitation, I think.
Oh.
I didn't really play it.
I have not played that one either, but I've heard of that one. I think that's one that people recommend with this. There's a couple of them that people are like,
it was very unfortunate they were released close to each other, and I had one friend who was like really stubborn and was just like, I'm only going to play Outer Worlds, I'm not going to play Outer Wilds. It's like, you would have liked Outer Wilds a lot more, my friend. Like, it's way more your type of game, but you're being stubborn. I can't do anything about that.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Obsidian RPG, yeah. So that's one of the few things we know about them is they practice damnatio memoriae, which is an interesting thing to have as a very specific thing that we know. It does help that most cultures we know seem to practice it.
That's true.
It's a pretty common cultural practice. Akhenaten there was an attempt to damnatio memoriae Akhenaten, one of the people I had earlier in the slideshow.
That's true.
This is Caracalla and Grata of the Severins, and there was a damnatio memoriae against Grata. So by Caracalla, by the kid on the right. The kid on the right, damnatio memoriae his own brother.
Yeah, you're dead to me.
Yeah. Roman imperial succession disputes are wild. Zany, it's not about theory crafting. And we've also spoiled a lot of the hardest puzzles anyway.
Are we? We're not really talking about them very specifically, other than the one we just talked about. But
well, yeah. If you're wondering, yeah, you can come back now. I don't think we've talked too much about the bigger puzzle solutions. And this is one that I really like, which is this. I also went back into the game to speedrun and get this image because everybody like I was going crazy because I was like trying to go to like the wiki or like watch people's gameplay videos, and everybody just like doesn't look at these portraits.
Uh-huh.
And like honestly, after you've played it for a bit, the portraits stop being very informational.
Mm-hmm.
But the first time I saw this is the first one that I saw in the game of the Harukin portraits.
Mm-hmm.
And I was floored as soon as I saw it. Like, instantaneously floored. I was like, we already have speed run up to some, like, what I considered a very high-level knowledge about the Nomai.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have portraiture of these people. That's such, like, getting a sense of what the Nomai really look like in a practical sense is, like, you go through it so much faster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, it's Dip Shidiot, one of my favorite names.
Dip shows up for you too?
Occasionally, yeah.
Hi, Dip. Is also
I love your name, Dip.
I giggle every time, and I'm like, I shouldn't read that because I don't really curse, but I'm like...
I'm trying to curse less. I'm not doing a great job. I am trying to curse less. And the portraits that these reminded me the most of were these Roman mummy portraits.
Mm.
And I've always particularly liked this one because this is a very this is a young man who was clearly very self-conscious about his Romanness.
Yes.
He is wearing a toga and senatorial red. Mm-hmm. He wants you to know that he is capital R Roman.
Yes.
Like hard. He does not want you to think that he is anything. He wants you to know for a fact, indisputably, that he is a high-class, serious, patriotic Roman.
Yes.
This is like the equivalent of like a guy wearing like their military dress uniform.
Yes.
Like their dress blues. Like he really wants you to know this.
They also gave him all of the beauty standard. All of it. To the T.
Oh my god, those eyes.
They changed his face shape, they changed his nose shape. That's 1,000,000% what like the pinnacle was. I don't actually know what year this was, but it looks very much like...
This is first century AD.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, this is 100 to 200 years post conquest.
Yeah. Long face, long nose, beauty.
So Selma and Verdigris are asking a little bit of questions, and this is also part of the reason why I want to grab this one, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about this. Yes, Verdigris is correct. The Romans adopted mummification.
Yes.
Not across the Roman Empire in general, but they, so Egypt was an independent country and then got conquered by by Alexander the Great. Mm-hmm. And in the succession wars that happened afterwards, because Alexander the Great was a huge fuck up in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Like I said, I literally just said I'm trying to swear less.
It's okay. You were fine. You were permitted. I gave you...
No, that is my standard. That's my standard. I'm not worried about offending you. I'm just I just think it's funnier to swear less. So that's why I'm trying to be more disciplined about it.
I see.
So the Ptolemies took over and adopted several traditional Egyptian standards. They did not adopt the Egyptian language up until the very last Ptolemy. They did adopt marrying your sister immediately.
All the picks to go for. That's first.
They went for that one really enthusiastically.
We got the checklist here. We've been waiting for an opportunity for that one. Thank you.
Yeah. Cleopatra. I always forget she's 7 or 8. There was a lot of Cleopatras.
Yes.
Yeah, Cleopatra. The last Cleopatra is the only one that bothered to learn Egyptian out of them. But all of her like 20 ancestors were all in on the sister marriage, and mummification just remained the entire time. Yeah, the mummification remained the entire time, and the Romans took over in the 50s, as a result of the Roman Civil War. Mm-hmm. That's a fun story. And then like the people of Egypt became Roman and were enthusiastic participants in the Roman Empire, but also maintained some of their older cultural practices.
Say what you will about the Romans, but sometimes they were like, we'll assimilate, we'll make friends with you so that you want to stay and be part of us because we're really cool. I'm putting this in like the worst of layman's terms, but say what you will about them. Were they conquerors? Yeah. Did they crush a lot of
Yeah.
cultures? Also, yeah. But sometimes they were like, hey, we like what you're doing, we'll keep that. And
They
that's how they
were
kept peace to some degree.
to some degree. To some degree. Yes, this was the last one I had. So I don't know if you want to take it away so you have more space for your art, or if you want to go back and talk about some of the specific ones
Oh,
that I had up here.
I
Um,
the thing that's striking for me about the photography element of it is like they definitely are photographers. They definitely figured that out, but for how advanced they are like in other senses, it's strange how they're not progressed in that. Like that is one of the things that always strikes me in this universe is technological progression based on what, I guess what their priorities are, where
Yeah.
they're at a point where they have a spaceship, but they're using tintype. Or, they're using art that we think of as being ancient to some degree.
Yeah.
Maybe. And maybe that's so that we as players will get that impact and we'll just by default, click in our minds, oh, these guys are not concurrent with us. They're ancient. Yes, and progress is not linear, but it is interesting seeing what they care about, what's important, because it's important enough for them to learn documentation for themselves, but not important enough to try and figure out like a better, clear way of doing it. What's more important is the incineration tubes, essentially.
Yeah. They put a priority on like fidelity to the real world, but not on like information compression.
Yeah.
Like their data compression is like unbearably bad.
Like, pretty are using vinyl discs essentially also for theirs. Like none of them are doing that great of like storage and archiving of themselves in any manner, which for people who are so science minded as they are, it is also odd to me.
Well, Ambrosia makes the cute point of pointing out that the Harthians are using wooden ships.
Well, the Harthians don't. The Harthians, I don't think.
The Harthians are chaotic people.
They're really aiming for their whole idea about going to space is, well, we hope it works. Essentially,
they are a safety third culture.
Yes, that would be the way I would put it. Yes, they're not really concerned about that. They like eating their marshmallows and they like making their music. That's what their priority is.
There's one Harthian who's really worried about safety, and that's Rybeck. Who made the
literally only Rybeck. No one else cares. I think in the very beginning when you're first doing your first talk to everybody, they're like, "Yeah, we exploded one yesterday. You'll be fine, I'm sure." Like,
yeah. Several of them express open contempt for like safety features. Like one of them is kind of concerned about safety features, and like Rybeck is really concerned about their personal safety. But the rest of them are so chaotic. The Harthians are so all over the place. It's wonderful. And
they're doing their best.
So, but one of the things that really struck me was the Harthians and not the Harthians, I'm sorry. The Nomai and the Harukins have just the worst UX. It's so bad. It's awful.
I do agree with you on that.
Oh my god. The spaceship controls for the Nomai craft.
Not good.
Some people have managed to land on other planets with it.
That's a miracle to me.
Yeah.
I had trouble flying anything in that game, actually.
Yeah.
Like, that is the base mechanic of the game, and the fact that I managed to land my ship anywhere, I think, is still a miracle.
But can you imagine trying, like think about the controls on the Harthian ship, right?
Yeah.
You press buttons, and that rotates the ship and changes the thrust in different directions. Yeah. And then think about the UX on the rafts that the Harukins use.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine trying to fly a spaceship like that?
No. I don't want to think about it.
The control system that the Harukins use for rafts, and presumably for everything else, is photosensors, and things turn on or off depending on if you have a flashlight shining into them.
You better have that flashlight ready all through space. You better have a battery change.
Oh, it's dreadful. It's so bad. It's so bad. And if you want to activate two light sensors at the same time, you have to back up so that you have a wide enough angle for your flashlight to hit both at the same time.
So you can't just sit in your cockpit. You gotta move.
You gotta move. So we don't see any of their spaceship controls, but I imagine that they're built on similar principles because that's how their doors work
Yes.
and their elevators. Like it's awful. Like,
But
and meanwhile, the Nomai ones are they have glass marbles
yeah.
in set tracks that you have to roll.
Yeah,
Like,
someone said your options are go, stop, and return.
yeah.
You get three. You get limited choices with the Nomai. Why? They're so advanced in their technology, but they couldn't like invest into better like I don't know. See, that's the same thing I was saying with the photography. Why couldn't we invest into a better steering mechanism? Why?
Yeah, they have not yet invented left and right. Like,
Oh yeah, no. That's too difficult.
let alone like pitch, like or roll. Like they've got nothing. They got it's dreadful.
Move or stop. They said we're going to learn teleportation to black holes. No.
And it's like the Nomai, the Nomai figure out how to manipulate black holes and time travel.
Yeah.
For that kind of crap. Ambrosia, no. The ship that has only go, stop, and return. That ship they landed on a comet. Yes. That's where you find it. Is on a comet. Like it's absurd. It's so absurd.
I guess they have people who are trained on doing that. It's like any asinine task that we hate to do. There's somebody who's really good at Tetris, and if they had to fly a ship using Tetris, they could. Clearly, Kingdom Hearts has taught me anything. You can fly a ship by any means somehow, and you're not gonna like it, but it's going to work.
I should get into Kerbal Space Program. That feels like a game I'd be into. That feels like a game I would enjoy. But no, Ambrosia, that's their highest technology, and that thing has a teleporter in it. It uses a black hole, white hole system to teleport itself, but also it can only go forwards and backwards.
Well, like, you know when they talk about animators, they'll be like, I can see where the animation budget went. They were like, all budget, teleporter. No budget, steering. What do we need to steer for? We're teleporting.
If you don't land at the right spot, just teleport back and try again.
Yeah, just keep trying.
That's not frustrating and time consuming.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah, it's it's one of those classic elements of like if you have a good enough version of a solution, it's the only thing you ever use.
Yeah, if it's not broken, don't fix it. They don't realize it's broken, maybe, but we do.
I think so. We recognize that as broken. We recognize that as some rough stuff. And it's and again, like this shows us certain things about how these cultures prioritize things. Like the Nomai are, even under some of the most absurd duress of their life, are investing considerable resources into aesthetics.
Yes. Which, good for them. If we're gonna go out, you might as well go out and be cool about it.
Yeah. I mean, I literally was having this discussion yesterday on another interview that apologies for invoking an extraordinarily extreme event in human history, but people were making art inside the concentration camps.
Yeah.
During the Holocaust. Like, people make art.
Yeah,
like
that's an innate human trait. You can't take that out of us.
Yeah, creating art is the need. We don't need to consume art. We need to create art.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, the Nomai live in a couple of places that are really rough. They do eventually establish some relatively stable living situations, but a couple of the places we find Nomai locations, it's like openly temporary and very difficult.
Man, do they persevere.
Living. They persevere, and they always make their buildings beautiful. Their architecture is always beautiful. Yeah,
Hanging City, Death Trap.
Yeah.
However, it's lovely.
It's lovely. They carve those windows with such care. Yeah. They love those lattice windows so frigging much.
They do. They love the lattice pattern in general. That's like their favorite motif. As evidenced, I'm trying to draw the mask. This thing is so detailed. Oh, my partner's home. Hi, Joby.
Try and cut my style.
What's up?
Not much. What up with you?
I am here with Almantas. We are talking about Outer Wilds and also art history, and we were talking about typography and many other things.
That's insane. We were talking in class about the surrealists today.
Oh, there you go. I did mention surrealism also, yeah.
Automatism.
Yeah.
Psychic automatism. The cancer of the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. Well, good.
Yep. You're good.
That's a Jubby.
Yep, that's the. I don't know if my partner is called Joby.
Okay, I did not know. I did not know.
Yeah.
I heard Dobby, which was
Oh, my closed captions have no idea what to parse that as. Sometimes it puts poopy.
oh, that's real bad.
Yes,
that's very unpleasant one.
we get our daily Joby encounter, which is my partner comes in, says something mildly cryptic, and then leaves.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Sorry, what?
Oh,
I
don't-
got brainwiped.
we
What
were on
doing?
the geometric motifs, and I was trying to
Oh.
find
Oh, they love
like
their
a good example.
lattices. Yeah, that's their favorite
Yeah,
motif.
this might be the best example I've got in here. Oh, hold on a second.
Oh, your turn to get summons.
It's my good old friend Scam Likely.
Oh, I love Scam Likely. He's been visiting me in a lot recently.
Yeah, always got a scheme cooking, that Scam Likely.
Oh yeah. Usually, maybe at my expense, but you never know. Maybe sometimes he really does want to help me with my health insurance. I
Yeah,
haven't figured it out yet.
Jamie always forgets my name and thinks that I'm Michael, but
Oh,
that's what that counts.
there you go. Mine always calls me and thinks I'm my sister or mother, which I think is great.
Oh.
It's fantastic.
I always get is Michael there, which is nowhere close to my. Sorry, I don't give that many personal details. Nowhere close
I
to
was
my
assuming
Flex
Michael
Trooper
is
name.
not your name. based
No,
on-
it's nowhere close to it. It
Amazing.
is not is not the name of any of my siblings, any of my cousins, any of my parents, grandparents, uncles.
You don't
I
even
think
know
I have
Michael.
to go. I think I have to go. I think I might have a fifth cousin that's a Michael. Like,
Whoa. Yeah, that's
like
pretty far
we have to
out,
like
huh?
work. We have to like work for that one.
You gotta try to get somebody who has a name that could potentially be relevant.
Yeah, like I just think it's a very statistically common name to find in the United
That's-
States.
you
Is I
know-
think what they're.
No, their only better shot there would have been John, probably.
Yeah, and I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. I'm not sure what the most common name for a person who is over the age of 25, because I don't know why you'd want to scam somebody under the age of 25.
I see. I'm surprised they even try and scam people under the age of like 50 sometimes.
Yeah.
Good effort, maybe,
Oh.
but I know who you are. My phone tells me who you are.
I mean,
No
yeah, and I mean, I think the people under the age of 50 are getting scammed like crazy, but it's not on the phone.
No, it's TikTok shop.
It's TikTok and day trading subreddits.
Yep. That's
Public
absolutely true.
public service announcement: don't day trade. Like public service announcement:
Yeah.
don't day trade.
This is our professorly knowledge for you today. If you take anything away here, none of this about maybe any why can't I say that word suddenly? Anthropological discussion. Nothing about that. Just don't day trade. That's all we have.
Don't day trade. I have a friend who broke even day trading, and I checked the statistics, and that makes him in the top 0.5% of day traders.
Oh God, that is abysmal.
A YouTuber did a comparing casino games tier list.
Oh, nice.
And my favorite parts of it were the two S tier games were poker.
Poker.
Because you're playing mostly against your friends. Like the casino just takes the commission on it. So like
I
your
see.
losses are just contingent on your skill at poker.
Yeah.
And if you're smart, you just play poker with your friends and don't go to a casino for it anyway. And the only other S tier was not gambling. Just put your money in your wallet and don't do
I
anything.
believe that. I'm willing to believe that.
He even included one of his bots getting mugged. So it did have a negative expected value. Not gambling did have a negative
my
expected
gosh.
value because one of his 1,000 bots got mugged.
That is crazy. What?
But yeah, the day trading went in the F tier. Day trading was like the worst one. It was like it made the slot machines look kind. It was
The
so
coin drops
bad.
are so addicting. I know. The funny little noise of quarter hitting the ground, coin slot. They know how to get you. Don't no. Don't get suckered into it. I'm immune to gotcha games because
I'm so resistant to them. Yeah.
I don't care enough.
I have a couple of psychological quirks that have made me functionally immune to gotcha. One of them is that if there's like a lot of chance involved in something, it actually makes me less invested.
Yeah. I feel you.
Like the kind of game I get addicted to is the ones that are like highly deterministic, like Neon White.
Skill
You know, like
based.
where it's like, Yeah, where it was as if I can like shave off perfectionism. It's like the little like shaving off of perfectioning a technique. As you might have noticed by me spending hundreds of hours streaming me doing slightly better at calligraphy.
I will say,
Man.
here's the thing. I've you know, I've only been familiar with you since I started streaming because I think that's
Yeah.
actually how I found you. Was like a by chance. Actually, wait, that's false. That's not true. I found you because you posted about your model art, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Yo,
Good thread.
you were a good example." Yeah, your thread was very good for me sending also to all of my clients saying, "Please, for the love of God, make me a good mood board."
I remade that thread on Blue Sky. I deleted it off of Twitter because of the TOS changes.
Yeah, I gotta go.
But I do have. I'll send it to you. I'll send
Please
it to you.
do.
I retweet it. I retweet it I repost it periodically because I know that people like that one.
Yeah, it's a good one. But
yeah.
just in the amount of time that I've noticed you, I can see certain letters you're improving at. Maybe it's just me being an art teacher, but like I can see definite marked improvement. So
yeah, I feel like I'm improving, particularly the Gothic. I feel like I've been making a breakthrough the last 3 months. And the yeah, so like I'm that and being just like such an incredible cheapskate.
That's mine.
Yeah, like I'm just those have made me like this is like I'm like, oh, this is like I can't do this. Like this is so viscerally unappealing to me.
I cannot rationalize purchases, let alone spending money on things that I'm not gonna get anything back from, question mark, potentially. Like
I agonize over like $5 software purchases that are actually useful. Like
I spent 20 minutes yesterday making a decision about thermal paste to buy. And the decision was a $4 decision.
I learned how to bake bread to save money.
Hey, there you go. That's a good skill to have.
Like,
yeah.
Like it is yeah, it would be I joke sometimes about playing some gacha game and just doing a no pull run. But I don't really see the payoff to that other than like the joke of it all. But it feels like a bad payoff, like to investment ratio. It feels like a bad use of my time.
Yeah, I am I'm a free-to-play player. People have, by the kindness of their heart, donated me money for playing the games, which I feel a little bit bad about. But they're like, don't worry, I'm financially stable. I want to like watch you do that. And I'm like, that's very interesting to me that people want to watch me gamble. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just a little bit of shop talk. It is really interesting that that's like a really robust streamer category.
Yeah.
The gacha games. It's like I know a couple of streamers who like that's their specialty, and like I will freely admit that like part of my brain is like thinking about this from like an income and expenses standpoint of just like, no, you're burning your income on like you like that's
But here's my
you're
question,
spending
are they?
like
I've learned recently that a lot of them get a lot of donations just for that purpose. Like not necessarily like, not to say like not publicly, but like they get a lot of like Ko-fi donations and stuff like Stream Elements donations that people tell them to use for that, and they do.
Okay,
which is wild.
That's wild. I am like I think so hard about like making sure that I'm economical on like camera expenditures and like paper and inks and like the games I play. The idea of playing a game that is going to suck up like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars is just like, oh.
I will tell you, it's much more affordable to not be a gamer.
Yeah.
As a VTuber. Yeah. Get that tax write-off if you can, but I
mean, I have enough old games that I can. Oh, I mean, I've joked fairly repeatedly that if you're if you're the right kind of retro gamer, you will not run out of games before you have to spend any money.
That's true. You know, that's true. That does bear keeping in mind. Yeah.
Yeah, that is an appeal. Of course, I like doing my art and my lectures. Lectures are at least cheap in terms of money. I just need to get library books. They're very expensive in terms of time. Very expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you understand the thing that I talk about this relatively often, which I'm T-posing again, I'm sorry. You understand the thing that is prep time for streaming, which is something that to be a gaming streamer often is not a thing.
Oh no, it's probably the number one or number two reason why I bother even gaming.
I have been...
The outlays in prep time are so much less.
I've been... Part of the reason, the secret for those of you who are here today, I've been playing Honkai Star Rail on Tuesdays. Am I enjoying the game? Yeah. I'm playing it for free. I like an RPG. However, Because I'm streaming an extra day a week, it's so nice not having to plan an extra day a week. I just have to open the game. Or so I thought. It did blue screen my computer twice.
Oh, that's pretty bad. I haven't blue screened in a minute.
Actually, wait, no. Actually, technically, it blue screened it 3 times. It blue screened it twice while I was live and ended the stream twice on Tuesday.
Oh, that's terrifying. That's a nightmare there.
And then I just booted the game on Wednesday because I assumed, I was like, oh, maybe it's just because, like, you know, my computer didn't like that I was doing all of it at once, something like that. No, I booted the game on, I guess, like, Wednesday morning, and it blue screened my computer within, like, 10 minutes of being in it. I was just getting the dailies. Evil.
Evil. That's
so
evil.
Maybe
that's
not
horrifying.
an easier solution is gaming. Gaming is not easier. I also am not good at multitasking. I'm doing very well today, but usually I'm terrible at it.
I'm hoping I'm stepping into the gaps when you want to lock in, but yeah. No, the multitasking.
You're doing fantastic. My brain is
Thank you.
expanding. I'm enjoying this immensely.
Thank you. Hold on. That if your brain's expanding, hold on. I need to get in here. If your brain's expanding, we need to do something to help it expand. Where is it?
Interesting. Also, it looks like I've drawn you wearing mittens.
There we go.
Hey! Not you using my teams while we're live together. What?
I've actually done it twice so far. This is like the 3rd time I've done it this stream.
Wait, I didn't notice it was you before. Hey! Oh, wait, I gotta scroll back and validate this claim. Hoshi got me earlier. Hang on, wait.
I know I did. This may be the 2nd time. I know I did an RBGG.
Oh, did you? Wait.
Yeah.
You're the only person I've collaborated with who has done this, who's decided to torture me.
I love your redeems. I need to be coming up with more of these. I need to price my redeems better. The only one that people really like for me is the tall and small.
I liked tall and small. I liked your other model one.
I love the other model. People do like that one. That
I
one's
don't know
really
if you
good.
noticed my eye sneak in, because I will stop by and I will just do that.
Okay, hold on. I have noticed that. Hold on. I'm gonna share it with the class. So to back up here, give a little bit of context. I've been doing a subathon.
Mm-hmm.
I am 315 points into the subathon, which feels insane to me.
That's a big number.
Especially for a small, tiny little guy like me in my first subathon.
Yay!
And the reward I really cared about was new model.
Yeah.
I commissioned a new model for the purposes of the subathon. And I had the incredible fortune of we hit that redeem marker while my model artist was on stream with me.
Yeah.
Have you seen the clip, Squiiji?
I have.
I might want to grab it for folks because I'm sorry. I'm like plugging myself so hard right now.
You're allowed to. You're here. You're giving us your wealth. The least we can give to you in return is like I can draw you as a funny little space goat lion man. I don't know what to call it. The nomai. And also, if you want to share a clip, you can share a clip. That's like your version of art tax almost.
Yeah. So it's being checked. It's getting auto-modded. Cool.
Oh, here, wait, I can grab it. It shouldn't auto-mod for Twitch. It should allow Twitch things.
It's fine.
Here, I can just
it got through. Auto-mod allowed it.
Oh, there we go.
It was just because it was Link. It's fine.
Oh.
I'm not too worried about that. It was just Link modding. That's okay. It's okay. I actually know a person who deliberately chose not to upgrade his sub so that he wouldn't bypass the auto mod, so that his messages, when they got auto modded, the streamer would have to see them.
Oh, don't tell them that. That's a tactic. Oh no.
It was advanced. It was sneaky. It was
Automod is so evil because it comes after people and we do like fishing. I'll do like lurk-based fishing and it'll do fish and it will just knock out all of the non-subs. And I'm like, wait, stop typing exclamation point fish.
Automod is evil.
It is.
One time it automodded somebody for the word Gary.
Oh great. My Moobot is Brit-phobic.
I really enjoyed that I was on Mako's channel. For those of you who don't know, Mako is a shark VTuber who is very bisexual.
That's true.
And she said something pretty sapphic.
Yes.
So I said, "That's pretty bisexual, shark." And the full phrase, "pretty bisexual shark," got auto-modded. It derailed the stream for like an hour. Like Mako lost it.
That's so funny. Ours gets people constantly because we'll be talking about like hands or something, and people will say the word.
Yeah.
You can't say the word finger at all. Automods, it says no, and you can't say the word finger. Not when we're talking about. Oh, you should put this on their finger. You should, do like no context, none. Or I'll say like, oh, something like does gay little dance or something, and then they'll parrot me back, and they all get smacked for it. It does not like gay little dance. It thinks we're being derogatory.
Okay, I'm gonna take it that people who want to watch that clip can have watched it, so I'm just gonna bring out the model.
There you go. You can't say the Honkai character Fu Xuan's name? Really? Oh?
Oh, I can see why you can't. That's so dumb. I'm sorry, that's very frustrating.
I don't see it. Why?
They think it's you trying to circumvent. Yeah, they think it's trying to circumvent on spelling. Yeah.
Oh, now you're more my scale.
I love this model.
Would you trust your history and sociology lessons from this little fella? The button eyes are so good.
The button eyes. The beard is a special touch.
Yeah. Oh wait, hang on. Your beard, I think, is getting. I gotta move you. Your beard is getting covered by. Oh, there we go. Your beard's getting covered by my chat a little bit. But look, there's a little beard. We were talking yesterday about what like not like gimmick models, but kind of I like.
Mm-hmm.
I was like ID10. If you know ID10 has a Muppet Fugi.
Oh, that's really good.
Which I think is really funny. And I was like, I've seen people who have sock puppet ones, and yours is what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I
Do
love
you want me to send you the artist details? The turnaround time was like 2 weeks. So like this one, this one I can get into you pretty quick.
Finally,
I know that
I
they're
can
currently not
collab via VTube Studio, and it will just be as a sock puppet.
Yes.
That's all the more live 2D you can make me do.
Hold on. I am going to test something out here. I'm going to check something here quickly. So I view Fugis as a bit of an art form.
Yes.
In their own right.
I saw your Fugi.
Okay.
Right now. Do you want to expose yourself?
Well, there's 2 Fugis that I view as particularly fun. So we can expose that. This is actually the less alarming one. We can expose the less alarming one.
Would you still love me if I was a sock puppet? Would you still love me if I was a what do you call the worms? The worm on a string? I've seen those feature models too. Definitely used for that joke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Teensies from Raven. I don't know those guys. Let me know when you're ready for Fugi exposure.
Ready? Let's go. Let's do it. Let's show off the Fugi.
Okay, it's on. Oh, wait, why are there 2 of you?
There should be 2 of me. That's the art form.
What?
Do you see what I'm doing with it?
What? How are there 2 of you? What? I'm confused. You're interacting with yourself?
I told you, I view Fugis as an art form. I put thought into this one. And the answer is actually pretty easy.
It's actually with yourself? What's going on?
Yeah, it's the toxic yaoi one.
Oh my god.
That's actually not the worst one. I love this one, but it's not even the worst one. I can escalate.
Escalate? Oh
yeah,
god.
Yeah, you ready?
Oh dear god, they're multiplying. Yeah, there's actually technically 4 Almontas on my stream right now. Some of the words that were said were toxic yaoi. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got the one on the right is kind of into being. I told you it's an art form. It's beautiful. I love it.
I respect it. I gotta put a little bit more into that. I will say, I mentioned this before. This is like I think the 4th collab I think I've ever done while being live. Maybe.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
I don't do a ton of collabing. Therefore, my Fugi is seldom used. I don't even know what my Fugi is right now. It might not even be my current model if I'm thinking.
I am extremely down for more collabs with you. I love collabs. I love collabs. I love interviewing people. Interviewing technique was like one of my big techniques that I studied and that I love. I get paid to go on podcasts these days. I love it. I love it.
Dang, you're here for free. That's crazy.
I'm here for free. Yeah, you get sock for free.
I mean, I guess not free. I did make you art, but you were like, art of me?
I didn't know that that was coming. I was already making the slideshow by the time I found out about that.
I forgot. That's like usually like my thing for come beyond my obsession hour thing, which is really more like obsession 4 hours. I'll draw you. That's your payment for coming and telling me
4 hours
things.
is perfect. 4 hours is perfect. I apologize. I do need to use the restroom again.
Go for it. You're good.
I will be back in a minute.
Go for it. I'll just hang out with the sock fella. Look, we're like real scale now because this is like a whole hand, and I'm 5 centimeters tall. This is perfect. I'm gonna hide Toxic Yaoi Almontas for now, though. Also, I have a whole glass of. I saw you guys. I've been eating snacks while I've been working. I will take this time to drink beverage. I have not actually taken sip of beverage this whole time yet. The quote right there. Don't clip that sum up. What do you mean that's a quote? What is a quote? Oh, my hands are bugging out. They don't know what's going on. Also, Alive to Thrive, I don't know why I haven't rescued you from the void yet. I've tried rebooting my plugin 3 times, and I tried like 4 different methods that I think are what saved Zany, and you're still not back. What? Not playing 2 gluing blocks? Some of your block gluing escapade is infinite. It goes on forever. You'll be gluing blocks forever. What saved me? Oh, do you remember when you were stuck in the void, Zany? In your little guy down here? You were stuck in the void for a while. You just had an empty square. If you look over there, Live to Thrive also has an empty square. Maybe because it's a forwarded message? I don't think it is. All of Alive to Thrive's messages are, yeah, stealthy. Look at this. You can see my hand straight through them. What is this about? Oh, there's movement. Is the sock puppet alive?
I'm back.
I love the VTuber thing of you return and it just starts like jiggling slightly as it picks you up from a distance.
Yeah, just a little bit, Are you ready for the substantially worse Fugi?
Yes, sure. In what sense? Laughs. Okay, I'm sorry. that didn't answer the question.
It's not on screen.
No.
What's happening?
I don't know. Oh, there's a lot of you. Wow. You're really making good usage of the maximum size that a Fugi can be.
I know, right? I know, right?
I'm looking at this expecting to see loss in there somewhere.
It is.
It is loss.
Yep, that's lost.
Your brain fantastic for this one. That's pretty good. You brought the whole Montes army out for loss as a Fugi.
I just noticed that I had a little guy sleeping emoji, and I was like, what can I do with this?
That's fair. Like what I am intrigued by the use case of a sleeping emoji. I guess it's like a farewell. But I mean, this is clearly what the better use is. Are we causing psychic damage to the chat? I'm actually not sorry. I love loss as a thing to get people with.
I love it too. And there's a really good clip of like I was on a collab with somebody and I had it up and it took them like 10 minutes to notice.
All you have to do for me to notice is make it just square.
Yeah, just square, just any square.
Just any 4 cubes aligned. I'm like, it has to be lost, even if I haven't figured it out yet. It's in there somewhere. I love to be wrong, but I'm usually not. No idea what's damaging about this. That's fair. It's like
I can send you a 2-hour video essay about what's damaging about this.
I bet that's a thing that exists, isn't it?
I mean, it is. It's Harris Bomber Guy did it.
Oh, dang, really? Okay, I'd be intrigued to see that one. I've got some feelings about that comic and the artist just from like I teach graphic noveling in that sense. I'm intrigued to see what he has to say about it because
it's only 34 minutes long. I've just watched it a million times, so it feels much longer to me because it's so insightful.
That's a lunch break type video.
Yeah, I'll send it to you in the DMs. Yeah.
Yay!
It used to have a fake out title too. It used to be a serious Sonic lore analysis.
That's clickbait if we've ever heard it. All you need to do to get people to watch something is put Sonic in the title.
Oh god,
it works. Yeah.
I don't know if it's my age or what, but man, the Sonic fans, they're something else. They're something else. It's
See, that's one of those things where technically I should be of the age group that cares a lot about Sonic. It just was not I don't know. It's one of those ones that missed me. But one of my best friends is fantastically into Sonic. And one of my previous obsession hour things was learning about Sonic. Everything I know about Sonic is against my will. To some degree. Yes, it was Yam.
You didn't have it. Wasn't how against your will was it when you invited them on and gave them art?
Oh well, here's the thing. I pitched me doing that, and immediately one of them, because like there are already people I was friends with, were like, "So you're gonna let me come on, and I'm bringing Yam into this also, right?" Like they literally volunteered the other person to it also.
Oh no!
It was very funny. And I was like, "How am I gonna? I can't say no to you people. That would be rude." Honestly, my respected compatriots, and Yam was my inspiration for VTubing, who I already knew, but I was like, I can't say no to you about Sonic. Sure, I'll draw you in the Sonic style. Sonic kisses a human girl. Did you know that?
I did.
You sound remarkably not impressed by this.
I'm
Why?
what I know about Sonic is that I mostly know that the Sonic game where you play as multiple characters has some of the worst controls that a video game has ever had.
Are you talking about Sonic Adventure 2?
I think so. I don't know. I just know that I watch a lot of Bodega Rat, and the least composed I've ever seen her was, I think it was Sonic Heroes.
It could be Sonic Heroes also.
It was Sonic Heroes.
It could be.
Yeah, the
Many
least
options.
composed I've ever seen Bodega was she handled Yick with more composure than Sonic Heroes. She was.
It'll try you. It'll put you through your paces. I've never played a Sonic game. I should make that clear also.
Lance and Mura, hello.
Hi.
But yeah, no, I what I've learned about Sonic over the years has been entirely like extremely backwards. Like I played one of the really old Sonic games when it came out, and I was a Nintendo household, so I just played it at a friend's house once. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And then everything else I learned about it was from like periods when the fandom got so insane that they wound up in like parts of the internet for gawking at drama.
Oh, wait, how about Sonic for Real Justice? Is that?
Yeah, kind of stuff. I mean, to say the name of something I don't think we should get into. Chris Chan.
Oh, yeah. Did you see the VTuber asset for...
Oh.
There is a Sonic True VTuber asset now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The devil from the Bible. Yeah.
Yes, the devil from the Bible.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. It's pain. And yeah, so I would, but that's like what I know from Sonic. Is like I learned it from that direction.
Tainted knowledge of it.
Extremely tainted. No, like no fairness to this franchise was given. It stood no chance. It stood no chance. It was doomed from the start.
That's me and My Hero Academia. My students love to plagiarize that show. I hate it on principle as a result. I know nothing about it.
It's actually really interesting to see when people learn to hate something through like that mechanism, through like the over imitation mechanism. I think a lot of I talk a lot with there's another VTuber I talk a lot with who I think a significant percentage of like all of the energy she has in life is hatred for people copying solo leveling. like she hates it. Like, well, she just like she's read like I don't know why she did this to herself, but she's read like probably like 5,000 plus pages of things that are just ripoffs of solo leveling, which she didn't even like in the first place. So I don't know why she did this. I don't know.
That's electing self-torture. I feel like you cannot be holding whatever it is you're mad at responsible for it at that point. You've decided to be mad. You're like,
I definitely do know. Sometimes people just want to be mad, right? Like sometimes, like I would say I don't get it, but I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I do really enjoy the game Mechabellum, which when I'm doing well at it, I feel like the smartest man who has ever lived, and when I'm getting my butt kicked, I'm the maddest I've ever been.
Understandable. Yeah.
Like incredible contrast. The highs are high and the lows are low there.
Mhm.
But it's I don't know. I think some people really want to be mad. I think that explains a lot of the enduring legacy of the MOBA genre.
Yeah.
It's I know you want to be mad, Mora. I know you want to be mad. I know that's why you jump to my streams.
We don't usually have anger around these parts. Usually.
I don't think most people get angry. I can think of 2 people who watch my streams and get mad. Most people have a very calm time.
That's fair. I've been coerced. I say coerced. I have been essentially paid, I guess, technically, to have to play a rage game, but I have to give the warning that I'm not somebody who will rage. I will just frustrate. I'll make everyone else rage.
Oh, I did that with Dark Souls. I'm very proud of myself for that one.
What did you do? Make everybody upset with you?
I am really bad at Dark Souls.
Understandably, I'm also really bad at Dark Souls.
I did not kill a single enemy until I died 123 times.
Just like me for real. I died in Elden Ring to the first possible enemy, I think about 30 times before I realized I could just avoid it. I didn't even kill it. I just avoided it.
I have my death and kill counters still as VTube Studio assets up as like a text box.
Just a casual reminder of where you've been.
Yeah, well, that's the part that I'm mad about my subathon. They managed to get to the sub goal where I played Dark Souls for 24 hours.
24 hours?
Or I beat it. I have really crippling insomnia, so 24 hours is pretty manageable in terms of staying awake. I might need some guest stars to keep me talkative, though. I might need some guest stars to help carry the talking. But just staying awake for 24 hours. I've been up for 22 hours.
I mean, I will tell you, I've also, right now you've been awake for 22 hours?
Yeah.
Dang, I almost sent you, are you? That's crazy. How? I almost sent you a message at like 1 a.m. last night and was like,
Oh no, it must have been over 20, it must be at least 25 hours by now. Yeah, okay, yeah, so it was over that, yeah.
You really are VTuber.
I streamed at 4, I streamed at 4 p.m. yesterday, so it can't have been 22 hours, it must be over 24. No, this is me on like hour 24.
I'm so concerned for your health.
I have really bad insomnia, and I have since I was a baby. It's actually way better than it used to be.
I also had very bad insomnia for a while. I will say last night I was up astronomically later than usually I would be. Usually these days I'm getting my 8 to 10 hours of sleep every night, going to bed at like 10:30 p.m. But that's because my partner has to wake up at 6:30 every morning, and we start being sad. It's like, I don't want to go to bed alone. And I'm like, yeah, that feels sad to me in my heart also.
Fair enough, yeah.
So that is the one thing standing between me and having a worse sleep schedule is my guilt of letting my partner go to bed alone.
I am very capable of going to bed and just not falling asleep the entire night.
For all intents and purposes, I'm also very capable of that. But technically that is rest to some degree.
Oh yeah, no, I did have that. I did not fall asleep.
Okay.
I know I was awake that whole damn time, but I was laying down for some part of the last 24 hours.
Because you sent me a message earlier, you were like, oh, like morning slow, like, so I was like, oh, that's fine, you're good. So I was like,
no, that was me trying. That was me giving up on sleeping.
No.
that was me giving up on trying.
Good effort.
Yeah.
I keep making eye contact with your puppet.
It's great.
You really like can lean with it also, because like I put you all the way over there, and like you're like right next to me sometimes now. Hello.
Yeah, it's I haven't played with the settings on this one, so it's just rigged how the model set it up. Not how the model artist set it up. And she moves a lot less than I do. As a person, so like I had to tamp down my model rigging for my regular model. I think I need to reverse course on it. I think it's a little bit underexpressive. It's starting to bug me. But like this one, like I am moving my head like an inch, and it makes like a 45-degree turn.
Yeah,
it's like
that's one of those things you just gotta kind of zero in for a Model 2, where even for 3D, that's like an option. People are like, oh, that's probably not something you have to worry about. No, it is. I can technically make my head rotate all the way around if I want to.
It
based on
literally
which
never
one.
occurred to me that it wouldn't be an issue with 3D. I don't know why somebody would think that. Like it
I,
still has a response rate. It still has like an input output curve.
people think that 3D is like plug and play, essentially. That you get it and it just
Oh,
works and that's it.
buddy,
And that's just not true
buddy,
at all,
no,
even slightly.
no. There's always going to be a response curve.
You
Like
can't 360 rotate. What's the point of having a 3D model if you're not going to 360 rotate your head? Like why?
genuinely, that's the main thing that is appealing to me about 3D.
Yeah, flexibility.
Especially because people have. I'm gonna go back to the regular model because it's more apparent on the human model than on the sock model.
Return to human.
The people have said that that I look and seem very owly.
You are owl-like, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And like, what's the point of doing any sort of like owl themes if I can't do the 180 head turn?
Oh, are you gonna join me? If you ever get a 3D model, I can just give you the animation clip for it.
Hell yeah!
So you can just have it as a
Hell
model.
yeah.
I'm surprised that. Yep, there it is. I'm surprised I made it this far, and we got 2 full head rotations. Mine's not very owl-like. Mine's just abomination, but
Yeah,
it's so easy.
I was gonna say cute.
Really, I don't know
but
if this qualifies as being cute. People come in and rate in, and they're like, "What the hell?" They're so used to a VTuber like, what is it, kayfabe and like idol appearance to some degree, where I don't care.
yeah, yeah.
Launch me into the ceiling.
I have gotten some people kind of, particularly when people redeem the tall. People have come in and been like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Oh, yep, because I said it as if on target. Wow.
I mean, I feel like a lot, maybe I'm watching the right VTubers, because like most of the VTubers I watch have like redeems that do like whack stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like oh my, all the ones that Clonk has.
Who?
Clonk, L colon Q.
Yeah.
Clonks are all over the place. You can redeem his model turning into a music video of Bad Apple.
That is fantastic. I know somebody else who can do that. Also, I don't know if you can see what they have done to me now.
Yep. I can see it.
Case in point, I guess.
Ladder God. I love the ladders.
Thanks.
Oh, well, so actually, I've wondered why ladders specifically. Of all the items, why ladders?
Well, it's a character design tool, technically. It's because when we do character design as human beings, maybe this doesn't apply to your design because your shoulders are so broad, but usually we're really tall and narrow.
Okay, yeah.
So therefore, in order to make a design feel interesting, you need to have sort of variation in the spacing of where major divisions of interest are in the design, because otherwise it'll feel kind of generic and feel kind of stagnant. So we use ladders, we draw a ladder over the design to test that and see if you are succeeding on that front. We're gonna look for areas of grouping. So if you look at all the ladders that are on me right now, see how they're all kind of whack? These are the ladders we like. We like a dangerous ladder. OSHA is not allowed on my streams.
Okay.
But that is why they have a ladder emote also, I think, but they prefer this one. And this is also just this is Boothead. Yeah.
No, I'm into it. I think it's good. Because like my thought when you're like, oh, like a character design thing, I was thinking about the Pullmen. From early modern illustration work.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. I was like, I hope they know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
hope
do.
I'm not being too obscure.
I didn't make that connection.
This is the horrible part of how my brain makes connections, right? I made an entire slideshow where I looked at art from a video game and looked up. I was like, I remember a 15th century codex that has a similar drawing. So
that's good. You have like visual memory, which is very useful, especially in art. That's something that's like one of the harder things to cultivate. Having that like repertoire in your mind, you got your visual inventory in there. There's another word for it.
Well, this is actually a fun one, just to kind of talk about like art as an artist. Before rather than talking about like the history and anthropology of it all. What I clearly have pretty good dexterity. Like you've seen me do calligraphy. You may have seen me do models. I have pretty good brush control.
Yeah.
What I lack, and I I don't actually care enough about drawing to try to develop it is the ultimate truth. Like I know that if I worked hard enough, I could probably overcome this, but I need to make decisions about what to do with my finite time on life.
That's true.
The thing that is really stopping me from doing like traditional drawing is not the hands, it's the eyes.
Oh.
So you know how as a drawer, you can look at a three-dimensional thing in the world and decompose it into a series of lines
Yeah.
and curves.
Art is about
I can't
seeing as much as it
freaking do
is,
it.
yeah.
I can't freaking do that. That's the skill I really lack, and it's an incredible skill. Like, it means that I find myself more comfortable working in Blender than I do like drawing on a piece of paper.
Huh. Interesting. Because that's definitely one of those skills that can be developed with time, like as you said. But that is, yeah. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It's a
glad that
very
you
impressive.
recognize that about yourself also, because usually people like give up for other reasons, but I'm glad you recognize that also.
I have so many. I have too many projects spinning. I'm
Fair.
doing too many damn things at once.
You're working in Blender. Interesting.
Not frequently. I was for a minute, and I have not in a long time. I did find it to be relatively work withable.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's reminded me I was not anywhere near any of like the actually being good at Blender. Actually being good at Blender means like knowing how to like use like the diffusion stuff and stuff like that to make like shortcut through making fuzz effects really quickly and stuff like that.
I don't know what that is.
I just kind of felt like I was like sculpting clay.
Ah, yeah. But see, that's the thing for me is that like, for all intents and purposes, I do have sculpture experience. I hate sculpting in Blender. I'm like, just give me the freaking clay. Give me some wax, please.
Oh yeah, I mean that'll
Why
certainly
would I
be
do this on a
easier.
computer?
It's like a very annoying level of mediation
Yeah.
between yourself and doing it on the computer. But
There's
it's
like an in between. I don't need it. Just let me use hands. I wish there was a better way for me to just like digitize it though. So that way I could just
so I have in general not been impressed with VR technologies.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that they're often like solving they're solutions looking for a problem a lot of the time.
Yes. That's why it hasn't gone very far.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to me is that I actually find it very easy to get very immersed in a game on a monitor, and I actually find the VR goggles to be less immersive.
I agree with you because they're not comfortable.
They're not comfortable, and the way they feed into your eyes, I don't know what it is. I can feel the artifice of what they're doing.
Oh, yeah. I can see the resolution and the refresh rate also, unfortunately.
Well, I don't know how they're doing it on a like a technological level, but like they are trying to feed separate information to your two eyes, and I can tell what's happening in each eye.
Have you ever
tell that I'm looking at artifice?
Have you seen a not stereoscope of Outer Wilds knowledge, but stereoscope of viewing duo like photos for the 3D effect?
Yes.
It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's just
and like
they're just rendering the instance from 5 millimeters apart twice, essentially, which is why it's so crazy on processing usually.
Yeah.
It's evil.
It's evil. But like a use case that makes a lot of sense to me is if you use like those really good hand tracking that some furries managed to make actual hand tracking good enough to do ASL.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
So cool. That's so cool. I think that you could use that to with 3D stuff to make a really good sculpting program.
Yeah, that has been like my dream of it. I've actually tried a bunch of 3D sculpting programs that are in VR just to see. Oh, hang on, another raid. Hello. Oh.
Raiders.
Hi, crawler. Shrewmates, rotate at them. I didn't give you the instruction earlier, but you guys knew anyway. Shrewmates, rotate at them, please. You can also do that with my head, yeah. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're talking vaguely about Outer Wilds, lots of history. We're mostly just rambling at this point. We're just having a fun time.
We've actually gone into complete free discussion. We've gone to total free discussion. It is all over the place. I am happy to drag back on topic because I love the subjects in question. We've actually spent particularly very little time talking about like what Outer Wilds is actually about.
That's true.
Like what is the actual story, and why do the two of us love it so freaking much?
That's fair. I do need to do one final thing here before we go back into it, which is,
Yeah.
Prowler, I see you may have been doing art. Do you wish to pay art tax? Maybe. Tell you what is an Outer Wild? We will get to that also. We will tell you that. But hello, I hope you guys had a good stream. I let people who are, I know Prowler is an artist. I let people who are artists share what they're doing because I like snooping. So we can resume yapping, and I will keep an eye, Prowler, if you would like to share. But thank you for stopping by.
I'm waiting to see if they pay the art tax. I'm excited. I'm excited for art tax.
We love a little art snack. That's why they're doing the open mouth.
Oh, the pop.
Don't have any. That's okay. Don't worry about it. If you want to share work in progress, you're allowed to do that too. But next time, for sure. Next time, I will make sure you pay your taxes.
Yes.
Thank you for stopping in, though. Hang on, wait. Yeah, why did we like the game? Good question.
Yeah, why did we like the game? So yeah, Verdigris. And I guess we got some people who may have not been following along. Outer Wilds is a space puzzle game about a time loop. You are in a time loop, and so you only get 22 minutes before the sun explodes. The sun explodes at 22 minutes, and then you wake up at your camp. You are an amphibian who flies in a very ramshackle little spacecraft that is like nailed together boards.
Yeah.
It's very cute. It's very lovely. And the core of it is that you are living in a solar system where there is a previous intelligent spacefaring species who are long extinct, and you go through their ruins and translate their writings and figure out what they were up to when they died. What were the last days of the Nomai? I have some Nomai arts up on screen. I don't think I actually have any Harthian arts. I think I only have Nomai and Harukan art. I can grab some Harthian representation.
Go for it if you so wish. And the sun explodes every 22 minutes. The sun explodes, which sends you technically back in time to before it exploded the last time, 22 minutes. Technically.
Yeah. It sends you back into that triggers the time loop. The Harthians, there's not a lot of art of them. They're way more literal. Their artistic expression is much more architectural. Let me get into here.
Is it scary? It's cosmic horror is what I would call it. Oh.
Yeah, I had to. I can't edit the slides without so slideshow. Start from current slide. I will share it to you. I will share it again. Yeah, I mean, all you'll see is I use LibreOffice Impress.
I more so meant, I'm not magically projecting Almontis into my whatever this room is that we are currently sitting in somehow. There is a stream to be watched here somewhere, and there's little guys with a cup of soda.
Yeah,
background.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the Harthians. They're four-eyed amphibians.
Wait.
And hello, Grim. I'm sorry. I'm going to do I'm going to do a little support the homies moment here.
Yeah.
Do you know Grim?
I don't know if I do know Grim. Hi, Grim.
Grim Glassman does stained glass art streams.
Yo, that's sick! Dang!
Yeah.
Fantastic! Wait, hang on. Wait. I think I feel like, so they made fan art of someone that I think I might have seen.
They did fan art of me and Cora and Kari, and I forget who else.
It might have been yours I saw, actually. Dang, that's sick. I have so much stained glass sitting in a box right now waiting for me to figure out how to do it. I admire your craft. It's something. Yeah.
I feel the need to support the other traditional art VTubers.
Yeah. Keep our crafts alive despite people saying they're dying. Shh.
We actually talked about that. Grim was actually on my stream yesterday. That was my interview yesterday. Was him, and it was actually kind of interesting to compare and contrast because stained glass appears to be dying, according to Grim. Calligraphy is probably the healthiest it's been like ever. Oh,
another raid. Dang, lots of fellas today. Hello, Super Game Sniper. Thank you for raiding. Hello. Hi. I'm
Welcome
Squeiji.
in, Raiders.
I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. I'm yapping with El Montas today about many things. Right now we're talking about stained glass and history, but welcome in.
Yes.
Crewmates, rotate at them, please. Pretty please.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, so yes, the it's not too bad. Okay, that's good to hear. Yes, the Harthians are not mutants. They just have 4 eyes.
Ah,
They just evolved to have
Yes.
4 eyes. This is not a. I mean, it's a mutation in the same sense that having thumbs is a mutation. Or like it's just a feature.
good one to have. Yeah, not a bug, a feature.
Not a bug, a feature. And the Nomai, who I have more representation of, died thousands and thousands of years ago. And they left a bunch of ruins, and you explore those ruins. And it's a game that it's about physics, and
Mhm.
it's about history, and it's about archaeology, and it's about what do we owe to the future.
It's a little existentialist. Woo!
It's very existential. It's beautiful. Y- I don't think we see any that wear glasses. Does Hornfels wear glasses? Maybe.
I feel like one of them wears glasses, right?
Uh,
I also thought they possibly had beards though this morning. So my memory
yeah.
clearly cannot be trusted. I will say I haven't actually. I played the game. I think the year it released, and I played the DLC also when it released. So my memory isn't as great as it once was.
Mostly, we see them wearing like either they wear a lot of space. We see a lot of them wearing space helmets.
They wear eye protection, but
Yeah, they do wear eye protection, but it's like fully enclosed helmets.
yeah.
Uh,
Dang, they
and-
got good eyesight. I guess they don't need glasses.
Yeah, I mean, or they need glasses twice as hard because more errors to possibly have.
I don't even want to
I
think
don't
about
know.
how
No,
you
no,
make glasses for 4 eyes.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel like it would be intrinsically harder than for 2 eyes. I mean, it's more engineering.
Yes, just more
It's more
engineering how to
material.
mount to face.
I mean, they've got ears,
That's true.
so that helps.
Can't use nose bridge because they don't really have one. Their faces are really flat.
Yeah, so it's like you think about like a Rex Specs
Oh.
that has like the big wide plastic soft bridge in the middle.
Yeah, maybe.
that
maybe.
could mount across like the 4 corner points, and then you
Mhm.
have the lenses coming off of that on this as a center. So you have like a soft pad,
Yeah, maybe.
and then like you don't even need the strap, right? Because they've got ears. You can use ear hooks like we use.
Yeah, they could use. They could essentially just have like sports goggles, essentially just as their normal
Yeah.
wear. I guess.
Yeah,
For as
Yeah,
untrendy as that may be for us, for them maybe that's fashionable.
we'll find out. I mean, I don't know. We'll find out. We can try
You
fan
said
art
with
and
a
see
lot
what
of
happens.
confidence.
I have a lot of confidence that we'll know the future. Yeah, I have so much confidence. I am such a curiosity is like my main motivating thing in life. I am so confident that we can learn so much about the world that we haven't learned yet. It's so baseless. It's
Optimism!
oh, there's I'm looking through the wiki that one of them does wear a welding mask.
Oh,
But it doesn't have separate eye slots because our welding masks don't. Like it's just
that's
got
true.
it's just got a dimmer, right? You just have to dim it.
My question though is,
Uh,
actually this might be getting way into like specifics, but like our welding masks are shaped the way they are to specifically also limit light. They're narrow in bands, so I guess you need 2 bands for them. Maybe.
Maybe I don't know. It depends. Like it's also possible. I mean, things like we already have to deal with the fact of multiple eyes.
That's true.
So like most applications where we figured out how to deal with it for 2 eyes, you can scale it for 4. It's not like
Mhm.
like there's got to be some way to do the scaling in a probably linear fashion. They do not answer an important question. The Nomai ask an important question about this, which is I wonder what they see with their 4th eye.
Oh,
Because the Nomai have 3 eyes,
yeah. Now I have 3.
which is a here's a Nomai statue, the most
Yeah.
realistic Nomai we see. You can see big 3 eyes.
Yep, here's Almontas with an extra 3rd eye. I've helped you open your 3rd eye, apparently.
Yes, thank you. And like so, what does their 4th eye see? And it's like really funny to me because it's like I assumed that it would be a second form of binocular. Like,
Yeah.
we have two eyes for binocular vision, not to
Yeah.
see like a separate type of thing.
I was gonna ask, do you think they have better depth perception than we do? Because
They could.
binocular vision
Yeah.
gives us depth perception. If you lose
Yep.
an eye, your depth perception just goes out the window pretty much.
Yep.
They can triangulate data. They don't have to triangulate it. I don't even know what the word would be if it's 4 points, but quadrupolate their data.
They could add depth perception for up down.
Oh, see, that might be nice. Yeah.
That'd be weird. I mean, we already kind of have depth perception for up down, but they could be a lot better.
Could be a lot better. Probably wider range of view also, where for us, like, our world is very wide, I guess. That makes any sense. But for them, their whole world is square format, I guess, through the way they view it. I don't like that I've become aware of how much I can see right now.
Verdigris brings up the good point that having more eyes could make them worse at certain things. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it depends on like what they're getting out of it, right?
Yeah.
You know, like I
Worse motion sickness.
I don't know what they're doing with those four eyes. Like is one set seeing one part of the spectrum and another set seeing another part of the spectrum? Like, does one set of eyes have all of their because we've got two sets of cones, right? Is the cones color? So you could have one set of cones in the lower eyes and a different set of cones in the upper eyes.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. We're asking a lot of questions that I don't know if have been asked about these fellas before. I'm very here.
Well, we've asked so many questions. Yeah, we've been asking so many questions. You are. It's really fun that people may have come here. If you were worried about spoilers, you're getting like the exact opposite of spoilers. You're getting like you're getting like the kind of questions that like the developers either didn't think about or they thought about, and they're like, "Come on, man!"
Like the why do you need to know that kinds of questions.
Why do you need to know the family and kinship structures of these aliens?
Because it's important, okay?
It is kind of crazy. Like, we know more about the Nomai kinship structure than the Hearthian kinship structure.
Yeah, I guess we do, don't we?
Yeah, I have no idea who's parents in the Hearthians, or if they have that as a concept.
Yeah, I don't think they
know they have kids.
Especially. Yeah.
Yeah, but do they have like broods? Like, do they have like children's creches with like communal raising? It's so.
Well, they must, because they've got a social structure like they would, because the kids, when they want you to play hide and seek, I'd assume they have a social structure similar, but I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know. It's definitely not really like given to us particularly strongly. It's and like again, like we know that at the very least the Nomai have a concept of siblings. We don't know if they have a concept of parentalship.
No, we don't.
We know they have a concept of mentorship.
That's true. We know. What else do we know about them?
We know they have mentors. We know that.
We know that they can
have
fall in love
plans.
with each other.
Yeah, well, yeah. We do know that we do know that they have romantic relationships.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting that.
Yeah. We don't know how those romantic relationships operate. I do think that that's actually kind of interesting because you pointed out something really good earlier, right? Which is I pointed out that we see pronoun use differences. Mm-hmm. Well, we see multiple different types of pronouns used for the Nomai, but you pointed out that could be the translation, which is good. Which is a good insight. And so romantic love is actually a really contentious topic.
As far as translation goes, especially.
Yeah. There's talking about.
That's a good point.
Talking about Roman history here for a second, this is one of those things that's actually strikingly interesting about comparing and contrasting Roman and Greek societies. Because a lot of people often think that the differences between Roman and Greek societies are all like in the hard stuff, and in the soft stuff, in the social structures, they're actually very similar. Because we've really overextended the idea that Roman gods are Greek gods. We've really overextended that way past the point where it's coherent.
Yes.
Ares is actually a very different god from Mars.
They've got a whole different alignment, I would say.
Yeah. They've got a very different vibe. They have a very different vibe. And one of those differences that is like really staggeringly different is the marital structures. between the two societies.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, they do.
Like, so for people who don't know about this, the Roman method of marriage is that the Roman marital structure is generally that a man who has gotten to the end of his military service, so mid-late 30s, will talk to another man that he's friends with, an older man that he's friends with, and ask if he has any daughters of marriageable age, which in Roman society means like 16 to 20.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a marriage between a man in his late 30s and a girl in her late teens, and the guy pays the father a bride price to functionally purchase his daughter.
By today's standards, yeah, wild, but
pretty wild. This is, by Greek standards, this is radically feminist and incredibly liberal.
Which is crazy that could even be the case, but yeah.
Yeah. The ancient Greek method, it is worth noting that this is a negotiation, and the wives actually do have some amount of say in it.
Yeah.
They do have a certain amount of say in it, and importantly, a very important part in this is that there is methods by which a woman in Roman society is legally independent.
Mm-hmm.
That is a thing. We do have court cases of women suing men and winning. Like, it's a thing that happens. Like, they can own property and blah, blah, blah. In the Greek system, the head of households, the head of the oikos, where we get the word economic from, oikos. I like that little bit of etymology there.
I did not say entomology.
You got to be careful about that one these days. People will catch you.
I was waiting. I was
yeah,
lying in wait.
Yeah, we got an entomologist in chat, so I know I got to be on extra guard.
Be careful.
Yeah, gotta watch out for traps. And people, once people decide that they think you're smart, they never let you rest. You gotta be vigilant about this stuff forever. But the Greek system is that the two heads of household, which is extensive. Like, you've got one guy who's in charge of like 50 people and functionally owns them as property, and he talks to another head of household, and they just trade their kids like they're Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
And that's it's not great. And if you're wondering why one of those really outstanding cultural practices of the Greeks does not translate into the Romans, which is pederasty. Pederasty is partially a part and parcel of this cultural practice where neither the bride nor the groom have any say in who they marry.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, yes, Selma, I knew a classics professor who said, and this is a classic professor, usually when you're a professor of something, you get pretty sympathetic to your subjects. Usually. And I remember her saying that she has never heard of any society as misogynistic as the ancient Greeks.
Yeah.
It's genuinely kind of impressive. It's remarkable that one of the, I believe it was Aristotle, disapproved of the Spartans because they gave women too much freedom.
Yes.
And that amount of freedom was like a tenth as much as the Romans gave them. Which is a crazy thing to care about in the case of the Spartans, because the Spartans were 97% slaves. Like,
of all the things you want to draw the line on, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah, like, verdigris. In general, when we talk about ancient Greece, we almost always are talking specifically about Athens, and a huge percentage of our questions, which is actually something we can apply to talking about Outer Wilds, is we have this very heavy source bias towards Athens. Mm-hmm. The Spartans in particular left literally zero sources.
Yes.
Fully illiterate society.
You get like a really good the victors leave you some notes of them, and the Spartans were victorious in many cases.
Yep.
But their priorities lay elsewhere.
Their priorities lay elsewhere. It means that all of the portraits we have of the Spartans we have to be like really questionable about, because like a big one of our sources is Xenophon, This is a fun part about the classics, is that, like, you can count on one hand the number of sources you have to say about certain things.
Mhm.
Xenophon's really pro-Spartan. He thinks the Spartans are super cool. We have no reason to believe that any of what he was saying was the unvarnished truth, because Xenophon was also a political activist who was trying to change the Athenian social and economic structure to be more aristocratic.
So he's got motives.
He's got motives. He is not just. This is not just like a guy who is doing like unvarnished anthropology. He is like if you talk to somebody who is talking about the American healthcare system and is like, we need to do things like they do it in Canada or Scandinavia. Are they an unvarnished, trustworthy source about what is actually happening in Canada or Scandinavia?
Not usually.
Yeah, not
I
usually,
found.
right? Like they're yeah. Yeah, all of your sources are biased. All of your sources are always biased. This was actually something I kind of loved in Outer Wilds, was that there's unambiguous evidence inside Outer Wilds writings that some of the characters in it are lying to each other.
Yes! I love that they lie to each other, because that's one of those things. I don't remember what it was even about, but I remember like distinctly noting that at one point and being like, oh, they're just people, and also, you think you're so crafty.
It was
It's like
it was the
almost
probe cannon.
endearing. Yeah. It's
Oh, they're so endearing. I find the Nomai so endearing. Like
Yeah.
everything about them. I find them so endearing. I find them delightful. Yeah, they lie about the probe cannon. There's a married couple, or a romantic pair, I should say,
Yeah.
to be a little more clear. There's a romantic pair who are in charge of operating the probe cannon, and everybody knows that they have a bigger is better mentality to the power limiter.
Mhm.
And so the people who are making the cannon are openly talking with each other about how they're going to lie to the operators about the power allowances on it.
'Cause that's really safe.
And then it's so funny. And then you can find some notes between those two where they talk about how they're pretty sure that the people who built the cannon are lying to them.
They're on to them.
And that they can in fact actually go over the limit by like 50%. It's so funny. It's so good.
It's like they're trying to take all their allowances to try and make something be safe, and there's no way. You can't it's not even human nature, no my nature. They want to do their funny little experiments in space. Bigger is better in science sometimes. Bigger is less safe, but cooler explosion when it's bigger.
Yeah, and they only need to shoot once, right? So who cares? Let's go.
Also true. If you only have to do something once, then like might as well do it really big the one time you do it.
Yeah, max it out. It's so funny. It's so beautiful. There's all these little stories like that. Like there's one of the ones that I also really liked was one of the craftsmen. I forget which craftsman it was. It was Black Hole Forge.
Yeah.
But what were they doing? Were they the carver, or was it the teleportation devices, or something like that? One of the craftsmen feels like their craftsmanship isn't up to snuff, and that they need to have more time and more allowances. And everybody else is just like, ignore that. We're accepting this as a final draft.
Ouch. As an artist, I can relate to that. The number of times where I've had to submit something for any kind of work where I'm like, here's the work in progress, and they're like, nope, that is the final. And I'm like, oh, how could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? You're gonna attach my name to this thing? No. I don't know about that one.
Done is better than perfect.
That's true. But I feel like those fellows are getting rushed in.
That does happen. I do find it kind of amusing because I work for a publication that publishes things very slowly. Like we've sat on things for like a year.
Dang, yeah.
Well, because we're doing like academic analysis stuff. Like we don't need to.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about. Yeah.
I posted on this was my most recent I'll just post it in the channel because I'm very proud. This is my most
Go
recent
for it.
post on Blue Sky.
Let's see. Hubris, draft 1. Humility, draft 1001. Yeah.
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 I'm also an infamous reviser. I 10 revisions is a pretty fast one
It's
for
called
me.
iterative work.
It's called iterative work. My first drafts usually don't have an introduction, don't have a conclusion, frequently don't have prepositions, and rarely have introductory statements on paragraphs.
My any kind of work that I did, like my master's thesis was single word enter for like a month and a half. And the oversight was like, what are you doing? I was like, it makes sense to me. It all makes sense in the mind. It'll become writing eventually, but it doesn't need to be writing right now. It needs to be organization right now.
Oh, geez, I actually, Selma triggered a core memory for me, which was at a white-collar job I worked, a non-academic job I worked. We had to submit reports, right? And the way we submitted our monthly reports had like a fairly specific format, and the easiest way that everybody did was you copied your report, you pasted it, and then you renamed it to the next month, and then you went in and you blanked it out, right?
Okay.
Simple, simple way to just reuse a complicated format.
Mm-hmm.
One of my coworkers, so your reports would be like February 2016, and it would be like your name would be like Almontas February 2016 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one of my coworkers had. Let's see if I can do it. New copy dash February 2016 or whatever the year was. Copy parentheses 4 parentheses 2 parentheses 1 parentheses 1 copy.
I cannot show you what the name of my 3D model I'm currently using is, for similar reasons. I think my current model I'm using right now is called EG 2.0 Small 4.0 Hair Physics Magica Cloth Works, like 4 other strings of text, and there's like 19 of me in the folder.
You need to revise the one that I'm currently using because one of them I completely broke the rigging by trying to use like the VTS voice calibration.
No.
And I do keep that one around for when I want to make a static image.
Mm-hmm.
I just play around with the
multiple versions of yourself for 2D.
Yeah, it's really easy in 2D. But like it's called like Almontas Voice Cal, and the other one's called like Al VTuber. But they're in folders with there's the folder names are like atrocious, like Almontas Final Draft July 20th, and I'm like what? But like that's actually not the final one, I don't think.
No, one almost never has the word "final" on it.
Oh yeah, no, I this has been something I've put my foot down about. Is like, I am like on the warpath with the other editors I work with that like, you can't name something final if we have to make any later revisions to it.
I just don't name anything final
we're
ever.
Well, we don't now. It's because I've been on the warpath about this one. Like,
you set them straight.
If you are going to put an append name on it that's anything other than just the version number, it better be done. And I will chew people out if it's like, oh, the author wanted us to change a footnote, and then like, then it wasn't done. What's wrong with you? Like, because I'm the one who does the final entries, and so we've published things that have errors in them because people got ahead of themselves and named it like such and such clean, and I'm like, okay, it's ready to go to publishing.
Oh no!
And then the fact she's like, wait, I didn't finish it. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Why did you do this?
In filmmaking, we have what is supposed to be a failsafe for that. When you are working with an artist, you have your bonitere, you have your BAT. BAT. The artist signs it and says, confirm this is fine, you can run this one to the press. Boy, will they scribble any number of letters under the thing sometimes that is not those, and I'm like, we can't print this now because you wrote this here and now you flew to Florida. We can't print your thing now, and they're like, no, but that's what you can print it. I'm like, legally, I am not going to print this because you didn't label it right. I am not protected.
I'm wondering if I need to start instituting this because like part of the issue is that like we work with a lot of different types of writers. I don't know how much this happens with the line of work you're in, where like different genres of training lead to people having like really radically different standards and
Yes.
processes. Academics will respond to emails on like a 6 to 8 month timeline.
And I love that for academics, and that screws me up as a person, yes.
Yeah. Journalists start to have anxiety attacks if they haven't been published within like 2 months.
Yeah.
The journalists are actually pretty easy to work with. Weirdly, poets are super easy to work with.
You know, that actually doesn't seem weird to me. All the poets I've met, because strangely there's an overlap there with printmaking, all the poets I've
Yeah.
met are very laid back, usually, where they're like, yeah, take your time with it. Oh, it needs another revision, that's okay. Hey, would you mind adding in an indent here? I know, like, you know, we're nowhere near it. We still have a lot of time before it goes to publish. I'm like, yeah, that's fine, sure.
My thought is that they get rejected so much.
Oh,
Like they're in like a defeat mentality.
oh,
That's my-
yeah, or like they're in the mentality of like, maybe if they are, they're like, I don't want to step on your toes. I'm chill about it. It's fine. It's okay. Do what you need to. I just want to be published.
Yeah. They're just so happy to be. They're just so happy to be here.
They're just happy to get a chance.
Yeah. And the opinionated analysts are the like real pain in the neck to work with. I fortunately have spent very little time working with novelists, but apparently novelists are, as a rule, an absolute pain in the neck.
Oh no.
I can tell you that writing advice moment here. Writing advice moment,
nice,
folks.
okay.
I suspect that just based on demographics of people who watch VTubers,
Okay.
that there are 5 people in here who are currently in the process of writing a fantasy novel.
Interesting guess. Out yourselves now. Okay.
Publish some short stories first.
Yes, I agree with this. I do agree with this.
Publish some short stories first, because there are things that you will learn about writing and who you are as a writer. Oh my god, we got people do visual novels.
Yes, they do. Here, well, that's
That
not
is-
surprising. I teach graphic noveling, so I have, I think, summoned people who are of that type. I think you might have lowballed it, actually, given that.
Oh my god.
But I feel very similarly to you, that is something I tell my students so much, is they all want to, like, we have a 1 semester project. It's not even one full semester. It's like a 9-week project where you make a mini graphic novel, and people will try and give me like a 6-act structure, and I'm like, fellas, you're gonna do like 12 pages. Like, no. Write a short story, figure out how to write first off. Just, your characters look cool. What is the plot? Like, graphic novel is visual, but it is also writing. The writing is the most important part, honestly. You can have bad visuals. You cannot have bad storytelling. It doesn't work. You will get nowhere. I feel very strongly about that.
And you can tell them the really brutal part of that, which is there are people who make graphic novels that don't have any text in them.
That's true.
That means they have to work even harder at making the plot make sense.
Mm-hmm. One of my mentors published a silent graphic novel, which is insanity. It's a thing, and if you are stylistically strong enough, then you can.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to tell most of us that if we have not been making graphic novels for more than 15 to 20 years, you're not going to be at a point where you can even do that.
Yeah. Rairaku, I would say yes, but again, the important part is finish some projects.
Mm-hmm.
Finish them. See them go all the way from conception to birth.
Yes.
Because you will learn things. There are things that you cannot learn about the writing process and the publishing process by doing infinity revisions and plotting.
Yes. Also, don't do your work in a void. I think that's one of the things that happens with fan fiction, is that you are kind of working in a void a little bit, and then if you're going to get any commentary on it, it's going to be on the basis of people liking probably the story you're writing for, or whether or not you're writing in character for existing characters.
Yeah.
It is still very valid to get critique on fan fiction writing, and you should.
Yeah.
If you care about writing. It's scary to submit yourself to that, I know. But
Time
can only benefit.
loops is not an excuse. Primer is a 2-hour movie with an incredibly complicated time loop plot, and they still managed to make it a 2-hour movie.
Mm-hmm.
Finish your goddamn work. Finish your goddamn work.
Amantos does not sugarcoat.
Yeah, do not spend decades spinning your wheels, revising and going over and polishing the same stone over and over again. You need to get some of your work out there. You need to get it under the eyes of an editor and in front of an audience who will tell you that they hated your characters, or that you misspelled the name of a city. Like, you need to take those mistakes, and it is so much more pleasant to take those for a 1,000-word short story than for your fantasy epic that took you 15 years to write.
Yeah, I full agree.
Please.
Get your practice
and
in.
I don't care what your medium is. I don't care what your medium is. I don't care if you're a musician or a rapper or a graphic novelist or a model maker. Get some small stuff done.
Yeah, do small
Get
projects.
some small
That's how
stuff.
you learn the most. If you only take on big projects as a person, you limit the amount that you can learn. That's why people who get into like game dev when they're like, I want to make a game. No, you should make a single platform. Make a character. Make just like, don't go for your game first out the gate. Go for something that has one of the mechanics of your game that you want to do eventually. Because you're going to be perfectionist.
That's why game jams are very valuable.
Yes, that's most of the reason why they exist to some degree too.
Yeah.
Practice opportunities. Give yourself them. Do like what are they called? The Big Bangs or whatever they do for writing? I don't remember what they're called. Something like that.
I don't know. For writing, I think about writing circles.
Oh, yeah, those two. Yeah.
Yeah. I genuinely really want to have a VTubing circle. I like genuinely really want to have like a couple of people who like do peer-to-peer review of each other and critique.
See, I can join you for that because I've done peer review for art historical papers, maybe slightly if that's useful to you.
I mean, it's I just think it's just good to have somebody who is in the field and is like, this is what you did right, this is what you did wrong.
Here's where you need to expand your research. Here's where you've had a logical fallacy.
Yeah. Here, I mean, in the case of VTubing, it's like, you lost track here, or this was a stupid thread, or this was not the right game for you. Like, this was like a content analyzer almost. Well, I'm envisioning a circle because, like, I don't want to pay somebody to do it like full time because that's very expensive. I would rather trade it. I'd rather trade work for work with another person.
Teamwork, and then you all benefit.
Yeah.
I thought you meant getting a VTuber team of people who are doing like actual like peer-reviewed essays on VTubing, which would be also insane.
I mean, I do know a person who is invested in doing that, and I've thought about a few angles that I could do for VTubing analysis. Again, the type of nonfiction I read these days is like economic and political analysis. I suspect that anything I write would probably be ultimately pretty unflattering to the VTubing industry, because the most obvious angle is the sexism in VTubing. That's like the most obvious angle to me.
Interesting.
Well, because this culture has adopted so much from idol culture.
Yeah, that's usually my concern with VTubing is the idol culture problem that we have and all the things that brings with it. Yeah,
and I think one of the things that really trucks in is certain particular misogynistic tendencies get really incubated and exacerbated. Not super flattering. No. This is actually like a kind of like small kind of story. That the first VTuber I ever heard of.
Oh, interesting.
Did not watch them at the time. The very first VTuber I ever heard of, in the context in which I heard of them, was a frankly very unfair article criticizing Project Melody.
Really interesting, but yeah, I don't doubt that. There was a lot of criticism for Project Melody for a long time, and it was so much misogyny. It was
a lot, and the one that I read was like woke washed misogyny too. It was like I'm looking back on it, it's like it was like basically like she's stealing valor from real sex workers.
That's crazy. Yeah,
It's such a bullshit analysis.
Insanity.
I do not have. And that's like how I heard about VTubers, and they're like, for one thing, I think they also just mischaracterized what Melody does, and
Absolutely.
who she is.
Yes.
They very much characterized her as like almost as if she were like an AI, like as if she were
That's not even like
an
uncommon.
like
That happens to VTubers so much, and I don't know why we get conflated like that. It's weird.
I think partially like it's like sometimes people being fooled by the kayfabe, but also like the combination of like idol culture and corpo culture. People often misunderstand it very badly. Like a big thing that I've talked about a lot with people on the economic and political side of it is a lot of people think that the way VTuber corporations work is the corporation owns the model and all that stuff, blah blah blah, and then that means that if they want to, they can now fire the talent and just hire a new person to take over the role, and that will be smooth and easy.
And as we've we've seen organizations that try and do that, and it pretty much never works in practice
Well,
because the personality is who you are. Like,
yeah, no, the way I put it is that's doing the cheap part expensively.
yeah,
Like the cheap, like VTubing as an industry is sustained by the fact that a lot of us, like me, are willing to sink a lot of sweat equity into building up an entertainment brand,
yeah,
and building and like so the corporations relative to other types of talent corporations, the real advantage they have in VTubing is they have so many enthusiastic amateurs who you can buy for a song.
yeah.
Like finding the talented performers is cheap in this industry. It's so like
It's a little
doing
predatory.
that. Yeah, I don't like the structure. I'm quite critical
No,
of it.
I don't think you do.
I am indie and do not tend to apply. I've applied for literally one corpo, and it was V Shoujo.
See, I feel like if there were ever to be one I would apply for, it'd be that one, but like on the basest of level, I'm non-binary. You can't do that in agencies. They don't let you do that.
They don't let you do that. They don't let you do that. And like, I would consider 3AM, but I don't think I have a culture fit for them at all.
Yeah.
Because I actually think they might. They seem like they might be owner operated.
Yeah, I don't know much about them. For all intents and purposes.
That's fair. That's fair. It's like 5 people. I think it might actually just like I don't know this for sure, but I think like Callie and Meat and Koki might actually like own controlling shares in the company.
Maybe I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, it seems like that. I don't know. I asked and they didn't answer. But
I mean, they may also
I don't
not
want to
be able to answer.
which is fair. Which is fair. I would not join like Hollow or Niji or any of the ones that are trying to be Hollow and Niji, but more predatory, which is a lot of them.
Just, like a third of them.
Yeah. And so I am happy being critical of them. But yeah, it's the actual advantage that you have if you're trying to run a corpo in this is you've got a lot of enthusiastic amateurs that you can underpay.
Yes.
For content production. It was just true of a lot of art. Like a lot. That's how the music industry works, right?
Yes.
Is like, you know, enough people are willing to work the functional equivalent of $2 an hour to get their death metal album produced that you don't have to worry about it too hard. And so like doing it that way where you're like trying to like use like oh yeah, we're gonna fire Vesper and just like get another guy into like puppet Vesper's model and everybody will be okay with that. Like that's not true. It's just not how it works at all.
Thankfully, I think they know that to some degree. At least the big fellas, the big fish know that.
They know it because they don't. There was some controversy about trying with Kazuna Ai, but I don't think anybody else has even bothered.
Oh yeah, no.
Like like they don't bother because again, it's like it's not that hard to find the talent.
Yeah.
Like that's like the easy part. You've got hundreds of people applying to you constantly that are super enthusiastic and are willing to take really terrible paychecks.
Yeah, the fact that they just have open auditions at this point for Hololive and Niji Sanji tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
just
Like
kind of
they don't
put
need to
you in
scout.
burner. Yeah, they're not scouting.
They don't even need, let alone develop, right? They don't. Developing would be the expensive
They
part.
don't develop. That's
They
what
don't
they
develop.
don't do.
Yeah, they don't. And like not even to like really shit on the industry too much. I know I'm like being very harsh about it, but it
Like,
is
they're being a little
interesting.
more
Like
cynical than usual, but like this is one of those realities that I think does need to be talked about VTubing sometimes. We tend to be
yeah.
hopelessly, uselessly optimistic about it sometimes.
I'm honestly. I mean, I love doing this.
Yeah, no.
One,
Also me.
like I want to be really really clear about this. I love this. This is like
We choose to do
I
this.
I really really want to make like I don't have any ambitions or plan of getting like truly wealthy off of this. I know I'm not Iron Mouse, but if I can make the kind of money where I can just kind of comfortably have an apartment to myself
Yeah.
and not be that worried about how I'm going to pay for groceries 6 months from now, I would be so happy if this was how I did it.
Yeah. I
Because
can say similarly. It's
I'm putting
nice
in
to do.
I'm working very hard these days. I'm working very, very hard these days, but I love doing this. I love being in front of the stage, and like, it's amazing.
You just gotta be careful about what it's like any kind of good buffet situation. You take the parts you like, you leave the parts you don't, and you gotta be careful because sometimes they're not keeping the food at the right temperature, and you might get food poisoning despite your best efforts.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, I mean, I just always like to point out that anything where love of the game is a serious motivating factor is going to attract some predators.
Yes. Oh yes.
You know, lions go to the watering hole.
And by lions, we mean trust fund lads who, for some reason, think starting a VTuber corporation is a good path for their future. At least sometimes that's what we mean. Yeah.
For a second, I thought you said I mixed up trust fund and hedge fund.
Oh.
And I was like, man, if the hedge fund guys are getting involved, I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I don't know. That would be a strange future indeed if the hedge fund guys were getting in. How long? You know, actually, wait, I can't even say that. I was going to say how long until we have an NFT VTuber, and we do have one already.
Yeah.
There's one who follows me, and I was like, I don't know how to feel about this. That's strange.
I mean, they're 2 years out from that being relevant, so that's good? Question mark?
A little late to that game, I guess.
I'm assuming they're old hangovers from when NFTs were relevant because
no,
it's
the account was only like 6 months old.
I don't have an answer then. I don't have.
I didn't have one by any means either. I was like, "What is this about? That's so strange."
I don't know what you're doing there. That's baffling.
Yep.
I mean, I think it would work the way that Selma. I think it would work the way that NFTs always work. They don't.
That was my question. I was like, "What? To what? Like, what is the benefit of having a VTuber to promote your NFT minting thing? I don't even understand what that even does for you. Because what are you doing? Are you stamping the VTuber as an NFT? Question mark. So then you're saying we can't make fan? I don't know what that even means. It doesn't work. Is what it means.
Yeah, it's. I mean, NFTs are functionally dead, but they were a hype-driven scam economy shit.
Yes.
It's the entire function of the NFT world was that there exists in America a fairly large segment of mostly men who are pulling down decent money, decent middle class income, and are insecure about it and believe that there is some trick to getting rich that involves being super clever and super thinking outside the box. This is the same thing that gets people into day trading, by the way.
Wait, they had an anime and they had an anime describing what? Describing NFTs?
Oh no.
Hang on, sorry, I just got so whiplashed. What? There's no way. That would be insanity. Oh my god. I sure hope that's not what you meant by that. If it is, I want details, but not really. Kind of. morbid curiosity.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Selma.
You didn't hear about that? No, I didn't.
Oh, I thought Thay was the name of somebody. No, that's okay. It's Wizards of the Coast.
Talking about you later. Thank you, Selma. Oh, lordy. Concerning. Sorry, what were you saying? I got like...
Yeah, no, it's yeah, it's pretty baffling. Yeah, I think like the function of NFTs was that there were some middle class guys who thought that there was some investment strategy that was radically better than dump your money in an ETF that tracks the stock market and don't look at it. And it turns out that you can't. Those guys are extremely vulnerable to flattery.
Yes.
And people who have a lot of liquidity and are vulnerable to flattery are the technical term for them is marks.
Oh. I see. Huh.
Oh, you know what I mean. It's not a technical term. They're marks. They're prey. They're prey to people who are good at talking and
they're prey to a classic multi-level marketing strategy, probably.
Yeah, it's multi-level marketing crap. It's the same stuff. The random trust fund baby opening a VTuber agency and failing is. I mean, I know there's at least one like aristocrat who is like a moderately successful VTuber.
That's true. I know of 3 agencies that were founded on that basis and folded because of that basis.
Nice. I was thinking about what's her name? The Knives Out.
VTuber?
The political the actress who's a political activist a lot of the time. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis is I believe her daughter.
Yes.
Is a VTuber. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so that is true. I thought we were going to talk. You were going to mention Pam, who is the CEO of PlayAsia, who is also a VTuber.
Oh no. Ah.
There's a lot of CEO VTubers somehow.
I mean, it's understandable. Like if you like, the thing is like, you have a lot of. We're not generally making money here. We're trying, but it's not the default. And if you can just afford to just flat out lose money forever, like you can just stay here forever.
Money, yeah.
Yeah, like if you don't need to make money, then
help.
like then you can just be in this forever with and that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's I think that's kind of interesting. And I mean, like, so this is the thing, right? It's like you're in the art world, and I'm sure that this is something that you found in the arts, in your realm of the arts, because I think about a concert pianist that I knew, a classical pianist, and he started studying piano when he was like 8. Never stopped. Got a full PhD in the not a PhD, but a doctorate of performing arts.
Yeah. Okay.
Like a full performing arts, everything.
Yeah.
And he was performing at one of the larger concert halls in the tri-state area. And he gets scouted by a consortium, by a classical music consortium.
Hey, that's really fantastic.
They say, yeah, well, hold on.
Or is it? Oh, no. Oh God.
And so this woman from this consortium comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're incredible. We want to put you on tour. It'll be an Italian tour.
Italy.
We've got places in Rome and Milan and Venice, and it'll be lined up for you. This is like an opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah,
type
at
situation,
least
right?
they make it sound like.
6-month tour across Italy at like real formal concert halls. What do you think the pay was?
I'm going to take a wild guess based on some personal experiences and say they offer to pay them just maybe slightly double minimum wage for the state.
So it is between your and Selma's guesses. It was a round-trip ticket.
That's it?
That's it. Round-trip plane ticket. No room or board.
Ugh.
Not even room or board at expense.
How do
Let
they
alone
even,
actual cash in hand.
how do they even find anyone who can do?
The
I mean,
only
that's
way
what it
to
has to be. It has to be somebody who's already rich, I guess. Already
yeah,
has the
you have to
funds.
already be rich. You have to already be rich.
Dang, that's
You are out of the industry if you are not already rich.
yeah. There is some
yeah.
degree, similarly in art, we talk about a lot of maintaining your practice, which I'm sure is something that transcends art as well, but we talk about maintaining your practice, which you only have the luxury to do, really, if you are rich. Like, for somebody who's a day-to-day worker, like the most of us, maintaining your practice is ostensibly impossible. If you work, especially if you have to work a 9-to-5 traditional job, because there's just not time left. There's not energy left. We are aging, for as much as we don't like that. By the time you hit a point where you need to start considering, maintaining your practice, you probably hit the age where, the old bones don't like staying awake for 47 hours out of passion. It doesn't work. So the only people who have a luxury to kind of break in that way are people who already have the money to not have to work those jobs. And I hate reading articles about artists as a result. Because so many of them are like, oh, I only work 3 days a month because the business that I work for is something that my father gave me and that. And I'm like, I hate you. It's not fair.
It's super brutal.
Yeah, it's rough out there.
it's and I see it in like my line of work in writing. In academia, I saw it in some pretty rough ways where like a lot of what kind of drove me out of it was like I don't want to like make it too whiny here, but I did not grow up rich.
Mm-hmm.
I got my first job when I was 14.
Mm-hmm.
And I've usually worked 2 or 3 jobs.
Mm-hmm. I can say similarly, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think I grew up especially poor, but also part of why I didn't grow up poor was that me and my brothers all started working when we were teenagers. And so I go to graduate school and I'm putting in the research and I'm teaching, right? I'm teaching, and in order to support my teaching, I also need to be doing other jobs at the same time. I'm teaching and I'm grooming dogs. I'm teaching and I'm waiting tables. I'm teaching and I'm at the animal shelter. And meanwhile, I have people who are competing for the same jobs as me in the academic world who not only don't need to do that, they have enough money that they can pay me to do their research for them.
One of the concepts that drives me a little bonkers in art is that the concept of having a studio assistant, because most artists who are worth their salt in anything as far as publicity goes have assistants who are actually doing most of their art for them. We get into the whole thing about what do you own about art? Is it the concept? Is it the execution? Like, whose art is it really? And it just feels really kind of backwards to some degree. But that was, even when I was doing my chem in undergrad, I was a research assistant for a little bit, and I was like, this feels strange. You're going to publish a paper about this, and I don't get to be involved in it at all. This doesn't actually benefit me to have been your assistant here.
Yep. The only benefit you have is the vague hope that they will say a nice word about you at some point in the future.
Yes.
That's what you're getting out of it.
It's a rough world out there.
It's unpleasant. It's unpleasant. Do you know what do you think about Thomas Kincaid?
Thomas Kincaid! So, despite what I may be about to say, this is one of those misfortunes that befalls you by having family who tries to understand. So they try so hard to understand what you do for a profession.
Oh no, I know you're about to say I'm cringing. I'm cringing already. I know what's going to happen. Go on. I'm braced for impact.
My family loves to buy me Kincaid stuff. I hate that man.
I heard it. I could feel it. I could feel it coming.
Let me just list for you the number of Kincaid things I have. I have the blanket that is the throw blanket for my couch. Is the image on it beautiful? Yes, it's fantastic. I hate that man. I have a calendar. Are the images beautiful? Yes. Do I hate that man? Yes. Yeah, I own too much stuff that man has touched. For people who don't know who he is, Thomas Kincaid is the epitome of having other people do your work for you to some degree. He kind of makes color your own watercolor stuff to some degree, and then also copyrights things that you should not be allowed to copyright. He has copyrighted techniques for reproducing artwork that are not his thing. He didn't invent them. They're things that have been around for years, like hundreds. He doesn't own those
Mm-hmm.
things, but he's copyrighted them. So now, in order to do them legally, if you have to essentially pay him to do it.
Wait, the one that always stands out to me, the Vaunted Black guy is still alive. Thomas Kincaid has been dead since 2012.
Yeah, no, yeah, the should say that. He was dead before I cared about him all that much.
Kincaid, what he is most famous for is popularizing the idea that, so you know how there's this notion that you can buy like a Van Gogh and get rich by sitting on it?
Yeah.
Right? He popularized the idea that like you can do that as a middle class person.
Mm-hmm.
That like you can get in on that kind of fine art investing at like a budget.
Yes.
And the way that that was executed from his side of things was he would make a print,
Mm-hmm.
and then sometimes his assistants would paint like a tree.
Yes. He is the
On
predecessor to those IKEA not even IKEA, like the home goods paintings, where you can see that they have like the little bit of texture applied to the top of them, but they did just come out of a printer.
Yeah. And these would be marketed as Thomas Kincaid originals, and he is, quote, the painter of light,
Yes.
according to his own trademark. And
That's just the definition of photography. That's just what the word photography means, unfortunately.
and this is and like you're going to get rich. You're going to get rich by buying these original paintings, and he is also not charging all that much for them.
Yeah, they're kind of affordable.
They're relatively affordable. They are not appreciating in value.
No.
Period. And to give you a sense of how not appreciating they are in value, he has been successfully sued for misleading advertising on that front.
Like, that. The fact that he sued other people in life for many reasons, he was also successfully sued multiple times, many times, actually, and he didn't stop what he was doing as a result of it at all, actually, if I believe correctly. He actually just found other ways of doing it.
Yeah. And perhaps one of the most overtly dishonest men who I've ever seen. I like to. This is me. You already hate the guy, so I feel like I can really kind of let loose on this one.
He besmirches everything I care about by his whole replica thing. You can't go for it.
He had a relationship with the Christian religion.
Classic.
He was very much he was very much on the born again circuits. Very much like in the Bush get Bush elected type of thing. This was because Christian born again churches are full of people who are highly enthusiastic and have undergone recent radical life changes and are therefore unusually vulnerable to get rich quick schemes.
Yes, as they are also.
He was doing this
he
was doing this to steal from them, and it is tragic that he died at the age of 54. That is very young. That's a tragic. That is a sad time. That is sad for him and his family that he died at such a young age, and he died in a bad way.
Yeah, I don't remember. I used to know at one point in time how he died. I used to really hate that guy. Yeah, I used to really hate him more than I do now. I've kind of calmed down.
He was the kind of guy who cooked his liver, and then just didn't slow down for like another 5-10 years and then died. He had a relationship with drugs that was more unhealthy than most gonzo journalists. And he was cheating on his wife all the time.
Yeah.
And he was abusing women all the time. And he was doing all of this and then going to churches and taking advantage of people on the basis of his, morally righteous, born again, we are saving this nation by painting paintings that are these like kitschy pastoralist things. I think it is fair. To me, this is the person who I've thought is the most satanic person I've ever seen in
The devil from
life.
the
That's
Bible?
yeah, like the devil from the Bible. Like the part of the Bible where they're talking about like he will come to you cloaked in God's words. It's like this is the guy. Like this is
Cloaked
him.
in fall images of watercolor and calendars and, will they be maybe tantalizing? Yes, they will maybe draw you in, but do not fall from the light. Do not go towards the man who proclaims himself to be painting with light, despite that not being the same medium he's using. That's a different thing entirely.
Yeah, he's. So yeah, I was like, I don't know quite why I was thought about this. Like you were talking about like artists that you really disliked, and like this is the guy who like I just have like never quite gotten over. Like I was like reading this like list of like his escapades, and I'm like, this is a movie villain.
Yes.
Like this is worse than There Will Be Blood.
And you know what's the worst?
Like,
You know what's even worse than that is that he is still well respected by a lot of the old head painters, and I do not understand why, because he doesn't do anything that they like. I don't know why they like him still.
I guess because he managed to make money while doing it.
I guess. I think it's also it would be like the pot calling the kettle black if they didn't. I feel like they see too much of themselves in him sometimes.
Oh, brutal.
That's my little bit of also why I'm not teaching anymore. The old heads are something in art.
Oh my goodness. We were talking, Ambrosia. We were talking about Thomas Kincaid, who is a real scumbag of an artist.
Yes.
And again, I kind of forgot like exactly what got me on there. It did kind of remind me that I had a similar moment of I managed to put a stop to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I did have a brief moment of my family buying the worst possible present for me.
Uh-oh. Yeah, what did they give you as a gift as a sociology person?
Well, it was my mother had intimated that I'd been getting into philosophy, that I'd been reading more philosophical works.
Oh.
So she went to the bestseller list and looked at what was the best-selling book in 2014, 15, somewhere in there.
I guess.
Yeah, I think you know the book. Best-selling book for philosophy.
I mean, maybe not for philosophy, but this is something that my students encounter often, is family buying them Atlas Shrugged.
Oh, that would have been pretty funny. It was 12 Rules for Life.
Oh, okay, yeah. Similar, yeah. Okay. That was in my top 5 guesses, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember opening it at Christmas and the blood draining from my face.
How do you look someone in the eye and be like, thank you, thanks?
I had the presence of mind to, before we adjourned for the day, whisper to my mother, "Mom, please return this book.
Please return this post haste immediately. I cannot let somebody see that I own this book.
I do not like this. Mom, please return this book. I do not like this author. I do not approve of what he does."
No.
And it shows cases like a divide between brothers that like I think this was extremely the right move. My mom was mortified, but also she did make an extremely bad present choice, and that's just a risk that you're taking.
Yeah.
My little brother was mad at me for years about that.
What?
Well, because he's a smooth everything over guy.
Oh, okay.
I'm already pretty conciliatory, but he's so conciliatory.
He would have wished you just not bring it up and just toss it in the dumpster, perhaps.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And like I know that like there's a point at which you can't do that because you're just gonna keep getting it. Like if somebody buys you snacks that you're allergic to, you have to tell them you're allergic to them.
You do have to. I wouldn't even consider that. Like some people would be like, "Oh yeah, that's like don't stir the pot like that. It was a gift." I'm like, no. That's not stirring the pot. That's called advocating for yourself. Like
I would even call it feedback.
That's also true. I would agree with that. Also.
I would call that feedback.
Yeah.
And sometimes feedback is somewhat unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to make sure the money got returned so that Jordan Peterson lost the money. I also really want to make sure that it got returned for that purpose.
Also fair. Rex better not knowing what that book's about. Yeah.
I don't think it's particularly popular anymore.
No, I would say not. Well, actually, I can't answer that question because I don't hang out with people who I think would know whether or not that book is popular.
I don't hang out with people who would read it on purpose, but I do hang out with people who would intentionally make themselves mad over whether or not it's popular or not.
That's fair. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Coming from the other side of like people who want to be righteously angry about how people have terrible taste.
Yeah, I will read many things just to subject myself to them to see if I can,
Mhm.
you know, understand what the other side of something is. Oh, hello. Oh, hi, Joby. What's up?
Sorry, I forgot I have a month of premium War Thunder. I'm not playing.
Oh no! Oh no, run! Everybody run! There's a month of War Thunder on the table. The War Thunder's coming for you.
Joby had to come in because we've been doing we recently I got into Gundam building Gunpla, and Joby got into building miniatures for like tanks and stuff, as you may assume from War Thunder.
Yeah.
Their chair is in here, so they just came in and snatched their rolling chair. That was cartoonish.
That's so good. That's so good. One of the funniest things in the world to me is that there's several people who raid me regularly. Are like War Thunder streamers.
Really? That's interesting.
Well, because I'm like a history nerd.
Oh, you know what? That makes
I'm like
sense.
the history guy.
Yeah.
I'm like this, and I don't do it as much anymore. But I used to play a lot of like strategy games.
Ah.
A lot of like Europa Universalis and Victoria 3.
Huh.
I used to play a lot of those, and so the War Thunder, there's like an overlap in the interest
Yeah.
with the War Thunder people,
Yeah.
and like they would raid in, and I'd like shout them out, and I'd be like, "How was stream?" And they would be like, "Oh, you were playing War Thunder. How was that?" And then just immediate wall of "Don't play War Thunder."
Wow. Whoa.
Just immediate.
I love when somebody appears and is like, "How was the game you were playing?" Bad. Don't play.
My favorite quote about War Thunder was the highs are high and the lows are frequent.
That's true. My favorite quote about War Thunder is, "How many days has it been since a military secret was leaked on the Reddit?"
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love it so much.
I think the count right now is only like 40 or something.
Yeah.
It's really low. There was one back in November, I think.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it slowed down because at least 2 people got like very publicly arrested over it.
Yes.
I've been really impressed that it's like the fact that it's a bunch of Americans is not that surprising to me, right? Because like as a guy who loves arguing on the internet, I understand the impulse. I am smart enough to stick to my citations all being pretty publicly available books.
Yes.
So I am that's to my credit. But I understand the impulse. I understand the impulse to write 1,000-word long Reddit comments that are a total waste of your time, but are a fight.
I totally understand the want to break NDA for having secret knowledge you can't share, where it's like,
oh, that's another one, yeah,
right,
like the temptation.
I cannot tell you why.
The temptation, especially when it's an MDA.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, the worst that can happen is not me going to prison for life, but the worst that can happen is still bad, but it's still like, oh, it's not going to be worth it, but I hate that I know that you're wrong, and I can't tell you why I know that you're wrong. Yeah.
But with War Thunder, like, I'm not that surprised, particularly when like Americans do it. I am really, really surprised that several of the leaks have been the Russian military, and at least 2 were the PLA.
Yeah.
What the hell?
You know, patriotism. Where's my I don't have a sound queued up for a red-tailed hawk, but I should. Patriotism. But yeah, no. It is intriguing.
Like, you'll get in trouble with the U.S. military, but I'm pretty sure if you leak actual like secrets from the PLA, they just kill you.
I think you're right. I do think that's true.
Like, oh my god! Like, what do you like?
I don't think that's where.
And they know where you are.
Yeah.
Like,
man.
That is like that one. Like, I'm like, what is that? That whenever that's happened, I'm like, holy shit, man! Like, you really wanted to win this argument.
You did not think this one through at all, actually.
You
decided that your
posted with
entire
honor.
future was not worth it. You needed to be right, and now you needed to be right.
That is posting with honor. That
Posting with honor. That's also not picking your battles. Also.
Oh yeah. That is valor before discretion.
Wait, sometimes I forget people don't talk about parasites casually. What? What? Are you revealing trade secrets about biological data? What?
Oh.
What do you mean by that? Valor before discretion. Okay.
Yes.
I will say
Yeah.
Thankfully, for all intents and purposes, the main demographic of that game, because I was very scared, that game, Joby likes a lot of games that can be, from an outside perspective, seen as maybe concerning, depending on what you know about those games. Like, Joby plays EVE Online, has been known to play, like, Call of Duty, like, those types of games, also War Thunder. And, there's a reputation that precedes people who play those games, but not really, actually. Like, I've found that the War Thunder community is overwhelmingly furries and self-proclaimed femboys, so, like, not the...
I missed a word in there. So who are most likely furries and self-proclaimed femboys?
The War Thunder and EVE Online players of the modern era.
Yeah.
They have a reputation for being unsavory for other reasons, but no, not these days. Nope.
I mean, I can assure you that some of those unsavory characters in exactly the form of unsavoriness you are talking about, I'm
sure they're still there to some degree.
It's actually genuinely kind of interesting, like those elements of the gamer sphere, because man, do they love indie strategy games.
They do. Why do they love them so much? I feel like I need to see, like, there's not enough I feel like papers written about some of this stuff, and I'm not.
Oh no, I'm like in a unique position to comment on this. No, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck. I can say that, like, with some confidence that, like, one of the trends I've really noticed is that the most vile stuff I see is on indie games that it's like indie multiplayer strategy games. Not always necessarily strategy games. Sometimes they're action games, but usually strategy games. And one of the really common traits to them is non-English language developers.
Really? I wonder if that's to do with moderation.
That's my theory. That's my theory. It's a moderation thing.
That takes me back. One of the worst moments I ever had in an online game was playing the Kingdom Hearts mobile game that existed like 7 or 8 years ago, and you couldn't say the word jewels, which is an in-game currency, because it would flag it for an inappropriate abbreviation in it.
Oh my god. However, what a problem for your game.
However, you could fully say the N-word.
The one I really remember was the really amazing strategy game, War Game Air Land Battle. Amazing game, terrible title. French developers. Also, I might have to bask in awe for a few minutes about the not being able to say your own in-game currency in the game. That's really special. That's really special. That's a really special level of dysfunction. That is past the point where you should have already completely disabled chat.
That's like, have you heard there was not a convention. What is the word I'm looking for? For paleontologists, maybe it was a convention where they had a teleprompter.
Yeah.
And the closed captioning also would not let them say the word bone.
Yeah, I remember this one. It was bones. It was paleontologist and it was bone. It was incredible. It was just like impossible.
How dare you say bone?
But yeah, this War Game Air Land Battle, horrible name for a game, incredible gameplay. Like, incredible, unique, fascinating game. French company, functionally no moderation. The global chat was full of people just spamming swastikas like 24/7.
I will say, unfortunately, War Thunder does still contain a lot of that. Everyone finds really creative ways of making those. And, like, Joby likes watching the things of, like, how you can do creative stuff with the decals. And we just get, like, flashbanged where we're like, oh, that's cute. We could put eyeballs on things. And, oh, that's a funny way where you can make, like, a little, like, drawing of something. They really like to show how you can make an Among Us for your tank. And then it's just that. And I'm like, really? Are we not over this bit already? Come on. Like...
Yeah, usually when I see people doing the creative stuff with the War Thunder decals, it tends to be
I just want people to do silly
PG-13 anime girls.
PG-13 anime girls, they really like to do Among Us.
Among Us is actually kind of a good one. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually kind of rules. I'm kind of into that one. I think that Among Us flashbanging your opponents is pretty funny. I think it would be pretty good to have Loss.
Oh yeah, that's true. I think we did see one that was that. Yeah.
I think it's a lot of good options, but yeah, a lot of it's gonna be. Yeah, Among Us is still funny. I'm sorry, it just is.
Oh no, I fully agree.
Oh, Ambrosia didn't see it.
Oh, wait. Do we need to show Amber Lost?
Yeah.
Amber, do you want to?
Yeah, bring it up.
Amber, do you want to see Lost today? Almontas has blessed us with this gift.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
It is good. I'm glad you're proud of yourself for it, because
I'm
I'm also
so
proud
proud.
of you for it to some degree, but I'm also horrified, and now I really feel the need that I need to figure out something cursed to do for mine. I gotta think of... Usually I have a little bit of a couple cursed things I do, but like nothing even remotely similar. I gotta up my cursed game here now.
It's so good. So it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy, and I'm always so happy when I go into somebody's channel. I don't tell them when I've switched over to that one. And I just like a couple minutes later, I hear people in chat. I see people in chat going, "Is that Loss?"
Slow realization.
The slow realization, the slow burn of it makes me so happy. Definitely. Again, I consider crafting Fugies an art form. I did not make those emotes, but I did.
You are
figure
using
it
them
out.
to their fullest extent, however, which I commend you
Yeah.
for.
Loss is a extremely poorly conceived comic. Like it's an entry in a webcomic. It was a specific entry in a webcomic titled Loss that was extremely poorly conceived, extremely poorly thought out, and incredibly gross and insulting, and it transcended the level of being gross and insulting to not really even being an insult and instead being an own on the person who drew it.
Yeah, we wanted to kind of strip that man of any... like, it's like the term Photoshop. We have removed the ability for that to be... Almost we've done it. For that to be a copyrightable word, because it's just become part of lingo. We have fully removed the ability for people to refer that back to being a part of the Control-Alt-Delete franchise, and that was exactly what we wanted.
Yeah. He did not make it as satire.
No.
He did not make it as satire. He
pretends, maybe, but it was not.
There's no way. There's no way. It was, especially because he did make meta commentary that made clear that he was fully sincere.
Yeah.
He thought he cooked.
Nope.
He could not have missed harder.
Also true. Yes.
Perhaps once in a generation level miss.
I actually can't think of any. There's very few other things that we meme to that extent and remove from its original context. We did mention "Never Gonna Give You Up," but that's not a bad thing that man did. He just did something that was.
Rick Astley just made a good pop song.
Yeah, I love getting rickrolled. I honestly adore getting rickrolled. I bop. I'm like, this is great. You think you've ruined my day? No. You've improved it.
It's great. It maxes out at cute. No, I actually think like the closest thing I can think of to this like similar to Loss is the rap beefs that Drake has found himself in.
Oh, yeah, that's
yeah.
What I was expecting from you today, I wasn't expecting we'd get to somehow Drake, but yeah, yep, I agree.
Yeah, it's like the closest I can come up with for the kids.
For you youngins, you guys have heard of Drake, right?
This is the moment when Drake put out a legal statement that he had suffered significant financial and reputational harm from a diss track. That Loss was the webcomics equivalent of that.
That was the nail in the coffin there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we were saying cursed things. I'm trying to make this. I've tried to make it your skin color, but I feel like this is incredibly cursed now. No, I don't have skin.
I am trusting that as you fill in more of the color, it'll start coming out.
I drew you as like the most like strange, like almost like Chad of a nomai, because they're like lanky and short, and you have wide shoulders. So I tried to keep your physique. I'm
a dwarf nomai.
Kind of, yeah. Well,
I'm Gimli. I'm the Gimli of the nomai.
This really feels like a propaganda poster for them of like you've got your like weapon of war, you've got your shield under your arm to some degree. I've got your
yeah.
I did kind of just zone out and draw, and I'm pretty proud of this so far. But I'm like, wait, I gotta zone back in. I just put your skin color in, and that's strange now.
I'm just trusting that it's gonna work.
Trust the process.
Join our forces below the sun.
Join the process. The gnome, I need you. Join the cause.
I am glad that you're into coloring, and I think the coloring is going to take you a minute because that makes the decision for me on whether or not I should hold before I go to the bathroom. The answer is I should go now.
I mean, here's one thing, unfortunately, which is that it is almost 6:30. I need to eat dinner.
Okay.
Relatively shortly. But that is up to you.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Go for it. Do you guys like my Chad Almantas? No, my drawing. I'm trying to think of what the use case for this drawing ever is. Because I have drawn things for people before where I'm like, here, you can now use this. Take this and use it. Like I tried to draw something useful for bolts. I feel like I've created something almost fully useless for Almantas here. Because they're not even streaming Outer Wilds anymore. Have you gotten a default Montas jump scare yet? Not particularly. You might have to identify for me what you mean by that. What do you mean default? What? Forward stare? What do you mean? Sleep well? Oh, good night, Selma. Also, bye, MHA. Sorry, I haven't been doing a ton of responding. With collabs, it's a little harder for that. But it's okay. Wait, the Lost meme was drawing it to the... Wait, what? Was drawing it to the beat of Africa by Toto? What? Huh? What are you talking about, Lance? Also, we didn't even talk about my favorite part of this game, which is the music. Which I was like, Lance will probably know something about this. Maybe. Potentially. Kieri's meme? Oh, Kieri's meme. Yes. I know Kieri's meme. The music of Outer Wilds makes me cry. I was originally going to put it on as a background for today while we're doing this, and then I was like, you know what? I need to, like, not do that while we're live.
What do you need to not do while we're live?
Oh, I was saying that we were talking, we didn't really talk about what my second favorite part, or one of my favorite parts of Outer Wilds is, which is the music.
Oh, the music's insane.
The atmosphere is fantastic. The music is stellar, and I can't listen to half the songs in the soundtrack because they make me want to cry.
One of the better parties I have been to in my life was a friend of mine had the Outer Wilds vinyl, and we went to their place. Yep, we went to their place and put it on and smoked some weed.
Classic, okay.
That by itself is like a perfectly good party. Like, that's how good that soundtrack is.
I'd imagine it seems like it's very good to it's good to zone out too. I used to listen to some of it when I'd be in the studio for a long time because game music, just by default, usually does that quite well. But like the soundtrack for that game is just like inspiring, I guess, to say in one way, where like it just fills you with the warmth and the willpower that you need to get through having just stood for 17 hours and everything you're trying to do failing at least 9 times. Can you persevere normally? No, but under the circumstances of listening to Outer Wilds, yes.
One of those things we did not mention about Outer Wilds that is just incredible, it's like a small thing, but it's incredible, is so you're an astronaut as part of a space program.
Mm-hmm.
There are other astronauts in that space program. And all of them are at different planets. There's one of your astronauts on each planet. And they are all playing instruments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can pull out a little signal scope, they call it, and listen in for their signals. And that's how you find the other astronauts and like hang out with them and ask them questions. And they'll give you little hints about their planet and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The theme of the game, the main theme of the game, is the sound that happens if you line up the signal scope with every planet simultaneously.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. Oh my god, I'm like tearing up right now.
I would say
good.
I am what we call in the industry a watering can.
I'm just a sap. I'm just a sappy dude.
But for me, I did that not even, I think I did it intentionally, but like already the intro song already just something about that swelling music, and I love like a good, like, I don't know, banjo essentially in music and strings. Yeah.
It's a lot of banjo. One person's whistling.
Yeah.
There's an oboist.
It's so beautiful.
So the moment that gets me the hardest is when the piano kicks in.
Yeah,
Oh, that moment of the game is so good.
I know. Hang on, someone just rang my doorbell. Hang on. Very strange. One moment.
So yes, no, the
You
soundtrack
may
in
be able to
Outer.
hear me, but
I'll
I
keep
cannot
going.
hear you. What was the door?
That's fine. The soundtrack in Outer Wilds is unbearably beautiful, and it's meaningful in universe, and the things that the game is about build into that, right? I said that so much of what the game is about is what do we owe to the future, and that is part of like an intentional thing, is that music is a creative endeavor that we can pass down to future generations.
Outside my house.
uh
Why did the doorbell ring?
RIP.
I live like inside an apartment where that's like not an easy task for someone to ring my doorbell.
Oh, that is weird. That is
means they
weird.
have to get through the
I have
first
the
door.
unfortunate problem of being the first floor apartments. So when the delivery guy needs to get in to deliver, even for the floors above me, they
Oh,
ring my
no.
doorbell.
Oh no. Yeah, I can imagine. That I just get spooked where I live, where like if someone had gotten through the first door. There's only 4 of us who get through that door. How did they get in to ring the bell? And how is there no one there? Like, was it my neighbor? Why would my neighbor be ringing my doorbell at 6:30 p.m. and vanishing? What?
I got nothing. The best explanation I've got is that they had a delivery for another apartment and they read the wrong number.
Yeah,
And then
honestly,
realized it after they had it.
potentially. Oh, I wonder if they might have dropped mail off outside. Sometimes they put mail in the wrong one. You're probably right. I'm gonna be rational about this.
Yeah. No, so it's worth being rational. But yeah, no. The atmosphere and the feel of Outer Wilds is incredible. And there's actually something that was kind of amusing to me, which is that Grim came in here earlier and said the scariest thing about because somebody asked if the game is scary.
Yeah.
That's a complicated question. Would you say the game is scary, Squeiji?
I don't like scary games, so I would not say that the game is scary. Is it
Okay.
a stressful game in some ways? Maybe yes. And would I call it cosmic horror to some degree? Maybe also yes. But
I would definitely call it existential horror.
yeah, it might. Yeah, existential might be better. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things I think is kind of interesting about it is this is a theory from a friend of mine who has played it a bunch. Is the everybody's got that one planet. Everybody's got that one planet that gets to them. I have a friend with thalassophobia who just fully gave up at Giant Steep.
I don't blame them. If I had thalassophobia, I don't think I would have played. Yeah, no.
There was somebody who I was talking to recently. I forget who it was. They didn't say they were claustrophobic, but they did say that they had the most trouble with Ember Twin.
Yeah, the sand rising thing. I don't have claustrophobia either. That stressed me out.
The friend who proposed this theory has a really specific thing about black holes.
Oh, interesting.
So they were like really struggling with Brittle Hollow.
Yeah.
And I don't think this surprises. I have the most common one. I have the most common that fucking planet. A lot of people have the same one as me, which is Dark Bramble.
Yeah.
Dark Bramble stresses me the hell out. I did much better on. So when I did my first playthrough of it, it took me like I got through everything that was not on Dark Bramble in like a couple of days, and then it took me like more than a week on Dark Bramble, and I did look up a guide to reading Dark Bramble. When I did my more recent playthrough, I first of all was better about actually using the in-game hints correctly. There she is. There's our lady. And so I was actually not as bad as I thought it was if I actually like paid attention to the in-game hints and like followed them appropriately. But I was still sweating.
Yeah.
I was still sweating. And that one was a rough one for me. I think that if you have any of a wide range of phobias, there's a decent chance that they're going to hit at least one of them.
Yes. I didn't think that game was going to get me on any of them because like the only reason I didn't like, I think the sand one is because my only like real fear of that degree is suffocation. I don't like the ocean. You'd think that me having that fear would make me a lot more scared just being in space.
Yeah,
But honestly, suffocation wasn't really actually usually a threat in the game. Like, usually you had more than enough oxygen most of the time to not have to worry about that, and you'd find trees with relative frequency. But, like, just something about the sand rising, I was like, something about the concept of suffocating from rising sand. I'm good. I'll pass. I don't need to think about that any longer.
Oh man, it's and to make things worse for EG.
What do you mean worse?
Oh, we got a bad raider coming in.
Oh? Interesting. We'll deal with that if it occurs.
Roger, thank you for the heads up. What was I gonna say? The thing that makes it worse is the sound. So, like, the sound that you make when you wake up after suffocating.
Yeah, you the gasping sound when you
That
like,
one's really
reappear.
effective.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, the sound design in that game just entirely is so strong. Just even like fully outside the music too. The sound design is just so good. In every way.
It's very strong.
It's so horrifying.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I love it. I do wonder if there was anybody who found the stranger to be the scariest part.
The stranger honestly was the scariest part for me, also because it was jump scary for me.
Okay.
That was the only reason why that might be like that is the only reason it was scary for me, is because they'd rush you essentially. I don't do well with I do terribly with horror, so the fact that I was able to that I don't consider it a horror game is probably pretty good. But I don't know.
Oh, I found the stranger. I like the stranger.
No, I did love it. I will say that I did love it, but that was definitely scarier for me than most of the rest of the game.
The grab was kind of interesting to me. I do remember the first time I was like, oh hey, I wonder if I can talk to these people. And I had left the lantern behind, so I got the neck adjustment.
Oh.
Oh no. That was my first encounter.
Yeah, I just got my they just blow out the lantern. I didn't have my neck adjusted. They do that?
Yeah, there's an achievement for it too.
Oh, great. There you go. I'm glad I didn't get murder.
And
just go home to me. That's awful. No thanks.
I like how they specifically made the animation to look like they're about to bite you.
I know, the teeth.
The teeth.
Which is why we know they have teeth also.
Yep.
Like, that's how we know.
The thing that actually bothered me more on Stranger was sometimes you can make it through the whitewater parts of it without a raft.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was in a rush, I would try to do that. I didn't think that would really bother me, but I have actually done a lot of whitewater kayaking and rafting in my life.
Oh, I have not really done much of it.
It was something me and my dad used to do. For a few, we went pretty frequently when he was a bit younger. I think that might be past him now, but I did not like being confronted with if I had fallen out of one of those boats at the wrong time, this is what would have happened to me.
Yeah. Bad. So yeah, you have the fear of death struck immediately into your heart and fully into your heart.
Well, and it's like weirdly retroactive. Like it was like a weirdly retroactive. Like I should have been more scared.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that is also a very distinctly human thing, is realizing after something happened that I was not proportionally afraid of what just happened. I really should have been like 80 to 90% more afraid of what just happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's a bad thing to realize is, I should have been more scared. 'Twas almost
Yeah,
death.
yeah, I've got a couple of those. I've got a couple of those, and that was a.
Oh wait.
Oh, somebody's complimenting my cable knit sweater. Thank you.
Yeah, they were complimenting it over in YouTube chat. Oh, can you see them up there?
Oh. Yeah, I saw them up. I saw them up top. I've got the Twitch chat open in Chatterino. But I don't have the Chatterino doesn't do the YouTube chats.
There you go.
So sorry, YouTubers. But no, the cable knit sweater was an important design element. I love how comfy it is.
I was like, I have to at least put some of your sweater into this. So you do still have your sweater on under your Nomai regalia. I was like, we have to have at least like 3 things that say that this is definitely Almontas in here.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
There be no question. But I will say, I don't know if I'll manage to finish coloring this before the call of me eating dinner occurs.
I didn't think we were going to.
But yeah.
I didn't think we were going to. I think I am ready to do my self plug whenever you tell me to launch. But maybe it's like from being left from podcasting. I'm always like surprised when I tell my guests like, and so like at the end I'm like, so ready to plug yourself, and they're like, oh,
no.
I didn't. This didn't occur to me, and I'm like,
I didn't know this was an option.
You should write it down on a note card. Well,
hey, you know we can both plug? Because we can both plug something.
That's true. That's true.
You can plug other things, but we both have a plug for tomorrow, which I don't think we get to fight in. I don't think we get to fight each other tomorrow.
I think we have to get to the finals.
Yeah, I don't get to fight you. I don't get to fight anyone who I knew prior to going in. I'm fighting all new
faces.
Yeah,
I think if I get to the semifinals, I'm up against I could be up against Bone Caller. And that's like the only person but you and Vivi are like in the other bracket from me.
Yeah,
like, it's like no chance.
You and Yomi are in the other bracket from me.
Yeah, Yomi's up against Bone Caller, so
yeah.
If he wins, then you're not gonna see Yomi.
I know. So we've got opposite bets here. Yeah. Oh yeah. We didn't explain what it was. We just started talking about it.
We just started talking about. I'm trying to grab the link.
Oh, there you go. Very good. Yeah. Jenkem Fon tournament. I'm gonna play rock paper scissors so hard. You guys aren't ready for it.
I'll just grab the channel and not the video link because that's always the YouTube. We're going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
At in 22-ish hours.
Yeah, it is 9 p.m. EST, which I think is
it's 7 p.m. EST right now. So
yeah. So
24 hours plus 2, 26 hours.
Yes, 26 hours. So 26 hours from now. Fear not, Shrewmates, I will ping you in the Discord, and I also have in the Discord all your time zone conversion for it. So if you guys want to come root for us, you can. You can root for Almontas and I separately because we don't compete.
Very separate. It's going to be so. Yeah, it's going to be so. We're so far apart. We are, in fact. It is almost impossible for us to be further apart.
Yeah, I think the only way we meet is in the finals. So good news, friendship not ended.
I don't know. I literally only know Bone Caller in my entire bracket. I don't actually know Yomi. I know her a little bit through Blue Sky. I don't know any of the other people. And meanwhile, I know
my bracket is my first person I'm competing against.
Oh no! In the other bracket, I know like half of the people. What? I know like half the people in the other bracket.
It's funny how randomness works like that.
Yeah. I was actually really hoping. I tried to actually tell. I was like trying to put my thumb on the scales. Like he was like I like messaged John Kemp home. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be in a collab with EG literally the day before, so it'd be really cool. And he was like, it's all random. God damn it!
Like, yeah, make us convert to enemies immediately, just for a brief moment.
I am capable of at the very least doing rocks paper scissors comfortably.
Yeah.
I actually think non-trivially about how did you ever play Divinity Original Sin?
I have not, but I've heard a lot about that game.
I did not get very far in it because it wasn't really my kind of game. It's too RPG. I'm not much of an RPGs guy. But I was playing it. There's a co-op mode for it, and I was playing it with my younger brother.
Mm-hmm.
And if the two players choose conflicting dialogue options, it turns into a rocks paper scissors. And like it's first to 10 points, but you get more points if you have higher stats in the right things. So it's a weirdly uneven rocks paper scissors. And it was really funny because I did it with my little brother, and like we got to one of those points, and he was like, multi-round rocks paper scissors against my older brother. This is the most psychologically intense competition I've ever been in.
Probably also, if you're in a fight against your older brother, probably the best shot you have.
I mean, he's actually like 4 inches taller than me, so
Never mind.
I come from a very big family.
Dang. I cannot relate.
Yeah. You said that you said you're Italian.
Hey.
Hey.
You're not wrong, but also hey. I don't know. I feel like I have a good shot in rock, paper, scissors where, for the fact that I'm a black belt, I feel like just the sheer mass. I know there's several other fellows who have martial arts certifications of some sort that are in this with us currently.
I know Bone Collar's one of them.
Yeah, Bone Collar's one of them. I think Regis, also Altair, has
Yeah.
also something. I don't remember what theirs is, but there's a couple people that I'm like, my best shot of taking you out. Also, hearing that a lot of you are like 6 feet tall. I'm like more than a foot shorter than most of you. Despite any knowledge I may have, any black belts I may have, just lose to physics, unfortunately. Somebody could just sit on me, and that would be it, unfortunately, for me. So, rock, paper, scissors, and guess what? I have that you don't, hands.
That's true. You are quite a bit more mobile.
I'm only afraid of Zungi.
Only for
Zungi's the only other 3D VTuber, I think.
I am pretty sure that, I mean, the biggest one in this in terms of sheer size is got to be Gold Guardian, right?
Oh yeah, yep. Gold Guardian is just straight up a robot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just a Gundam.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I actually don't know how big Ham is. I don't know if Big Ham is supposed to be big for a hamster, or if he's supposed to be like the hamster from Omega Strikers that's like 8 feet tall.
True, that's a good question.
I don't actually know.
Because like my like lore height is I'm 5 centimeters tall, because that's the average height of my mushroom, the kind that I am. But like Big Ham could give me a run for my money being the shortest person in there. But Keru also is now debuted at 10 centimeters, so I'm increasing the odds of really tall people versus really small people. This is
the VTuber question that I've thought about a little bit of the heights that people choose for their VTubing. Before I started VTubing, I had the impression that most VTubers chose heights that were either much shorter or much taller than they were in real life.
Yeah.
And I've learned that a lot of people's canon heights are their IRL heights.
Yes.
The funniest one to me, by far, is Whiskey Project.
How tall is Whiskey?
Whiskey, her canon height is 5'9".
Yeah.
Her IRL height is like 6'3".
Why are you making yourself shorter?
And like average too. she's merely like slightly above average for a Dutch woman in her canon height. Okay. She's Dutch. She is Dutch, so that's why she's like 6 foot something.
That's
but like
wild.
It's wild, and it's the main reason why I learned this was she did a VR chat collab with Mako. Oh. And Mako's like 5'5", like a normal height for an Australian woman to be. Yes. And Whiskey's just like Mako is like belly button height. It's like
yeah, I can't. If we were to do scale accurate to like, I made my model so for as much as like in lore I'm 5 centimeters tall, I'm 5'2". So if for me to proportionally sit next to anyone in a VTuber collab is gonna be like you have to take up the whole screen, and I have to be maybe at your like collarbone, if that.
Oh, I've gotten pretty good at like doing the putting other people's models next to me based on height.
Yeah, I think
5'7" is like right at my shoulder level, like right where the right at the corner of the coat.
This looks like bring your child to work day. I look like I could be your white-haired grandchild.
That is also the vibe that a couple of people have given. One of the people I collabed with, the first person I did the book chat with, Luxuria Morningstar, they're like 5'1".
Yeah.
Like they want to be cute. They want to be small and cute. I am 6'4", Rex. which
Terrifying.
which may actually be kind of an undershoot given the like head to body ratio I've got.
Yeah, you have what we call heroic proportions. I'm really willing to bet that based on your head size, if we're assuming human head size, you're probably about 9 feet tall.
Yeah. Particularly for the PNG. My old PNG is like my old PNG it rules. It looks like the Goombas from Mario Brothers. It's great. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
I love my model artist. I love Sensational. I think he did an amazing job. But it is
Sensational is getting is going to be having all of the 3D modelers. I'm in a we were talking earlier about a weird thing.
Okay, I need to calm him for something. Shit, I should get that in. That's what I need to do tonight. I need to get the comment tonight.
In high demand of the 3D modelers because it's really hard to get good masculine references for VTuber models.
100% of the reason why I chose him.
Yes. It's awful.
No, like I've been pumping him up since then because people do like this design and it was his work. I did make a very good PowerPoint explaining what I wanted, but he did a really good job. Well, and it's the thing that I like when I was thinking about my design before I had a design because I'm not an artist, right? I had to count entirely on other artists to convey my emotions for me. I was looking at VTuber men, and they tended to either be twinks or Rob Liefeld.
Yes, that's true.
like Bone Collar has a Rob Liefeld-esque build. Like
a little bit, yeah.
like no disrespect, but like major inspiration to me was Uncle Iroh.
Yeah. I feel like we talked about this at some point, some way, somehow. Yeah, I definitely see that. Yeah, and
it's
they did a good job executing on that.
Yeah, and Uncle Iroh can't have a snatched waist. That's messed up.
That's true.
That's messed up.
Don't worry, I didn't give you a snatched waist. You just have big shoulders.
Yeah. I need to be huggable. I need to be the huggable uncle. So like Uncle Iroh and Gary from Venture Brothers.
Also, between the line of intimidating and professional, and also friendly and like compassionate in looks.
Yeah,
we're talking design stuff now.
yeah. Whereas like again, usually VTuber men are like anime protagonist or Western comic protagonist.
Yes.
You know, like they look like Metal Gear Solid Raiden or like Street Fighter Zangief.
Yes.
Yeah, or really more M. Bison, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, you could probably do a good old Snake cosplay.
Probably. I do think about various people's Metal Gear Solid like cosplay models. Barry Bugs is so good.
I have not seen.
I'll go find it. I'll go find it for you. You're going to love it.
I'm curious. I via my Donathon, they did a great kindness to me. I allowed everyone to vote on an outfit for me and to suggest things. And normally you'd think of a VTuber community, they'd put me in something strange or scandalous or humiliating. No. They voted for me to dress as Vash the Stampede, which is one of my favorite characters ever. So I'm like, wow, you just handed me a win. But like that. So that'll be my first VTuber cosplay, perhaps, but it's impressive sometimes. The 2D fellas pull off some crazy things on models, and also, mad respect to cosplayers, that's so much effort. So many skills.
I need to be... Twitter search is so bad. Twitter search is so bad. Why are you so bad now, Twitter search? Why can I not do the advanced search? I've just gone to our media tab and I'm just scrolling.
Oh, I just Google and type in the word Twitter.
I do that a lot. I don't know that I would find it
that's
this
fair.
way. I'm just okay. This is the.
Oh, wait, here I guess
she's in.
Let me remove this so I can.
Her voice is the void phase here. That is a Metal Gear Solid costume, but it's not the one I'm looking for.
Oh wait, hang on.
Yeah, okay. Here's the. I'll put it in our DMs.
I'm intrigued. Voices of the Void mentioned. It has been mentioned a couple times today. Another mystery-esque space-y game. I've never played this game.
It's a bit of a work simulator.
Of a what? A work simulator?
Yeah.
Really? The vibe I got from it was not that at all. That's interesting.
I am kind of a bit of a bad judge for very not scared by them.
Oh.
I have actually been on a bit of a horror streak.
I'm
lately.
gonna have to be. I have to play one as a reward. I'm not.
Well, because I finally got convinced to play Signalis a few months ago, and I
want to play
loved it.
Signalis, but I feel like
so
that
good.
game. I feel like I would. I don't know.
I think it was better to play on stream than it would have been to play by myself.
Oh, okay. I'll remember this.
Particularly for me, who like I'm very perfectionistic, and so like I would have been the person who like quick loads every single time I miss a shot. So it was good to have like the like need to put on a good show for my chat,
Need to be
making me
interesting.
like forward
Yeah.
compelling me, or else I would have just like been quick loading for like 18 hours and then get bored.
True.
Real and true problem. And but yeah, I loved playing it, but that put me on a bit of a horror streak, and part of what's compelled me on that is like I am a pretty cozy guy. I mostly do like these comfy, cozy art streams. And then like I was playing horror games, and I was like, chat, like, is this like scaring you guys? Is this like not like good for
You're
you?
like, what? Is this supposed to be scary or something?
No, I was worried that I was like my chat was like too scared and like didn't want to watch.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were too unaffected by it.
I did have that problem. That's why I gave up on Subnautica. Was like I was so underreacting to it that one of my mods came into voice so that somebody would be reacting to it.
Oh, there you go.
But like I was just vibing with like Signalis and mouthwashing and stuff, and Silent Hill, and I don't remember which game it was. I was like, is this like freaking you guys out too much? And one of my chatters said, it's scary, but you're here.
Well, I take that. That's probably a pretty kind compliment there.
That's like the best. That's one of like my top 5 compliments in my entire life.
Like they can get through it because you're there.
Yeah, I love that compliment. That's been like part of that's like a motivating factor for me.
Yeah.
Keeping up the horror streak is I just love that compliment so much.
Helping people, I guess, experience games that I don't know if they would. Yeah, seems like they wouldn't be able to get through maybe on their own. Potentially.
Because I'm also like I am pretty underreactive to horror in general. I'm in particular, like jump scares make me turbo aware of how of the fact that like I'm sitting in a chair.
What do you mean?
So like that's like the thing that like that's the opposite of immersion, right? Like when you're immersed, you feel like you're in the character, you feel like you're in the world, you feel like you're not yourself. You're dissociating into the world.
Yeah.
Jump scares always break that for me. In like movies and TV shows and video games, they always break it for me. And instead of being like scared, I'm just like very aware that I'm a guy sitting in a chair with my hands holding a mouse looking at a screen.
Dang, I need to like force myself to believe that. I need to like train myself into that because I get jump scared by things that aren't jump scares, and I can be warned of a jump scare and I will still jump. Like there's no saving me from it.
Oh no.
And double that with 11 years of martial arts, and I am not a flight, I am a fight. Safety hazard.
Yeah. I don't know if it's good news or bad news that I'm very much a freeze.
So you're liable to get punched.
It has been. I have been rewarded in my life for responding to incredibly stressful situations by shutting up, looking around, and quietly and surreptitiously leaving.
That's fair. Honestly, that's probably the best way of dealing with most things that could potentially befall you.
I've been rewarded for it very consistently, so I think so. I'm inclined to think that is a correct strategy because
I admire the
it's
strategy.
paid off. Yeah, fight is a rough one. Fight is a rough strategy.
It's not. I wasn't always fight. I used to be flight, but unfortunately, I've got the muscle memory of whatever it is, and I have to warn people where you can't sneak up on me because you will just take an elbow. Unfortunately, And people used to still, when I was in undergrad, try and scare me on purpose. And I think I've told this story here that I punched my friend through a screen door and ripped the screen door out because they decided to jump up like from below it to scare me when I was just gonna leave the house. And they were like, one of those, I was like, I don't know why you're upset. You knew this was gonna happen. You've been warned. You know you shouldn't do this. I've actually elbowed you really hard before.
Oh,
I'm sorry, but you knew this was gonna happen. And I still feel awful about it, but I'm like, expected results. What did you expect to happen?
Oh, no. Beware, the shroom got hands.
I do, that's true. I'm surprised no one threw hands at me when I said that, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's on them. I think that's on them. Rest in pieces to the screen door, which I did have to then repair. But so we'll see. I have to play a horror game at some point here. I think we voted on what it is. Actually, I don't know if we did. And I'm concerned for.
I can say that. So the ones that I've played, because I don't play horror games on my own. So quick little review set. Signalis rules. Heartbreaking, incredibly well thought out, incredibly well executed. Genuinely disturbed me for months.
That's not even on the. I don't think that's even one of the suggestions yet. So I might add that.
That one's incredible. Very gay, also.
We love to hear it.
Yeah, it is about lesbians.
Yippee!
You play a lesbian looking for your girlfriend. A robot lesbian looking for her non-robot girlfriend.
There's a 3D modeler who is an animator who animates almost exclusively for Signalis at this point.
Oh hell yeah!
So that's most of my knowledge of it was just the lesbian aspect that was what I knew, and also that it's a tragedy.
It is a tragedy. It's heartbreaking. It's incredible. It's beautiful. It's amazing. I played Silent Hill 1 and 2, the OGs, not the remake.
Jubby really likes Silent Hill, so that is also the list of options we have right now is.
I'm gonna tell a sorry one to the fans out here. Silent Hill actually kind of sucks to play on stream.
Really?
It's really long. It's long and the puzzles are really obtuse.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm not committing to playing the game all the way through. I'm committing to playing the game once. So theoretically, no. So we have Silent Hill 2 is an option. We have, I don't know what this is actually. There's a free roam. So looks like a Five Nights at Freddy's thing of some sort. Sister location.
Got no thoughts on that one.
Little Nightmares, which I would maybe like to play because it's sort of stylistically what I like, but that's a game that there's a lot of you have to run, and I'm not good. I'm not a gamer.
Okay.
We'll see.
Do they have mouthwashing on there?
They do not. That's
Cowards.
a more recent one.
Yeah, it came out this year. It was on NPR's surprisingly good list of top games of 2024 was their top one.
Interesting.
Mouthwashing rules, and you can play the entire thing in one sitting.
I don't know anything about it other than that it got a really rabid fan base really quickly.
The Fujos are really into it.
Oh, interesting. Noted.
Yeah.
Strikes me a little
there are in fact multiple competing Fujo camps.
Oh God. Okay. Good news. I'm no stranger to partaking in media where all the fandom for it is just fighting.
I actually have not encountered most of the fandom fighting. I've mostly encountered the fandom as funny memes that are on the scale of out of left field and inappropriate that is genuinely amazing.
Interesting. Oh, because that the problem I run into is that like my streams are not 18 plus, and unfortunately,
okay, then mouthwashing out.
Yeah, that rules out so much of horror, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does. It really does. That I'm going to also say hard rules out Silent Hill 2.
Oh, wait, does it really?
Yes.
Oh no! Wait, I didn't realize that. Dang it! Okay, so we have to revise my list that I even have here.
Yeah.
Dang it!
I actually cannot even describe what the thing is without triggering an 18 plus violation. I can't even refer to it obliquely. There's a.
I know there's the nurses that exist in the Silent Hill, and I know that there is some sensitive topics that I may not want to see, but I don't think I would get to them that early in the game, question mark?
One of them's very early. I can type it in our DMs what it is.
I probably know what it is already. I think I have a good guess. You can't confirm or deny it, I guess, but maybe that doesn't come off the list, unfortunately. Dang it.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to find horror games that are not, I guess, like that? We've got, like, Shinkansen Zero, which is like Exit 8, Platform 8. It's just like a spot the difference game that's kind of creepy. I don't know what Voidless is. There's a lot of FNAF suggestions. Also, Abzu, which I don't consider a horror
Also, that
game.
makes sense. Well, okay, that's fair.
And then also, they wanted to see maybe Phasmophobia. I have VR, but
Amanda the
Like
Adventure
alone?
might fit.
oh, I've heard of that one. I will not play. I will say I will not play the what are the ones with the guy who puts the hands on the HUD. What is it? I don't know what it's called. It's another one of those horror games where it's like a franchise horror. What is it called? The one where it's got the creepy guy with the smile. I'm being so descriptive here.
Slenderman?
It's blue. No, I know who that is. I have played that game once upon a time. Visage? No. It's another one of those mascot horrors that is in a like children's thing that is abandoned. It's a blue guy. He's blue. He's got hands that kind of extend. I don't know what it's called. Usually
I'm
someone
so
has the answer,
lost.
but I don't. It's not FNAF. No. He's blue.
I am.
Oh, Poppy Playtime. That's what it's
Oh
called.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
will not
yeah,
play that one because I've watched other people play them, and the chase scenes are just too intense for me. Just watching someone else play. So I was like, nope, be done. Nope.
Gotcha,
Nope.
gotcha.
I will not. I will draw a line for my own health and safety.
Fair enough. Fair
When
enough.
did the
Oh,
adventure- maybe.
it's not that much of a horror game. It is a bit of a horror game. Slay the Princess,
Oh, yeah, I've heard very good things about that one.
illustrated by Abby Howard.
Yeah, it's also voiced by some somewhat familiar faces, I believe, in some places.
Yeah, it
Off
is.
the top of my head.
It's got some gore, but it is ultimately a love story.
Yeah, and it also, I believe, is not rated crazy.
I think it's at the curious part where
it's cartoon gore, I think, probably maybe.
there's cartoon gore. No, I was thinking more about the fact that, like,
Oh, Eldritch.
how do I say
Oh.
this? It manages to technically be safe for work
Mm.
about some things that, if you know what they're saying,
Oh, they've got like euphemisms or allusions to things.
yeah, there are references
Mhm.
that are pretty easily decoded,
That's-
but are not.
if it's not
explicit.
explicit, that's fine. That's fine. That it qualifies to be something you can watch on daytime TV. So
Yeah. If you know what's going on, a 20-foot tall woman tells you things about the person who put it there, but it's you understand now. I think. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. It's oblique. It's tasteful. Maybe might be the right word for it. You should be able to get away with it as like PG-13 at most.
Mm-hmm. I'll figure something out for it.
Yeah.
I thank you for some suggestions though, but I will say my stomach just made a comedic noise, and I
Yeah.
don't know if you heard it.
I did not
Sometimes
hear
it
it.
goes
I
to the
do.
right.
I have been waiting for you to say that you need to be done. We are well
fair.
past when you said you wanted to be
We're an
done.
hour past my usual end, but honestly, that's fine. Joby's playing Warzone. That's usually why I end, but Joby's got monthly pass for Warzone. So
Yeah, Jovi's got the stims going.
yeah, Joby's got something important to work on right now, which is advancement in tank technology. So I am okay to continue drawing strange Chad, somewhat Almanta's Nomai, or I was at least for an extra hour. But now dinner calls. So
Dinner calls. We can end.
what you got going on?
I'll try to be just to you and just go into it. Tomorrow I will be on John Ken Palms with E.G. We will
Yeah.
probably not run into each other. It is
No.
very, very unlikely that we will run into each other. I think we both need to win 3 rounds, so that's like I don't know, like 1 in 20 or something like that. I don't know how to do.
Maybe leave the
statistics.
strats, or maybe just root for us both.
But we're unlikely to see each other. And then we are. Then I am doing a subathon. I am very late in the subathon. It is hopefully going to be over soon. And then I have to do some awful things like a 24-hour Dark Souls stream. Uh, I am Almontas. I do mostly calligraphy, is what I actually do. I do mostly calligraphy, and I also do a weekly book chat.
Mm.
I have people come on and they discuss a book that changed their life. I've had 10 sessions so far. Everything from a nonfiction analysis from a Jamesian lens on otaku.
Oh,
That one was pretty special.
Interesting.
To a Canadian graphic novel about summer camp.
Hell yeah.
That one as an artist, I really think if you haven't read This One Summer.
Oh yes.
Okay, it was This One Summer. So good.
Yeah.
So good. Two, so much fantasy. Oh my goodness. VTubers are really into fantasy novels.
Oh, yeah.
They're really King of Elfland's Daughter is the oldest one of those I've read so far. The most recent one was The Black Prism. Read Yumi and the Nightmare Painter the previous week. But yeah, that's what I do. I do calligraphy. I do book chats. I talk about history. I am old. I try to be comfy. I'm very happy to have been here with you, EG. Thank you for having me along. And
thank you for coming. I'm glad we found some way to Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
Some way, somehow, the stars aligned, the world did not explode, and I learned probably several things here today, which is nice. More in-depth thinking for me to continue mulling over. In post of this, expect like 3 messages tomorrow where I'm like, hey, that thing we said yesterday, I actually have another thought about it.
Yeah, it's super duper good.
Yeah. But thank you for hanging out.
It was lovely. This is also probably a good time for me to get going because my office is not well insulated, so I need to go take a shower to keep myself from freezing.
Oh my god! Keep the body temp up, please. Survive. But thank you for hanging out.
Thank you for having me along. It was so lovely to be here.
Of course. I will see you later. I'm gonna do a little outro thing myself, perhaps. But thank you for hanging out. I will send you probably a finished one of these days. Definitely not tomorrow. We've got other things tomorrow.
Yes.
But thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hang on, wait. How do I? There we go. Hi, Shrooms. Almontas is still gonna be here haunting you until he realizes that that's what's happening. I just wanted to say hello and goodbye. Sorry I didn't get to talk to you guys very much, but Almontas and I have very similar thoughts and feelings as being both professors, and we've got a lot of overlap, so I had a lot to yap about here. But thank you for hanging out. Why don't we go? We'll go take the fun times over somewhere else, and I'm gonna fix the donathon clock for Monday. But as we said, tomorrow I will flag you guys down. Come cheer me on. Guess what? You heard it here. I have a secret outfit thing to show you tomorrow for it. Everyone's supposed to dress up. I have a funny thing I've made for it. Maybe it's not that funny, but I made something for it, okay? You should come look at it. You should come cheer us on. I need your luck, because if we've learned anything from my gacha luck, I have none. But come see us tomorrow, and next week we'll be doing the huge. We'll be doing some VTuber design reviews on Monday. That'll be the next time I'm live here. And Tuesday we'll try Honkai Star Rail again. Maybe, we'll see. But thank you for hanging out. I hope you all maybe play Outer Wilds now. Maybe. You should consider it. But thank you for hanging out, Shroommates. We are going to go somewhere else. You got this. Thanks for stream. Oh, thank you. Hi, MV. Thank you. YouTube fellas, I can't send you anywhere, but thank you guys for hanging out. And I will T-pose as I send you guys into the void.